Hello, and welcome to the Complete Ethical Hacking course. Go from beginner to advanced. With 550 lectures and over 130 hours of content, this is the only course you need to become an advanced hacker from scratch. This course is designed to take you from zero to hero in hacking in an easy and fun fashion. In this course, we will assume that you are just a beginner, and at the end of the course, you will be at high intermediate level. Do you want to launch attacks exactly the same way the black hat hackers do? Or you want to defend different attacks? After finishing this course, you will be able to launch an attack the same way that any black hat hacker can do, and also you will know how to defend different attacks. In this course, we are not going to neglect the theory behind each technique. In every part, first we will learn about theory, then we will see those techniques of hacking, and at last we will have real-world example of that part. There are many resources on the internet, but lots of them are wrong and outdated. Not only that, but it is hard to stay up to date. However, this course will help you build your hacking skills and you will also be updated. So let's have a look in our course. There are 25 parts. First, we will learn how to set up our complete hacking lab. Then we will learn Linux administration and some of the basics of hacking. Before starting any kind of hacking, we are going to learn how to be anonymous and hide ourselves online. In part 4, we are going to gather information. This information may be personal, company-based, or hidden on the internet. But we are going to gather the information easily. In part 5, we are going to learn pre-connection attack like Wi-Fi and wired hacking. In this part, we also will learn how to make fake access points, captive portals, and capturing different datas. Then, from part 6 to 17, we will learn how to do different types of hacking attacks. Again, in that parts, first we will learn theory, then we will see those techniques of hacking, and at last we will have real-world example of that part. Every part will have a real-world hacking example without neglecting the theory behind it. From part 18 to 19, we will learn website hacking. First, we will learn cross-site scripting and SQL injection in great details. Then, we will learn web surfer hacking. After that, it's not finished, guys. We will learn about mobile hacking. Here you will learn mainly Android hacking, but you will also learn how to hack other mobile platforms, such as iOS, Windows, and BlackBerry. At last, we will learn how to defend those attacks and how to be safe from other hackers. Here, we will also learn about computer forensics. After learning how to defend attacks, computer forensics will be a lot easier for you. And of course, we have a bonus section. In the bonus section, part 1, we are going to learn about Python basics, Python and Kali Linux hacking, and how to automate hacking attacks using Python. And then we will also learn about Metasploit. Metasploit will help you to safely simulate attacks on your network, uncover weaknesses, and much more. This is one of the best hacking operating systems used by hacking community. If this doesn't sound like enough, don't worry. This is just a brief explanation of our complete course. After enrolling in the course, you will learn much more, and that will help you to become an advanced hacker. So what are you waiting for? Enroll in the course now and get the opportunity to learn from the world's most advanced ethical hacking course.
Enroll in the course now and get the opportunity to learn from the world's most advanced ethical hacking course.
Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. I am so excited to start the course with you. So I am another instructor in this comprehensive course and I am a professional ethical hacker, computer scientist, and I have more than 10 plus years of experience as a cybersecurity specialist. So in this lecture we are going to learn the basics of hacking. Actually, hacking is very misunderstood all over the world. It is not just breaking into someone's computer and stealing money. It's more about gathering knowledge about how to exploit different systems and also defend it from bad guys. So, can it be a good career to be an ethical hacker or cyber specialist? Yes, of course. In cybersecurity field, it is booming day by day. An ethical hacker's average yearly earning is more than $100,000. So it would be a very good career, and also there would be a lot of opportunity and excitement in this career. So that's a plus point. So how many types of hacker are there? There are mainly three types of hackers. First of all, white hat hackers, then gray hat hackers, and at last black hat hackers. So white hat hackers are the virtuous guardians. These cybersecurity heroes use their hacking skills for good, working to protect system and keep the cyber world safe from threats. And then come grey hat hackers. They are kind of curious explorers. A grey hat hacker is someone who plays with computer systems without hurting others. They may explore things without permission, but they don't do it to cause harm. And at last, the black hat hackers. It is a person who hacks into computer systems to bad things like stealing information and causing harm. They use their skills for bad purposes and break the rules of ethical hacking. So we're the good guys, that means ethical hacker, but we will learn how to hack like black hat hackers in detail so that we can protect ourselves from hacking. So that's it for this lecture, and thanks for watching. Hello again everyone. So hacking is not just about breaking into system or stealing data. It is a vast skill that involves understanding how computer system works, how network work, and how to identify and fix potential vulnerabilities, how to attack and defend system, and much more. Everything is covered in this course, but good research and dedication makes you a good hacker. So the first step in hacking is gathering information. So this is about a target system or network. We will learn how to do this practically. So digital footprints like breadcrumbs left by a system can reveal valuable information, and we will explore essential techniques to follow and understand these trails. So once we have gathered information, it is time to scan the target system for potential vulnerabilities. You will get real-world example to do so in further lecture. So we will discuss various scanning tools and techniques that hackers use to find weaknesses in a system. It helps us to identify the services and resources available on the target system, so providing valuable information and insight for further attacking. So that's why it is very important. And last but not least, exploration and gaining access is most exciting part of for any hacker, and we will dive into the fascinating world of exploiting weaknesses to gain unauthorized access to computer system and networks. Understanding how hackers exploit vulnerabilities is essential for cybersecurity professionals to protect against such attacks. So we are going to cover both. As we dive deeper into the world of hacking, it's vital to understand the importance of ethical hacking and cybersecurity also. Ethical hackers, also known as the white hat hackers, plays a crucial role in the identifying and fixing security. So to protect system from malicious attack, we need to deep dive and learn all kind of ethical hacking, and this course is designed to learn ethical hacking, cyber security, and certified ethical hacking. So you will be learning everything that a hacker should know. So that's it for this lecture, and see you in the next video. Hey everyone, Welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to learn all about setting up our hacking lab. This main section have 4 different parts. First, we will learn how to build our hacking environment. Then we will learn everything about hacking lab. After that, we are gonna cover about Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is a hacking operating system which is widely used by hackers, and we will learn everything about Kali Linux from beginner to advanced. And last but not least, some of the basic customization like increasing our internet speed so that we can work with ease. So in the hacking lab part, we'll be learning about VirtualBox, how to download and install it, how to set up hacking machines, and much more. Then we'll be learning about Kali Linux. We'll be setting up the latest version of Kali Linux operating system and use it like a pro. Also, we'll need a Metasploit operating system for further use in this course, so we'll learn about it and install it. And of course, installing different operating system inside our VirtualBox will help us to attack safely. That's why we will be installing different operating system like Windows, macOS and Ubuntu. And last but not least, we'll be installing different mobile platforms inside our VirtualBox so that we can attack it and learn how to hack mobiles. So all of the installation needs some configuration so that we can use it with 100% functionality and power. So we will be covering that also. And thanks for watching this video. And please don't forget to give rating to this course. It's really important for us, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to this lecture everyone. So in this lecture we're going to learn how to download and install VirtualBox. But first of all, what is a VirtualBox? The VirtualBox is a magical creation. It's a software that grants you the power to run multiple operating systems on a single computer, just like a virtual playground. It lets you experiment, test and play with various operating systems within the safety of your existing setup. So if we test our hacking methods inside a VirtualBox, then it would be safe and nothing to worry about. And also it allows you to run multiple operating systems on a single machine. So it would be beneficial for software testing, development and different experimentation. It creates a sandbox environment, ensuring that changes in one OS don't affect the others, promoting system stability. Additionally, it's free and widely supported. So for all this factor, it is becoming very popular nowadays. So we're going to use that VirtualBox in this lecture. So let's install VirtualBox now, and we'll go to their official website. So here you can see we're on the official website, and you can download the VirtualBox based on your operating system. So currently I'm using Windows, so I'm going to click here. Then here you can see it is downloading. So you need to wait, and it depends on your internet connection how long it will take to download the entire app. So after downloading VirtualBox, you will get a app like that, and to install it, double click on it. So you need to click on next, 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 nothing to change here, and install. So here you can see it is installed. So after installation you will get an interface like that, and I have already installed two Kali Linux, so you won't have that, but nothing to worry about. And I will guide you how to install all of these inside VirtualBox. So that's it for this lecture, and see you around.
Hello everyone, hope you guys are well. So in this tutorial I'll show you guys how to configure the VirtualBox. So here is the interface of VirtualBox, and I already installed in VirtualBox Kali Linux and Android operating system. So whenever I touch Kali Linux or Android, and this is the settings for this operating system. Here is many options like new settings, start, discard. So here you can add a operating system in virtually and delete it or modify it. So create virtual machine procedure, just click new, and here is a interface and click name. So I want to create a Mac virtual machine, so I write here Mac and machine folder type and version, my desired version. So I want to make it 64-bit, and this is the custom memory size RAM. You guys can take or use RAM in any aspect like 2 GB, 4 GB, or any customization can be approved, and need to a hard disk space for this virtual Mac. Simply click create, and look guys, here is a interface about Mac. So this is not the end, we need some settings. In basic, in advanced, go to system, and in boot order list, optical is first, then floppy or processor. uh, Here I can take one processor, you guys can take two processor, and need to graphics controller in VGA mode. And this is the file where you download Mac and connected the Mac in virtual machine. And finally, when you do everything complete, just click start. Like I click here Linux. Hello everyone, in this tutorial I'll show you guys how to download and install Kali Linux machine in VirtualBox. So first go to your browser and simply go to a website named kali.org. So this is the website look like. So I need to install or download 64-bit for my virtual machine. So simply VMware 64-bit. This is 2.2 GB total space. After successfully downloaded, I have to create a new session in VirtualBox, just like this. Give a proper name, machine folder type and version. I give here GVN 64-bit and memory size or RAM. Customize the RAM for 2 GB in for Kali Linux in my virtual machine. Just simply click create. Look guys, here create a Kali machine. I already have a Kali Linux installed before. So we have to configure some basic settings. Just check the network, and optical is first option in boot order box. And processor, I take 2 processor and enable extend features. And display, just click box and VGA. This is just check enable storage, and here I have to add a disk file where I download the Kali Linux. Here is my Kali Linux, and link to the VirtualBox machine with Kali Linux. Now successfully completed all the things and ready to go. All complete. Now successfully run the Linux. Okay, that's it guys, hope you guys liked it. Hello everyone, in this tutorial I will show you guys how to your Kali Linux terminal is fast working. So I go to my terminal, root terminal, and write a command sudo apt get install bleach bit. Simply press enter. I already updated it, install it in my Kali machine, so all the things showing here done. So after successfully downloaded installation or completed installation bleach bit, just search it and open bleach bit. This is actually a cleaning machine. In Kali Linux, your every work a temporary files created and removed by this bleach bit. Here is many options: auto scan, catch cookies, backup, broken desktop file, keyboard, custom free disk space, passwords, memory. If I want to remove any temporary file, just right click on the option and simply click clean and delete. This is blank space, no data is package lists. So look guys, here disk space removed 4.1 kilobyte and files deleted 1, it shows. So if I want to delete cache, just delete. Look, all the files are deleted successfully, and files deleted 3677 files and almost 1.3 MB. Look like this. So this is it guys.
Hello everyone, so in this lecture I am going to show you how we can download and install the Meta Exploitable in VirtualBox. So let's get started. So first just search Meta Exploitable download and it will give you a lot of website, but make sure you go to this website information.rapid7.com. This is the website that we'll be using to download Meta Exploitable. So very simple. As you can see, Meta Exploitable virtual machine to test Meta exploit. So as we already know what Meta exploit is, you can use Metaexploit under your Kali Linux, but you need to use separated tools for this. But this one is in this Metaexploitable virtual machine, you don't need to do anything. It will have all of those in this Metaexploitable. So first, you have to complete this information to download this Metaexploitable, otherwise it cannot download. So make sure just give a random first name, job title random, job level student, company random, work phone, okay, let's give work phone a random, work mail. You should have a must, this will not work otherwise. Okay, let's just give you a demonstration why it would show. So United States, okay, let's give to Bangladesh. This is where I am living. So as you can see, you should have a proper, or at least have a valid company email, not your personal email. So what you're gonna do is just give a simple company email like, hey, like education last at the end, just give edu. Okay, as you can see, I give my university educational and a random email and it's processing. As you can see, you can just simply now press and it will download, or you can just right click in here, save link as you can see, this is the zip file and this is the Metaexploitable version 2. So just download this. As you can see, it will say that it cannot download securely, but just save. As you can see, it will download. So I already downloaded this. So in here in my working directory, as you can see, this is the file Metaexploitable Linux. So nearly 900 MB. So just extract it using WinZip or WinRAR, or even you can extract it using the built-in zip file is in here. As you can see, extract. So just extract this WinRAR file, and after that it will show this Metaexploitable. So we're gonna use this file. This is our main file, so we're gonna use this file. So what you need to do is we need to create a new virtual machine. So how to create? So just click new, name Metaexploitable, search for Linux and select Ubuntu. So this is based on Linux and this is based on version, because I am using version Windows 64. Make sure you check your Windows version. If you are using 32-bit on Windows 10 or Windows 7, make sure you select 32-bit, and if you are using 64-bit, make sure you select 64-bit, and make sure you select Linux, because this Metaexploitable is based on Linux. So as you can see, this is based on Linux. So make sure you select that and select Ubuntu as 64-bit. So let's just click next, and then you will have to select your, or they will ask you to select the memory. So make sure you give it at least 2 GB RAM, so that it runs smoothly without having any error. And if you have any RAM, you can give it more than 1 GB RAM. So at least you should give it a 1 GB RAM, and the more you give, the more it will be better. So click next. So now as create, we will use so as I was saying, so just you have to create a virtual hard disk now. So just click create, Then hard disk file type it should be as default VDI VirtualBox disk image. So just click next. All you have to do is just click next and everything, because the main thing is you have to set this as default as it is in here. So click next and set this as dynamically allocated. So dynamically, as you can see, the dynamically allocated hard disk file will only use spaces on your physical hard disk. So we don't want to use a fixed size, we just want to use a dynamically hard disk on your physical hard disk. So just click next and I'm gonna select my virtual machine folder. So make sure you select your own folder. So I'm just gonna select in here. So select the directory where you are gonna save this virtual machine and give this at least 10 GB. You can give that more as you want. So just click create, and after that we have to go in our setting and we have to change some of our setting. So we don't need to change any of this, we need to change in here. You can also change and give more memory if you want, but we need to give our more CPU power. So it asks you to give more CPU power, so make sure you give more processor. So I am using 2, so make at least give it a 2 processor. So in display make sure all set to default, and in here just click add new storage. So click hard drive and then just press add and go to the directory where you downloaded this meta exploitable file and you get extracted. So this is the file, as you can see, meta exploitable. Then click in here, click choose. So all is done. You need to change, make sure you change your network, otherwise we won't be connected with your meta exploitable machine. So if you are using network, means if you are using only this computer network and you want to connect this computer, so then use network, this one. Or if you are using a Wi-Fi adapter like mine, as you can see I am using a Wi-Fi adapter, so make sure, as you can see, it automatically select the Wi-Fi adapter in your meta exploitable machine. So make sure it's better to use bridge adapter, because most of us already use Wi-Fi, so it's better, it will connect automatically and it will show no error, so you don't need to change other. So okay, invalid setting detected. Hard disk is already attached. Okay, it's showing some problem, so let's try again. Give that a 2 processor, then we're going to see use a disk file and we're going to not disk file, we're going to so as I was saying, you need to select, so make sure you click this one, controller ID, place in here hard disk, choose the hard disk from your meta exploitable file that you downloaded. So I downloaded in here meta exploitable to Linux. Click here, choose, press. Again, let's just change our, as I was saying, make sure you, if you're using Wi-Fi, make sure you select bridge, or if you're using a wired network, then make sure you use a network. But as I am using a Wi-Fi wireless, so I select bridged. Okay, is the okay, so it's done. let's just press start. So it will take some time. Select a virtual hard disk, a physical hard disk, and not an external. It will take some time to process and install, so let's just wait. Oh, I think maybe I select a wrong ISO file, that's why we install a Ubuntu one. Okay, let me try. So let me get pause. So mistakenly I selected another ISO, so let me just start my process again. So let's just delete all of this, remove, delete all file. So let's start again. Okay, now power off, tools, new, meta exploitable, choose Linux, Ubuntu 64-bit, then select next. So let's give it a 2 GB, click next, and we will use in here now. So let's check in here. So let's try add. So let's select the file that we downloaded. So last time I maybe choose a meta exploitable BMD. Why is not showing? Okay, this file got deleted, that's why. So let's extract again. So that's why I was giving a error. So let's try again. Sorry about this. This makes a video much longer. So let's wait. That's why I was searching where was this. So let's select this file now. So let's go to this folder, meta exploitable version 2. So let's select this, and now choose this, choose create. So let's change our setting as set our processor as to we can select as much this. For this green line is your maximum range, so make sure you choose the right one. So I'm going to give it a 2 processor, not storage, audio, going to give it a bridge adapter. Okay, so let's now start our meta exploitable. I hope this will work now. Okay, this is working. As you can see, this will take some time, but it is working properly right now. As you can see, meta exploitable is now up and running. So what you need to do is you need to log in to this meta exploitable login part. So in default your login username is msf admin and your password is also msf admin. By the way, as you can see, I already typed the password, but you cannot see because this is for the security purpose on Linux. You cannot see any password that you type on the screen. So I already typed the password. So if I just press enter, as you can see, I am right now as in the MSF admin. So let's just type ifconfig to check our IP address. As you can see, this is our IP address right now. So this is how to do this. This is how you download and install. So make sure you always the part. Make sure you check that your metaexploitable file is extracted. So previously this file got deleted, so that's why I cannot install this. So as you can see, it's just working perfectly right now. You can then do the penetration testing on all the things in this metaexploitable machine. Hello everyone, so now that we download and install the metaexploitable, let's now configure the metaexploitable. So just press start. So as I said, you need to first configure a couple of things like your system, give that a 2 GB memory and make sure you have at least to give that a 2 processor, and this is the important part for your network. Otherwise you cannot connect this meta exploitable server to your any like Kali Linux machine or any other machine for testing purpose. So make sure if you are using on wireless network or Wi-Fi adapter like I am using, so make sure you use Breeze, otherwise you use network. So then so what is the meta exploitable login username, which is msf admin. So press enter and the password msf admin. So if you type password, it won't show in Linux because it's for the security purposes. So just press enter and it's on meta exploitable login. So let's see what is our IP in this meta exploitable server. I have config to check your IP. As you can see, our IP is 192.168.1.104. So we will use Kali Linux to test this meta exploitable server to check whether it's working or not. So let's open our Kali Linux machine. Meta exploitable is best for penetration testing, as you all know. So we will also go to and check couple of the lab or vulnerable website if it's working or not. So let's log in our Kali Linux machine. So this is the IP address or inet address that you are seeing. This is our meta exploitable web server. So just type this web server in here in this machine that you want to pen test. So let's check this web server 192.168.1.104. As you can see, meta exploitable web server is up and running, and you can do any of this thing in here. You can check php my admin, you can do tilde and all of those like testing, injection, cross-site scripting, all of those in here. You can also do dbwa. So let's just try to see if you need to actually do anything. Just you need to select your network properly, otherwise it cannot connect to this web server, which is our penetration testing or vulnerable web pages for penetration testing. So make sure, as I said, so make sure you always check this one, otherwise it won't work. This is the main part. So let's user is maybe admin, password is as far as I know it is password. So let's just log in. As you can see, you can do any of this testing, brute force, execution, SQL injection, all of those in here using this meta exploitable as virtual machine. So you can do all of those things in our Kali Linux, or you can do all of those things in any Ubuntu machine, so as anything you want. So as you can see, lots of things you can do using this meta exploitable tool. You need to actually, these things you can do in Kali Linux machine without this meta exploitable, but it's tough and it's you have to do many things. You have to type more commands, you need to install couple of the tools, you need to install every tool separately in Kali Linux so that you can visit. Even though if you connect, it won't work because sometimes many errors show up, so it's better to just use a meta exploitable machine as this. So you can do many stuffs you can want in here. As you can see, you can do cross-site injection, you can do reflected, persistent, cookie injection, all of those in here using this simple meta exploitable machine. So that's how you configure using this meta exploitable. So how to turn off this? You just type power off. You need to be okay. So you need to be root to be power off. So what you need to do, you need to type sudo then power off. As you can see, you will ask for password, which is msf admin, then just press enter and it's done. As you can see, it will take some time to close, but it's better if you close this way rather than using this power off button. It's better, and it will process all the things and it will stop all the services this way. And that's all about this meta exploitable virtual machine. Hello everyone, so in this lecture I'm going to show you how you can download and install Windows in this virtual machine. You can install any Windows version you want, like Windows 10, 7, even new latest version of Windows 11 is also supported in Oracle VirtualBox, but we'll not gonna try that because it's a very long process and it will take a lot of time for me to download. As you can see, you can install all of those. So you can go to this website. First page is to download the Windows 11, which is 20 GB. So make sure you select this VirtualBox and it will download. So but I'm not gonna use this. You can, if you want to install Windows 11 on your VirtualBox, you can try that. The process the process that I'm going to show will be the similar for both Windows 7, 10, 11 and so on, but I'm going to show you for this one. So this is the easy process. So select the virtual machine or virtual. If you want to select a Windows 7 version, then you can select Windows 7. You can, if you want a Windows 8.1, you can choose 8.1. If you want Windows 10 stable version, you can choose stable Windows 10.1 for virtual machine and select the virtual machine platform. As we are using the VirtualBox, so we'll be using VirtualBox. Then just download this. This will take some time. It is most probably 4 to 5 GB, even more, it may be 6 to 7 GB. As you can see in here, it's 7 GB. So just download this and extract, and this file will show up. Then the same process as previously for the installation of this file that we downloaded onto this developer microsoft.com, which is the official page of this virtual machine. So let's just install now. Press click new, name this as Windows 10. So Windows, make sure you select Microsoft Windows and make sure you select your Windows version and bit. So as I am using 64-bit, I will be selecting 64-bit. If you are using 32-bit, select 32-bit. Then click next. So machine folder. So okay, should I use this in here? Okay, let me check my machine folder. User Akash VirtualBox meta exploitable. So no, we are not gonna use it in here. We are going to okay, let's select our destination folder where this virtual machine will be installed. So this is my virtual machine folder. So select this folder, click next and give the memory size. You can give this as much as the green line part, but I'm just going to give it as 2 GB. Then create a virtual disk, select this in here, then bmdk. What is our file extension? OVA. Okay, so select this, create a virtual hard disk, create, and make sure set all of this as default. So BDI virtual disk image, select this, then dynamically allocated, make sure you select this as well. So the file location, so let's give this as 40 GB because Windows 10 is a large operating system and it takes a lot of space. So select this as 40 GB. Okay, give that at 45 and then press create. And after that, it's all you need to do is select this as bidirectional, because what this means is you can just copy from your Windows machine to your this virtual machine and you don't need to do anything. You can just copy and paste all of those items or text or on any clipboard. You can just copy paste simply from your Windows machine or main machine to your virtual machine. So this is, make sure you select drag and drop and clipboard to bidirectional. And system, give this as 2 processor, display set all as default. So select empty, then choose a disk file, select the so select this as okay, I got it. I got the reason why it's not showing, because I already downloaded the full virtual machine file, so he didn't need to actually do anything in here, so just click this delete, because it's already created all in this file, because we downloaded the full virtual machine file. So if you downloaded this file, this one, then you should have actually select all of those manually, but as we downloaded this full virtual machine file, so we need to actually do anything. It's pretty simple. So all I need to do is just click double press and it will automatically select all of those. So as you can see, so let's just change our directory. So select my virtual machine file and then just press import. Okay, let's see if okay, we'll change all of the settings later. So let's first import all of those. And it will take some time, so let me pause and show you when this is done. So as you can see, it fully installed. So let me just change all of those settings. As I was saying, you need to select all of those as bi-directional, so that you can simply move share clipboards from your Windows to this virtual machine. Without this, you cannot copy and paste into this in here. And then you select 4 GB as memory, because Windows, Windows is extremely power hungry. And make sure you select at least 2 processor. And display, select all of those as default. You need to change anything in here, and make sure you select bridge adapter if you are using Wi-Fi adapter like me. So this is the Wi-Fi adapter that I am using. And then other thing, you don't need to do anything, press OK and you are all done. So let's just press start, and it will load up Windows 10 inside your virtual machine. So I am using Windows 11 as my main machine, and I am using Windows 10 as my virtual machine. You can use Windows 7, Windows 8.1, even Windows 11 the same way that we show you. So let me show you a couple of things. So make sure you remember a couple of things, like this is the ISO file. So this is the ISO file. This is a virtual machine disk file, and this is a full virtual machine file. So these three files installed the three different way. So previously for Metasploit we select this in a different way, and for ISO we select just different way, and for this Windows as virtual machine, pretty simple, just double click and open and done. So there is a three different way to install this into your virtual box. So I think we are done. So let's just open. As you can see, so password password is maybe WORD. Okay, so let's search about I forgot about the default Windows 10 virtual machine password. As you can see, the password. Okay, so make sure you remember this, which is capital P, then small p, a, double s, w, then o, not o, this is 0, number log 0, r, t, then as you can see it's done. So make sure you remember this is the password, this is the default password, and we are done. So we have a fresh new Windows 10 in our virtual machine. So you can do anything, and let's show you that my internet is working in here. As we select the bridge connection, let's go to Google. As you can see, it is working. My internet is up and working. So all is working. So that's how you download and install Windows on VirtualBox. As I was saying, the process that I show, it will work both on Windows 7, 8.1, Windows 11 and also Windows 10. And how to power off? Just simply press here, type power off the machine, power off, and done. That's it for the Windows VirtualBox. So guys, in this lecture I'll show you some configuration techniques that can increase the PC performance on Windows machine. Like as you can see, I'm currently on Windows 11, the latest version that I'm using. So I will also show you the configuration setting in here, and it also applies the same for both Windows like Windows 10 and also 7. So Windows 11 is very fast system, but the performance will start digging as a result of many factors including compatibility issue and bugs, because this is still a new Windows like in 11, so it has many bugs also right now. And after using couple of months, you will feel like the PC is getting slower and slower, but it does not necessarily mean that you have to replace your PC immediately. A few software and hardware tweaks can significantly speed up your Windows 10 or 11 experience. So also we'll have to walk through you all of those. So first, many things that after using a lot of things, like as you can see, I'm using Chrome, which is a very heavy memory hungry browser, and also I'm using, as you can see, Kali Linux machine, which is also a virtual machine. Also I'm using recorder tool, also a Windows Explorer, and also I'm using all of those only using an 8 GB RAM. As you can see, it's almost full, but if you see my computer is reliably very fast, and all of those settings are very well optimized. So I'll show you how I do that. So first you need to do is, very important thing is, you need to disable the startup softwares. As you can see, many application can configure themselves to start automatically during the startup and continue to run in the background, so wasting valuable system resources that can significantly slow down the experience. So if you want to speed up your Windows, you should disable all of those, or only disable, as you can see, I enabled only couple of those applications like Windows Defender, which is very important, and also the audio, and other all of those as you can see, all of those I disable. So make sure you disable all of those that are not necessary to run as a startup apps, and it will help very much for your Windows, because it will help your startup faster, and also it will feel smoother. So after that, so Windows has a feature that can restart the apps from your last session after a reboot. So before you sign in, although this is a usual feature that can speed up the process to resume when you left off quickly, but it can also impact your system performance very much. So just go to search or setting, then go to account, or just search this option. So if you have enabled these options, so make sure you turn off this is very important to speed up your system. Okay, we're done with this. So after you complete this step, the apps that you are using won't reopen during the next restart, and it will speed up the overall system performance. And then you can disable background application. Like on Windows, certain application can continue to run tasks in the background even when using them. So if you want to speed up your device as much as possible, you can decide which apps can operate in the background or disable the feature to block the apps. So to stop apps from the running in the background, you need to follow some steps. So just go to system, go to privacy and security, and go for background apps. I think there is a background apps in here. Okay, let's just search, because in Windows 11 they merge all of those, so it's hard to tag. Okay, Windows security, so it's, I think it's into apps. Okay, default apps. So just apps for website, just as you can see, turn off all of those. This is also taking a memory resources, so this is optional. And another thing that you can do is uninstall the new device. So uninstall the application that pre-installed into your machine. So just go to apps and features. So these are all of the apps. As you can see, I already installed a lot of apps, because usually new device comes bundled with many applications that you do not need, including the usual bloatware and system tool that you will never ever use, and which will only use spaces on your hard drive and resources. When you are trying to increase the system performance, you should always remove this non-essential application. So I only have, as you can see, the only system application, and none of those other applications are installed in here. So make sure you remove all of those that you do not need, and install only quality apps. Like, here is a well-known piece of advice: old and poorly designed apps and apps that load unnecessary features can negatively affect performance very much. Also, just because an app comes from a known company does not mean it's a good app. If you want to keep your device in a good, it's healthy and snappy, only install good apps. Typically, you want to install apps available from Microsoft Store, but I would not recommend that, because Microsoft Store's apps always takes a lot of memory and it keeps running on the background. As you can see, I have no apps that are installed from Microsoft. All apps that are installed manually, because Microsoft takes a lot of resources, and the apps that you manually install, like Python, PyCharm, this will not take your memory until you run them. So it's better to use software that runs manually and install it manually. And another thing is, whether it's a traditional hard disk, which is HDD. So let's show you. So mine, this is HDD and this is SSD, which is solid state drive, and it's never wise to use a device with the hard drive almost full, because it will affect performances. If the device has relatively new hardware, then you notice apps, managing files and other tasks are struggling to complete, it is likely because the hard drive is running out of space. So make sure your C drive is SSD. In this day of time, is SSD is must in your Windows machine or Windows C drive. Your hard disks, another hard drive, HDD can be okay, but you must use SSD because SSD gives a huge performance increase from HDD to SSD. So I'm using SSD in my Windows machine. So make sure you always, if you don't use SSD, make sure you buy one and use this for your Windows, only Windows purposes, and also you can use for other drives as well, but I will suggest you to at least use on Windows. The another thing is you need to time for like in couple of weeks checks those disk cleanup, because it will check a lot of resources in your disk or in your hard drive. So just type cleanup system files. So you'll just remove all of those files that are not necessary. So let me show you which one of those are not necessarily useful. So as you can see, I have 3 GB of amount of spaces which I can be deleted, like Windows update cleanup I can remove easily. So all of those you can remove except for download program file. Make sure you untick this and you can just remove all of those in your Windows C drives to improve your performance. And another thing is use drive defragmentation. So if you have a drive with a older hardware with a traditional rotation pattern with hard drive, organization and data can increase the machine responsiveness. To run the defragmentation, all you have to do is just search defragmentation and optimize driver and just simply click all of those to optimize, and it will optimize all of those, because as you can see my C drive is already optimized because this is SSD. So make sure you use at least in a month to use optimize if you use the older hardware. So in addition to use the defragmentation tool of the device with the older hardware, you can also use the Ready Boost feature to speed up your computer. So Ready Boost is not new on Windows. It's been around for many years, and it is a feature that uses a flash drive or SD card to cache file into a boost of overall system performances. So enable Ready Boost on Windows. Just connect the USB flash drive and just simply in going to properties, and there will be an option called Ready Boost, and you can use that option to Ready Boost your external hard drive. And also from time to time you don't need to use external what should I say external antivirus, because in Windows 10 and 11 antivirus like Windows Security is very protective and it's very much helpful. Usually viruses, spyware and other malware types are known to take up many resources. So although Windows comes with Microsoft antivirus which is called now Windows Security, so it's better to use this because it does not take a lot of resources and also it is very useful and very effective. So let me show you a result of my protection history. As you can see, it automatically removed all of those that found on my machine. So it's better to use this other than other antivirus program, because other antivirus program runs and takes a huge amount of resources and it continues use your services and memories, and it takes a lot of time, and that's why you may sometimes it feels like your PC is slow, but it's not. Just you're just using a high-end or high bandwidth memory eater, that's why your PC may feel like slow. Then another thing you can do is you can use scan time to time so that you do not suffer any attack from spyware or malware. It's very mandatory. So you use quick scan, it will just take couple of minutes to scan all of your important files on your hard disk. So make sure you do that, and it will keep your system productive and also smooth and free. And one thing is, you should always update your Windows, and this is a must. Updates happens automatically, but depending on the update or how the device is configured, they don't always download and install as soon as they become available. So if your computer is running slower than usual, it could be possible that an update is available to improve the performance. As you can see, in my Windows 11, my Windows is pretty much updated today, so I don't need any update. So make sure you keep your Windows update to latest version, and always make sure you update your device driver. As you can see, my all devices are updated. So if your computer is running slow because of a compatibility issue or poorly designed drivers, you may be able to resolve the performance issue by downloading and installing the most stable or pre-release version of driver that are available from the manuscript. So as you can see, all my drivers are updated. It will very much improve your performance. And also, you should always try to update your application like Photoshop, Premiere Pro, or like any other tools that you use. Also, another thing you can do is, in Windows you will find many visual effects, from animation to shadows to more advanced visual elements such as blur and transparency, reveal, highlight, and the part of the fluent design language. So although these effects can make the experience more visually appealing, they also require system resources that can slow down the computer with older hardware. However, you can disable this effect to save resources and make your Windows very much active. So let's go, just click in here advanced system setting and go to the setting in here performance, and you can just adjust for best performance. As you can see, I am using the let Windows choose because I like to have some transparency effect and all of those, because this looks much cleaner and it feels lighter. But if you are using a older hardware, you can just simply use for, as you can see, adjust for best performance, and it will disable all of those settings and it will make your Windows very much faster. And another thing you can do is, you can use or disable the transparency effect to speed up your Windows, because this takes a lot of things, a lot of RAM. So let's go to our background, not in background, color I think. Okay, so in color you can disable the transparency effect and it will disable transparency and it will make your system feels like faster. And after completing this step, Windows will not just only feel faster, your device will fill up some system resources for more important tasks if you are using a low RAM. Also, you can do is, you can disable search indexing. Although Windows search is an important feature to find application settings and all of those, but it consumes a lot of resources and that can negatively impact the experiences, especially on low-end devices. If you keep your file organized, then you can slow down the indexing process to exclude all of those locations. Like, let's go to our search setting. So go to search setting and you can just simply turn off all of those features. As you can see, this will take a lot of uses and lot of resources. So another thing you can do is, you can increase page file size. So on Windows, the page file is hidden file on the hard drive that works as memory, and it acts as an overflow of the system memory, which holds data for apps that are currently running on the devices. So if you increase the size of paging the file, it can help to boost system performance. So let's go to setting, let's go advanced setting, then let's go setting, and then in advanced you can use, as you can see, total paging file. You can use or set any of the paging file that you want. I am using automatically, and you can use manually to set any page, and it will automatically manage file size on all driver option. So I think I covered all of those for speed up, and also make sure time to time you use this temporary file as a temporary command to delete all of those files, because it also takes all of your resources, and it's couple of the things that you cannot delete, and it's okay. And then another thing, you can do is you can use temp. So this is the another file that you can delete all of those files. As you can see, there are lots of file in our temp folder, and also takes all of your resources also on the memories. So just skip all of those that you cannot delete, because these are necessary for you Windows to run. That's why you cannot delete couple of the things. But as you can see, we are not deleted, and it will makes your Windows lot faster than you think. So make sure you do that from time to time, like once in a week. And another thing to improve your performance is to just simply update your memory, because even I am using a 8 GB RAM, as you can see, my Windows feels very smooth, because I disable all of those, and also I optimize all of the settings that needs to run this Windows as smooth as it can using a low RAM. So if you want a more speed up performance, just simply update your RAM, and also use a SSD if you can. So that's all of the configuration settings that you need to set in order to boost up your Windows performance. So in this lecture, we're going to show you how to download and install Ubuntu in this VirtualBox. So let's first go and search Ubuntu on our web page. This is the official Ubuntu page, and we will be downloading the ISO file, and we will be installing this ISO file. So previously we tested this we didn't test the ISO file, how to install ISO file on Oracle or VirtualBox, because previously we tested this virtual machine disk, and also we tested how this fully virtual machine, which is Windows 10, but this time we will install a ISO. So first let's download our Ubuntu. So Ubuntu for desktop, then press download, and you need to do anything, it will automatically download. So as you can see, Ubuntu, just select and download. As this is quite long, so I am not going to download again, because I already downloaded this. As you can see, this is the Ubuntu ISO file. As you can see, ISO. So we're going to install this ISO now. So let's just go to our VirtualBox as previously. So create new. As I already have Ubuntu, so let's rename this as Ubuntu 2, and select our virtual machine folder as our virtual machine. So, and Linux Ubuntu 64. So make sure you select Linux, and make sure you select your Windows 32 or 64-bit, the which one you use. So if you're using 32, use 32. If you're using 64, use 64. Then click next, and select the amount that you need or that you prefer, make sure you at least give it a 1 GB RAM. Then select this, create a new or create a virtual hard disk, and select this VDI virtual disk image. Next, and we're going to select this as dynamically allocated. So select the amount of disk or amount of size that you want to give. So I'm giving it as 10 GB, but okay, let's give it 20 GB because Ubuntu takes a lot of space. Click create, and we're done. So let me first select all of those changing. So make sure you change all of those settings at first before install the process, because it's better. Then you choose network as bridge network as previously, and just press OK. So let's select storage, choose a disk image, and choose the disk image that you downloaded, which is Ubuntu. Select this, press OK, and you're done. Press start. And it will take some time because Ubuntu is pretty large. So let's give it some time. You don't need to worry about anything. It's not creating anything inside your original hard disk. It's creating a disk inside this virtual machine or virtual box hard disk. So let's just wait. So if you go to this, if you are in this page or in this process, so then so we will just select try Ubuntu. So as you can see, it's up and working. You have all of those options in here, all of those terminal. Pretty easy. As you can see, it's working. AIF config to check. Okay, let's install this because you need to install all of this, as you can see. So let's check. As you can see, my IP address is this, and also it has working internet access because I selected previously as base network, so that it uses my own Wi-Fi adapter. As you can see, it's all up and working. So it's pretty easy, as you can see. And then you just press in here. So you have lots of option, you have lots of application in here. You can choose or download any of the other application in here. You can check settings, you can choose settings, you can choose background appearances, all of those in here. So that's all about Ubuntu, and that's how you power off. Click here, power off, and it will power off. So you don't need to do anything. It will ask to press enter, but you don't need to do anything. This is asking if you are using this as your own Ubuntu machine, so you don't need to worry about anything. It will automatically close. But this is taking some time because this is the first time we install, so it need to stop some services and also some processes, then it will just so let me just delete this because I already have a working Ubuntu in here. So let's just remove. So that's a pretty easy, as I was saying. So I already demonstrate the 3 ways that you can install virtual machine onto this VirtualBox. The first way I show you is using a virtual disk, which is this one, Meta Exploitable. Then I show you how you can just simply double click to install this virtual machine, which is Windows 10. Then now I show you how you can install an ISO file inside this VirtualBox, and that's it. That's how you download and install Ubuntu on your VirtualBox. So in this lecture, I will show you or brief you some practical tips to speed up your Ubuntu Linux. So tips here all are here for valid for most version of Ubuntu and can also be applied on Linux Mint and other Linux-based distribution. So you might have experienced that the system starts running low after Ubuntu for some time. So we'll make some tweaks and tips to make Ubuntu run faster. So before we see how to improve overall system performance in Ubuntu, let's ponder on why the system gets slower over the time. There could be several reasons for it. You may have a computer with a basic configuration that might have installed numerous applications which are eating up resources at boot time. It's not a rocket science, but you can continue using a system, installing apps, and carry out several tasks that affects your system resources in a way or another. So to ensure a fast performing system, you will have to manage several aspects of your Linux distribution. So let's get through it. So first, we need to reduce the default grep load time. So the grep gives you 10 seconds to change between dual boot OS or to go recovery. To me, it's too much. It also means that you will have to sit beside your computer and press the enter key to boot into Ubuntu as soon as possible. So some of the things that I will show you may not work because, as you can see, I'm using my Windows 11 as my main machine and this is Ubuntu as my virtual machine. So some of the tips may not work, but others will also work. So let's see which one those works and not. So now first what you need to do is you need to change the boot time. So if you are more comfortable using GUI tool, you can use GUI interface, but using a command line interface is very easy. So let's use this. So first type sudo, which means root access, then get edit gdit, then use etc default grab and so change the grab timer to 10 to grab timer 2. So this will change boot time to 2 seconds. Prefer not to put 0 in here as you lose the privilege to change the between 0 OS and recovery option. So once you have changed the configuration, then you're done with it. So then let's change our startup application or manage our startup application. And on things that you need to do is make sure you always disable these settings because this will make your Ubuntu feel slower. As you can see, it's very slow. Security updates only. Okay, not daily. I want it never. Download for their security. It will be display every 2 weeks. Never revert. Close. So another thing that you need to do is you need to manage your startup application. So over the time you tend to start the installing application. So if you're a regular app FOSS reader, you might have installed many apps from the week. So let's get done with the startup application. So let's search a start up application, and as you can see I have only couple of the application that are launching because I'm using a virtual machine and I choose not to install any of the application. So there will be a lot of application in here if you want to, if you are using as a main machine. So make sure you check all of those, uncheck all of those and just remove all, then you are done with startup application. And another thing you can do is install preload to speed up application load time. So preload is a daemon that runs in the background and analyze user behavior and frequently runs application. Once terminal, so let's we'll use this in our terminal. So let's open our terminal, type sudo apt install preload, password. So after installing, just restart your computer and forget about it. It will be working in the background and it will help you to speed up the application load time. So another good thing is choose the best mirror for software updates. It's good to verify that you are using the best mirror to update the software. So Ubuntu software repositories are mirrored across the globe and it is quite advisable to use the one that is near to you. So this will result in a quick system update as it reduces the time to get the package to the server. So where can you go that? So just system, just go to setting, just go software and update. Has been software just go to this software and update, then go to Ubuntu software and download from, this is my server. So make sure you choose the server that are you near from you. So it automatically select the server near for me because this is the server for my country, this is from Bangladesh. So as you can see, just type this and it will automatically select, or just type other, select base server and it will test for download the base server, and then you are done and it will run a test and tell you which is the best mirror for you. Normally the best mirror is already set, as I said in default it's set server for Bangladesh, so it will be set. So if you are set not server for mirror other country, then make sure just select other and choose the best one. So another one is a shell script wrapper. So apt fast is a shell script wrapper for apt get that improves update and package download speed by downloading package from multiple connections simultaneously. So if you frequently use terminal like me and use apt-get to install and update the package, you may want to give apt-fast a try. So install apt-fast via appa using a command like sudo add apt repository repository ppa apt fast / stable. So it will run this package, and which is very fast, and it will take some time. As you can see, my virtual machine is new, that's why it's not pre-installed, but before I use this it was pre-installed. So okay, we're done. Then we just type sudo apt get update, then the last line you need to do is sudo apt get install apt fast, because we will be using apt fast. Do you want to continue? Yes. And then you're done. apt fast is a shell script that improves update and package download, as I previously told you. So let's keep it continue in here, and let's talk about software package to install apt get. Do you confirm dialog? Yes. The next thing is, have you ever noticed the output of sudo apt update? There are three kind of line in it: hit, IGN, and get. However, if you look at IGN line, you will find that most of them are related to language translation. If you use all the application then package in translate, then there is absolutely no need for a translation of package database from English to English. So if you suppress this language related update from repositories, it will slightly increase the apt update speed. To achieve that, you need to open certain files. So just type sudo gedit, then we need to select our directory etc apt, maybe file name is apt.config.d/00 aptitude. Okay, and in here you need to add a line which is acquire acquire language none, and you're done. So that's the process. Then another thing you can do is you can reduce the overheating. So overheating is a common problem in your computer these days, and overheated computer runs quite slow. It takes, as you can see, my computer is very highly running, as you can see, very heated right now, 74 degree, because this virtual machine takes a lot of CPU power. So that's why my CPU is currently a lot of in heat right now. So TechBlazes open a program when thermal throttling affects your system. So there are two tools that you can use to reduce overheating and then get a better system performance in Ubuntu, which is TLP and CPU frequency. So to install the TLP, you need to just type sudo apt install TLP rdw. Then just type TLP start and it will automatically start, and don't need to do anything after installing TLP. It will work in the background. Just type sudo TLP start and it will automatically start, as you can see. AC mode auto. So it's running and it will automatically cool down your Ubuntu machine temperature or main machine temperature. So another thing that you can do is you can use a lightweight desktop environment if you can. So usually the default GNOME desktop powered Ubuntu distributor take a lot more resources or memory to work snipper. So in such cases, you can choose to opt for a lightweight desktop environment like XFCE or LXD or even KDE. These desktop environments use less RAM and consume less CPU. They also come with a set of lightweight applications that further helps in running Ubuntu faster. Then another thing you can do is you can use lighter alternative for defined applications. So this is more of a suggestion and liking. So some of the default or more popular applications are resource heavy and may not be suitable for an old computer. As you can see, my computer is pretty much new. I am using AMD Ryzen 7. So even my temperature is high, it will simply run smoothly without having error. And even my CPU can handle up to 90 degrees centigrade. So if you are using a new hardware, then it's a no issue. But if you are using old hardware, then it's a issue. And another thing is remove unnecessary software. So my machine doesn't have any software installed because I only install the light mode. As you can see, I only have this all software built in here. And also you can use system cleaner. I don't think I have system cleaner in here installed because I installed the light mode, as you can see. But in your Ubuntu machine, if you are using main machine, there is a system cleaner app. So make sure you use that system cleaner. And also free up in space in boot partition. So if you happen to use a boot partition separately, but I cannot show you the process because I am on a virtual machine, often it gets to the point where you have to have a free some space in able to install new application or work without any performance issue. So let's wrap this up. So these are the couple of the tips and tricks that you can make Ubuntu and other version much faster. I am sure these tips would provide a all better security or all better system performance. So that's all about the Ubuntu machine.
Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. So in this lecture we are going to install Android inside of our VirtualBox. So first you need to come to that website, which is android-86.org. Then click on download from FOSSHub. After that I'm going to click on Android 64-bit ISO. It actually depends on what bit your computer is. So my PC is 64-bit, that's why I'm going to click on that. So here you can see it is now downloading. So after completion of download, you will get a file like that. Don't click on it, you need to open VirtualBox. So after opening the VirtualBox, I'm going to click on new. Then I'm going to type like Android 1 hacking. Then we need to select type is Linux, and here we need to select other Linux 64-bit. Then next, base memory should be 2000, processor should be at least 2, but I'm giving it 3. Then next, 8 GB is okay. Then next, finish. So after that, it's not finished guys, we need to click on settings and do some configuration. So first of all, we need to click on system. So here I'm going to select acceleration and then click on KVM. After that, go to display, video memory full, then graphics controller should be VBox SVGA. Then everything is fine. Then go to storage and then click on empty. Then click here and choose a disk file. So you need to click the path from here to there. So here is already showing. I'm going to click on open and OK. So again the setting is system, processor, acceleration should be KVM, the display should be full, and VBox is VGA, and also tick here. Okay, so I'm going to click on start now. So here you can see right now it is installing, and I'm going to type go to advanced option and then auto installation. Yes. It can take some time, please be patient. Run Android. So here you can see it has been started. So that's how you can install Android on your VirtualBox.
Hello everyone. In this tutorial I will show you guys configuring all mobile platforms. So first I show some settings for Android in VirtualBox. So in previous video I take 3 GB RAM for Android machine in VirtualBox. Just make sure optional and hard disk is first and second, and take the floppy last in boot box. Go to processor, need to change something. Here I can take 2 processor, make 2. Go to display option. Now go to display option. And need to change graphics controller. One more thing, need to link here ID in this stores. Just click the empty controller ID, name, and select the location, the Android file I download, and change graphics controller VGA, VBox S VGA. This is the basic settings. Actually, whenever you configure your VirtualBox for Android. Press Enter, and in the attributes section have to indicate the local file where the Android 86 is located. Linked this. Here I download it, so my file is in download options. Here is my file, Android 86. Just open simply and click OK. And networks setting, let it be as it is. Now close the VirtualBox and open again VirtualBox machine. Simply click the Android or press start. Now Android 86 running. Automatic boot option is enabled and automatic boot is running. Need some time for this procedure. For the first time installation or configuration. Now look at.
Hello everyone, so in this lecture I'm going to show you the basics of virtual machine and the meta exploitable. So let's first talk about the virtual machine. So this is the virtual machine that will be download and install. So this is where we use our operating system for pen testing purpose. Like as you can see, I use mostly Kali Linux and Ubuntu in here, but you can also use like Windows 10, 7 and other Linux distributor as you want. So but at first you have to install this Oracle VirtualBox, then you can install these operating systems in here as a virtual machine. So let's first talk about how you can download and install this. So very simple, just type VirtualBox and then this is the home page. So as you can see, VirtualBox is a very powerful tool for as enterprises and also for home users like us, and it is also a feature rich and it also a professional solution that is freely available for open software for all of us that you're gonna use in your Windows machine. And under this VirtualBox you can use another Windows machine. Like this is our main, as you can see, this is my Windows 11. So in Windows 11 I am using VirtualBox, and in VirtualBox I am using Kali Linux and many other operating system as a virtual machine. So how you can download this? Very simple, just go to this downloads bar, click in here, then we are gonna choose which operating system you want. Like if you want Windows host, just click and it will, as you can see, it will download. As I already downloaded and installed it. Also you can use for OS, Linux and all of this. And if you download, it's very simple, I guess. It's mostly probably 100, as you can see it's 100 MB. So I already downloaded it. So this will be the exe or executable file on Windows for VirtualBox. and make sure you download the latest version so that it won't have any bug or etc. So and make sure you install the stable builds, not the beta build. You can also download beta builds in here, but I will highly suggest you to go for the platform package or stable release. So how you can download, how you can install this? Very simple. Just click next. What you have to do, and click on next, and then just select the directory and then finish. Very simple, very, I would say, easy process. As you can see, I have already installed this, so I can really show you this process. But as I said that it is very easy process. You can just click next, and it will, at the end it will just finish, and then you are done with installing. So and then this will show up, this page will show up without these two, because I already installed this. So these two won't show up in default. So in default this page will show up. So in here you can choose, like, go to settings to set the different settings. Then you can also import and export. So in here we are mostly using this button, which is new. So we'll be using in future this button to create new machine. But let's go to our preferences. So this is the, as you can see, this is our preference folder, and this is our authentication library. So you can also change any shortcuts you want in virtual machine. You don't need to check for update. And a language display, make sure you select it automatic, so that your display or monitor supports the better resolution. That will select it automatically. So make sure you select it automatic. And in network, make sure you create a network. How you can create? Just press button, as you can see, create a network. It will create a network. So let's just remove this. So it's pretty easy. It will create a network, and you don't need to do anything other than that. It's very simple and very easy. And for the proxy, it's just select auto, and you can just select these preferences, as it's the default preferences that you for your VirtualBox. And we'll show you how you can install Linux, Ubuntu or Windows in here in our future lectures using this new tool. So in this new tool, you can just name your operating system like that the want, like in here this is the directory where your operating system will be saved, and I will talk most about that, but this is for the basics. And for meta exploitable, you just search, pretty easy, meta exploitable. Just search meta exploitable VirtualBox. So this is the page. Make sure you go to this page. So this is our page for downloading our meta exploitable framework, and we will also use this VirtualBox to install this meta exploitable in here. And it's pretty easy. Just select your first name, last name, job title, and then submit. It will automatically download this meta exploitable, and I will show you in later how you can install this meta exploitable under in VirtualBox. So that's the basic of your Oracle Virtual Manager. It's pretty simple and pretty basic, and that's it. Hello everyone. So as we previously installed both Windows and Ubuntu in VirtualBox, so let's give you a basic overview of Windows into this VirtualBox. So let's just start by clicking start. It's a must to use a virtual machine, because when you are using penetration testing or for any hacking purpose, you cannot use your main machine like this machine. This is my Windows 11 machine, so you cannot really use this machine. So for that reason, we penetration tester or hacker, we all use a virtual box. Inside this virtual box, we all use any other virtual machines like Windows, Meta Explorer, Ubuntu, Linux, Kali Linux, and all of those. Because if somehow something goes wrong, your main machine won't be affected, this virtual machine will be affected, and you can just simply delete this virtual machine, and there you will have no problem of using your main machine also. Okay, so password is PSSWORD. So password is password, make sure you remember. So inside this virtual machine as Windows 10, you can do mostly all of the things you can do in here, but what you will do in this virtual machine won't be affected into your main machine. Like you can do all of the things that you want, like go to Google and search for anything. So you can watch multiple items, and the main thing is this Windows is the same exact one as the main Windows, but the fact is it's into this virtual machine, and our main machine is outside this virtual machine. So you can try penetration testing, all of those testing in here, and your main machine won't be connected, won't be affected with all of those. You can test into this one to this one and all of those. So as you can see, we have computer and all of those as similar as. So as you can see, we also have a hard disk, because we selected 40 GB. So this is our 40 GB, and 25 GB is also free in here. So we can just copy all of those. Like let me show you, like you can just simply copy this and paste this into Windows machine, and because as you can see, because we selected this bidirectional, which is this one, so make sure you use bidirectional so that you can simply copy paste anything you want in here. Like you want to copy text from here, just copy from your virtual main machine to your virtual machine. So that's the one thing. And then you can use any software you want in your virtual machine. You can install any of these things. Like in main machine, you cannot really install all the things, because your Windows Defender or Windows Security will block all of those malicious things. But in here you can install all of those things, because it undirected, and you can just install all of those, and for testing purpose or even for penetration testing or for hacking purpose, you can use all of those in here. So make sure you remember this is the password. So this is the thing for Windows, as simple. So let's just shut down. So let's see if it shut down in here. So it will shut down even in here. So basically the same way you use our daily life Windows machine, you can use this into your virtual machine also. So let's now talk about Ubuntu. So as we know, Ubuntu is a very popular operating system. So it will take some time, because I already worked on a lot of things on Ubuntu, and that's why it's on it took a huge space on my hard disk, something like 60-70 GB, because I mainly work penetration testing both on Kali Linux and Ubuntu, and also on Meta Exploitable for like XSS script or other things. So this is our Ubuntu machine. So in here you can go and check all of those. So this is the recent option. So frequently I use terminal setting and software. So by clicking all, you have like, as you can see, archive, calculator, disk, document, font, Firefox, and all of those things in here. And in setting you can even, if you want to like change it to full screen, like, then you can change all of those in here, as you can see. But I'm more comfortable using this as this resolution because I mostly work 2 or 3 operating system at a time, so it's more comfortable to switch from this to this. So again, you can use all of those settings in here. You can use application, you can download and install all of those application in here, and you use terminal like ifconfig to check the IP address. As you can see, this is my IP address of Ubuntu machine, and the same way that you use any Linux distributor. So Ubuntu is a popular Linux distributor, and also Kali Linux is a popular for Kali Linux is mostly popular for penetration testing. So that's why Ubuntu is mostly popular for like daily use cases. So in here you can choose all of those options, and also, so let's go to our desktop. So this is our trash folder. You can, like similarly as our Windows, and this is our wired connection. As you can see, you can change volume in here, you can change setting, log, power of all of those in here, and also, so this is our data bar, similarly like our Windows. So Ubuntu is, I think, most stylish also. So that's all about the basics. So you can also install software using this. You can visit browser using this, which is the built-in Firefox, which both on Kali Linux, Ubuntu, except for Microsoft, who uses still Microsoft Edge, but all of those are pre-installed in here. You actually don't need to do anything. So let's go to our, so as you can see, our virtual machine is not that fast like our main machine, so make sure you remember that. So that's all the basics that you need to know about those virtual machines. So let's just power off. And the main thing about all of those is your setting. So make sure you always change those setting and give a suitable amount of memory, RAM and processor. Make sure at least give them 2 processor, otherwise this won't work properly. And make sure you always check which adapter or network you're using. If you're using net network, then you select net network. If you're using bridge network as your Wi-Fi adapter, make sure you select this. These are the important things that you always need to know, both on for Ubuntu and both for these machines. As you can see, both of those I have network as bridge adapter, so that it connected all of those in my same network using my Wi-Fi adapter. So that's all the basics about Windows and Ubuntu.
Hello everyone, hope you guys doing well. So today's topic is mobile platform. So what is mobile application development? Mobile application development is the process to making software for smartphones and digital assistants. Most commonly for Android and iOS, the software can be pre-installed on the device, downloaded from a mobile app store, or accessed through a mobile web browser. The programming and markup languages used for this kind of software development include Java, Swift, C Sharp, and HTML5. Mobile app development is rapidly growing, from retail, telecommunications, and e-commerce to insurance, healthcare, and government organizations across industries must meet user expectations for real-time, convenient ways to product transactions and access information. Today, mobile devices and the mobile applications that unlock their value are the most popular way for people and business to connect to the internet, to stay relevant, responsive, and successful. Organizations need to develop the mobile applications that their customers, partners, and employees demand. Yet, mobile application development might seem daunting once you have selected the OS platform or platforms. You need to overcome the limitations of mobile devices and user your app all the way past the potential hurdles of distribution. Fortunately, by following a few basic guidelines and best practices, you can choose a platform. Many independent application development teams choose to build their apps for Android first. Why the vast majority, around 70% of smartphones, are on Android, and the Google Play Store has fewer restrictions than the Apple App Store. On the other hand, mobile applications developed for iOS have far fewer devices that need support, making organization simpler, and user retention is typically higher for iOS applications. Depending on the intended use case and target audience for the mobile application you are developing, you might have other considerations. For example, if you are designing app for your organization's employees, you will need to know everyone's requirement. So develop for native apps or hybrid apps. You could develop two native applications taking advantages of native APIs, and OS specific programming languages can help you build a powerful app. Most enterprise apps, especially ones that require substantial API traffic, benefit from native development. If you decide to develop native applications one at a time, you will likely want to begin with Android for some of the same reasons that independent app developers often focus on Android. You'll probably have better developing the full application as an MVP on Android and then converting and optimizing it to iOS after release. Another option is to go hybrid, taking a where once run anywhere approach. Hybrid apps use a single code base that can function on either platform. They are typically coded in a programming languages that's universally recognized, such as Java, JavaScript, HTML, or CSS, because you are denied access to the operating system's native APIs. Hybrid mobile application. So think light building for a mobile platform. Whether you choose native or hybrid mobile application development, one of the first hurdles you will need to overcome is the natively limited resources. Limited mobile platform resources mean you need to adjust your goals for your app design Throughout the mobile application development process, developers must work to ensure that their mobile app is less resource intensive than a typical desktop application. Delivering a great user experience is vital. That starts with understanding that your user interface for a mobile app should be similar than a desktop application interface. By creating a straightforward UX design that is focused on critical functions, you can provide a better user experience while consuming fewer resources. Your target mobile device will have much less processing power and memory than desktop computers or enterprise servers. These constraints might seem like a significant challenge, especially if you are more familiar with comparatively boundless resources for conventional software development for web apps. Limited mobile platform resources need to adjust your goals for your app design. Join a developer program. Neither Android nor iOS is completely open environment. Before your application can be officially distributed, you will need to join the appropriate developer program. The Android mobile application development program lets you use your existing Google account to create a developer account, pay the USD 2.5 fee and submit your application. Google Play, the official Android store, does have quality standards that must be met prior to publication, but there are more guidelines than actual rules. As part of your app development process, you can also distribute your applications outside the Google Play Store and allow users to directly download and install them by contract. By contract, the Apple mobile application development program sets a high barrier to entry. You need to pay a program fee of USD 99 per year and adhere to high standards. Once you're a member of the program, you get early access to beta versions of the operating systems. So this is it guys, hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching.
Now that we have a Kali Linux installed, let me just give you an overview of the system as a graphical user interface. So what Kali is, what's the structure of the file system, and we'll be also talking about some of the basics apps that we are going to use. So as you can see, this is the system bar where you can see your process similar like our Windows. Then we can use this one. So this one is for your network configuration. You can click in here and see all of the network information in here, your IP address, your gateway IP address, your mask and everything. So in here you can choose to select your and see your notification. In here you can see date and time. You can lock your Kali Linux machine using this button, and then you can log out, restart and shut down all your machine by pressing in here. So in here, this is our application menu. So Kali Linux has over 600 nearly, and most I would say that pre-installed for penetration testing and these all apps are for this penetration testing for to discover. So each program has this unique flexibility and use case. So Kali Linux does extreme job of separating these useful utilities into these categories. Like in here you have like all of those categories from information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and like forensic, post exploitation, and all of those. Into all of those there have lots of separated tools to use, as you can see. Then these are the settings, and then in here you can see all of those application, and in here we have see, as you can see, you have recently used application similar like in our Windows bar. So all of those can be found in here. So this here to restore the minimize window. So if you just click here, it will just minimize all of those. And then here this is our document or like my folder tool. So in here you can access desktop, document, download music, pictures, videos, even you can create folder, open terminal, all of those in here. So this is our text reader, which is a simple text editor, and this is our built-in Firefox, and this is our terminal. So you can use three types of terminal in here. Like this will be without the root terminal, which will be the basic terminal. Then in here you can use your root terminal, that will mostly use this root terminal, and in here you can also use PowerShell. And this is our workplace. Like you can have multiple workplaces in here, like just you can do multiple work, like you can check this one and simultaneously. So you can do all of those in your different workspaces. So as you can, as similar to our Windows. So as you can see, three different workspaces has the three different softwares. So you can use three different way in this. And then this is our shortcut, and from home menu you can see all of those similarly like in here. And then this is our file system, similar like our in Windows, which is the C program. So in here you can have all of those important folders and files in here, like temporary user, var, root folder, all of those. And some of the folders that in here need root permission, like in here, as you can see, you cannot open, but if you open this folder as root, as you can see, then you can access all of those folders and you can go anywhere in this file system. And then so these are all about this file system. Then this is our shortcut, this is the trash folder, similar like our in Windows and Mac. So this is our shortcut, you can create any shortcut if you want, similarly like we use in our Windows machine. So that's all the basic. So these things you don't need to actually worry about these, because these are all of the shortcuts. As you can see, these are the beach adapter, all of those information will be shown in here. So don't need to worry about these icons. So this is all about the basic graphical user interface of Kali Linux machine. So now I would like to show you and give you the upward view of the Linux terminal, which is this one. So let's open our Linux terminal as our root. So the terminal is a place where you can basically do anything you want on this operating system, and then you can run any program. And to run any program you have to use certain commands that are associated with the action that you want to do. So the Linux terminal is very powerful and it basically allows you to do much more than the graphical interface. A lot of programs that were going to use the graphical interface, but most of the tools don't have any graphical user interface, so you have to use this command line interface, because the command line interface is just much easier and it is also quicker. And in many scenarios you will see in the future that, like an example, like you might just get an SSH or a command prompt on the target computer. Therefore you need to know about this command in order to able to do whatever you want to do on this computer for a penetration testing or its security. So learning the command prompt or learning how to deal with the command prompt is very important. So we are going to be using it for the basic user case. So for now I'm just going to give you a very simple overview and how to use it, and I'll be talking about more of these features. So it is going to be become a much easier for you. So let's talk about our basic command line interface. So first is gonna be much easier than running through the graphical user interface, and it is very simple. As you can see, you just have to type any command in this result and it will display in the text. So let's first use a very simple command, which is password. So in this command, for security purposes, you are advised to change your password from your default password to a password of your choice, so that you can do commands. So you can do this by typing just password, then another simple command is ls, which is the list of their directory. So which is the directory of our root. So if you go to our root folder, you need as you can see, we are just have a one simple file in our root directory. So this is similar like dir on Windows. So this will list all of those files in here. So now let's talk about another command, which is pwd. So as you can see your working directory by simply running this command, which is pwd. And also we talked about listing directories, and so let's talk about listing hidden files. So for you to list all the hidden files and non-hidden files in the directory, use ls -la. So as you can see, ls -la command, since la command will display all of those hidden files. As you can see, there are lots of hidden files in here, but when you visit, there were only one files. And you will notice that some of the files name has preceded with a dot. These are the hidden files and that cannot be seen with GUI or graphical user interface. And changing directory, you can just changing directory to just cd downloads, or you can use any folder that you want to use, like you want to use command line interface on like our Python project. So just open terminal here. As you can see, this will go to this terminal, because as I am on root, so that's why I cannot go to this download. If I was on So that's the directory. Then accessing internet browser, you can just simply access internet browser by using this command. So as you can see, you can open Firefox using this Firefox command, and to be able to access the internet, you can just simply type Firefox or Chrome that you have installed. To create a directory, you can use a command like mkdir, which is making directory new. So we created a new directory in our folder, which is root. So let's open root. As you can see, we created a new folder. So this command followed by, so this will be the folder name that you want to name, so you can change anything you want. Then like adding a text into a file. So how we can edit a text into a file. So let's just type echo hello. So this echo keyword as the word code into the files that is started, or just to display the word if the file is not stated. So we created a new.txt file, and into this file we will have a hello text. So let's just visit to our root directory. As you can see, new text. As you can see, we have created a hello into this file. So that's how you create a or add a text into a file. And you can also locate file by using simple locate command, which is locate, and you can just locate anything like just I created. So let's create our new.txt. So it located new.txt, which is in our directory folder, because that's why it is, because I am currently on a root directory. So then you can like display content of a file. So to see the content of a file, you can just use cat command, and then you use the can to rename the file that will display the content, which is like anything. So you can do anything in here using the cat command. So another one is find your IP address. So to find your IP address, just type ifconfig, and it will give you the IP address and all of the network information from this machine. As you can see, my machine IP address is this, MAC address is this. So, and this is our Ethernet or wired network name. So it will vary from machine to machine. So that's how you use all of this. So that's all of those basic command line interface using this terminal. So that's how you, and that's all about this Kali Linux basic. No one on this planet will ever say that they enjoy a slow internet connection. It reduces your productivity, it causes problem in important meetings, online classes that can become harder and they have to be, and so on. So I will show you a couple of the things that you can do to speed up your internet connection. No need to worry about that. I will show you all of the methods that you can use to increase your upload and download speed or even browsing speed on your Windows 10 or 11. So there are essentially a couple of the methods that you can use to increase your upload and download speed. Like first method, like any tabs or application that may be using that can increase or that can internet can slow down your download speed. So if you don't know what apps are using on your internet, then simply just go to settings, then go to network and internet, then go to your Wi-Fi, because as you can see I am using Wi-Fi. So let's go to my Wi-Fi properties. Make sure your meter connection is off, because if you turn on your meter connection, then if you are using Wi-Fi, then it will automatically update Windows using your Wi-Fi, and it will take a lot of bandwidth, and it will eventually slow your Windows or slow your internet speed. So let's search for data. So in here, so let's go for Akash and data uses. As you can see, I have used like nearly 4 GB in here in the duration. So let's go to data uses, and as you can see, if you are in last 30 days, I used 243 GB using simply just Chrome and also Qubit. So you can check whether which uses or which application takes your data, then simply just block. Like if you don't use this app IDM, then you can just simply turn off, and it will automatically turn off your data usage, and you can just simply get more speed out of this your internet. And the one thing that I previously mentioned, make sure you turn off your meter connection off. This is important thing. Then other thing is, another cause of problematic speed is background apps on the use of internet. So you can disable certain apps that and can ensure that you get internet only for the desired application that you use. Like if you use Chrome, then you can just simply use your speed into this Chrome, not other apps like these apps or these apps. So let's go to setting, privacy and security. Okay, let's go apps. So if we go to our privacy, and if we go to our app permissions, like where is background apps? Okay, in Windows 11 they certainly changed some things. So in Windows 10 it used to be in here, but basically I'm using Windows 11, so it's hard to find all of the things that was in Windows 10 because they just changed all of the things. As you can see, they changed all of the settings. These are app and feature. Okay, let's search background app. What happened? Okay, I think they changed something in here. Okay, the next thing, the most important thing if you want a high speed is to use a wired connection, not wireless like I am in here using Wi-Fi, because this is a pretty simple step. Wireless connection are a little unreliable as compared to wired one, and going Ethernet can help you increase your upload and download speed. So if you can work comfortably at desk and use an Ethernet cable instead of a wireless connection, and it will massively improve your internet speed, because every wireless or Wi-Fi router has a certain speed limit, but if you use a Ethernet cable then there is no limit. The ISP that gives you the speed, and it will automatically send all of the speed into your machine if you use a Ethernet cable. And another thing you can do is use your Google DNS or Open DNS, because they are the most, I think, reliable and also most used DNS that you can find right now. So just go to control panel and then go to network. It is network and sharing center. Go to Akash, which is my Wi-Fi network. Then go to properties, and double click on the IPv4, this one, because we are using IPv4. And as you can see, we are using the automatic DNS, because so what this automatic DNS does is this DNS will receive from the ISP DNS, because ISP gives a certain DNS that will, so the DNS that we are receiving right now is from the ISP, but you need to use the DNS which is in here, like Google DNS, which is 8888. Okay, it should be 8.8.8.8, and your alternate, so preferred DNS should be 8.8.8.8, and your alternate should be 8.8.4 because 4 dot, oh god. So this is the Google DNS that you can use to speed up your internet browsing speed. It will not improve your download or upload speed, but it will massively increase your browsing speed, because if you use Google DNS, and Google is almost like everywhere, so it will help you to increase your browsing speed. So, or if you want to use a Open DNS, then you can use like, so let's go protocol again and change. So Open DNS is first 20 like 8 dot 67 dot 222 dot 222. Okay, so this is the Open DNS preferred DNS server. If you want to use Open DNS instead of Google DNS, both are fine for, okay. So, and then the alternative DNS of Open DNS is 208.67.67 67.220.220. So this is the Open DNS. So if you want to use Google DNS or Open DNS, then you can use this. So that's the one method. Then the other method you can do is go to your router setting and change couple of the router setting that you are using. Okay, let's pause because I don't want to show you my router info. So let's pause. Okay, so I'm now right now in our router. So make sure you channel always use auto and also use the highest mode that possible, and also channel width use auto. So for your safe browsing. So these are the settings that you need to change. Then you can use DHCP server enable. So make sure you also enable this. Then you should enable your UPnP setting. This will highly improve your browsing stability. Then so these are all of the things that you can change into your router and also in your Windows. So whenever I change setting, I always restart my computer to ensure everything has been implemented properly. So make sure you restart after all of those settings and retry whatever you're downloading and uploading, and hopefully your connection will be improved. So in this lecture we will be talking couple of parts. So let's first talk about anonymity. So what is anonymity? So computer makes anonymity much more difficult and complicated. Before, computers and the internet simply blend in, making an effort, looks and act like everything else would be enough to stay under the radar of anyone who might be looking for you, whether they are the authorities, a bill collector, or a salesman. With computer, however, there are many different ways that you can be identified, so they all can be automated and there is no possibility of sneaking past of a napping security guard or distracted secretary. So first is IP address. So all devices that connect to the internet are identified by an IP address. So IP address are assigned by the ISP and given an IP address, and the ISP can identify the account and location of the system that being used. Web server, especially those providing services, set cookies containing identifying the information on your system when you access the service. Information about your system such as browser that you are using and your operation system that you installed, and that you install other fonts, plugins and other software that can all used for profiling your system. So that's all for anonymity. So let's now talk about what is Tor browser. So Tor, which is a short for the Onion router, is completely free open source browser that helps you to surf the internet anonymously. It erases your browser history automatically with every session and encrypts all your traffic. It also lets you access the dark web, the hidden and undexed websites on the internet which you cannot browse using normal Chrome or other browser. Because of its ability to let you access the world wide web freely, and some countries also block this server Tor browser. So originally this Tor browser was developed by the US Navy to enable anonymous online communication for military organization. So these days the Tor manually focused its attention on its browser and the development of a few privacy tools, which will be talked later. Now how Tor works. So to aim to improve your online privacy and up to the point and security, the browser makes use of Tor's vast and worldwide server network to hide your IP and secure your connection. So when using Tor browser, your data goes to different Tor servers or nodes. The traffic is heavily encrypted. Then slowly decoded and one layer at a time, and then it goes to different nodes. This means that whoever is trying to identify you based on your online traffic, that will just stumble on the last server of your data traffic that passed through, which is like exit nodes in here. So in other words, the Tor browser makes it impossible or at least very difficult to identify other users or Tor users for surfing the web anonymously. So using the Tor browser is better than any other normal web browser. The triple layer encryption comes with a disadvantage also. The Tor browser is generally much slower than your bare network connection because your online traffic is sent through different nodes and your internet connection will have to go the long way around, therefore it became much slower. So why use Tor? So there are many good reasons to use Tor. Many of these is like detailed on the Tor browser's website. So the two fundamental uses for Tor are to maintain privacy and to circumvent the censorship. So there are many good reasons to stay private, mostly to avoid unwanted attention to your interest, whether the attention manifests itself with endless advertisement targeted to you based on your Google searches, or to avoid attention from your network administrators monitoring traffic for forbidden content. Privacy is implied to the right to left alone. So given the amount of data that can be collected anytime when you connect to popular websites, it is reasonable to avoid leaking personal information using an anonymizing network like Tor that gives user control over what information is revealed through their web browsing. So if the remote server or network connectivity provider is not aware of the actual location of the organization of the user that browses anonymously, that server cannot tailor their replies based on that information. So there are many good cases for using Tor. So let's download and install KeepsOS, which is the best operating system for anonymity. So just visit this website, which is the official website of KeepsOS. Download this ISO, and this is a very long file, so make sure you download this. And after that, so go to the directory that you downloaded. So where is the, as you can see, I already downloaded KeepsOS. So let's try to install this KeepsOS on our VirtualBox. So first type new KeepsOS and then select Linux. So KeepsOS is based on Fedora. So make sure you select Fedora. It won't be selected as default. So make sure you use Fedora as 64-bit. Then click next. Use at 2 GB RAM. Then select as default. As default BDI. Dynamically create. And then give it a 10 GB space. So less than just create. So what you have to do now is you have to set up some things, which is like enable EFI, click this, give that a 2 processor, and then give that a video memory of 128 MB, enable extended feature. So make sure you, so then network, make sure you select as Breeze network if you are using a wireless network like me. Then select the file that you downloaded, which is the ISO file. So choose a disk file, go to and select the KeepsOS, press OK, and then you are done. And KeepsOS is a very long process to install, so it will take some time. So just press enter. and it will take some time, so let's just pause. Okay, now click continue. Then you have to partition your hard disks, so let's just untick this and then done. As you can see, you just click begin install, set a root password. The password. Okay, then select your username. Okay, we don't need password, so let's just done. Okay, it will take some time to install, so let's just pause. So it took around 15 minutes, then after that it will ask you to reboot. So after rebooting the Keeps OS, this page will load up, so just click in here and click set as all default. You don't need to change anything, just set default. So as you can see, it's a long process, so it took you like half an hour to complete the all installation process. So be patient and follow those steps like mine. So it will also take some time, so let's just pause again. So we are done with configuring the initial setup, so let's just finish the configuration, and then you can just simply use the Keeps OS, which is considered the best operating system for anonymity. As you can see, we logged into this Keeps OS and you are good to go. So this is what the desktop looks like in Keeps OS, and you will probably notice that it looks just like a normal Linux desktop. So let's dive into in here, which is our application menu. So let's click in our application menu. So each entry in here actually a virtual machine, and each one of those virtual machine can contain different application that you might want to use. Basically, a virtual machine is another completely separate operating system that runs within our current operating system within this computer right here. So each of these entries, as you can see in here, is another operating system and has the name called virtual machine. So it is as if it is completely different computer, and it has its own storage, own RAM, own CPU, and it has its own resources. And therefore this implementation is very secure, because none of these virtual machines can communicate with each other. So if one of those get hacks in here, or an application that is stored is one of those virtual machine get hacked, it will not be able to compromise the other virtual machine in here. Now you notice that there are different types of virtual machine in here. So like we have like disposal virtual machines. So we have disposal virtual machine domain service, disposal domain service, and also templates. So the disposal virtual machine are the virtual machine that most people use. So this virtual machine is designed to run untrusted file, or files that you think might be malware or viruses, because once you run these files, and then if these machines get hacked in those disposal machine, or the viruses or the backdoor that cannot be moved or the hacker cannot move, and then it compromise the machine, because like we said, everything is completely separate machine in here. Not only that, once you turn off this disposal machine, everything that was stored on it, including the viruses or backdoors, all will be removed. So when you start it again, and it will start completely brand new machine. Next, we have like domain, as you can see in different color, and the idea of these machines are normal computers or normal virtual machine that can be used for normal uses. So you have one called personal. So you should use this for whatever the personal use. So you use this computer for like listening music, watching YouTube, watching sports videos, whatever you like, and you will be using this on it on this domain, which is the personal. And this is the virtual machine that is designed for you for the untrusted data, which is this one, domain untrusted. For example, doing like normal tab web browsing. So if you are searching for something and you are not sure if you are going to land on an untrusted website, then you can use this untrusted machine. So don't open your mail or any account of this using this untrusted domain, because it is untrusted and you are going to get untrusted task and opening untrusted website. So therefore, even if their machine is getting hacked, your personal data on your personal computer will not be compromised, because they are two complete separate from this virtual machine, which is personal and untrusted. So now we have a one like vault. So this is the virtual domain that is not connected to the internet, and the whole idea is that is you store your most important and most secretive files or data in here, which is the vault domain. So you can store your like secret keys, you can store your password, you can store documents that are very important to you, that you cannot risk them being leaked. And again, the low idea is this: it is not even connected to the internet, and it is completely separate computer connected to separate virtual machine like this. These are all separate, therefore it is very difficult or next to impossible to hack into. And finally we have like work domain, and this is just another virtual machine that is designed for you to use for your work task. So you can use for your work email, you can log into your work, you are working to a certain platform, and again this is completely separate virtual machine. So any of these machine can get compromised. Your workup in this machine would not be compromised, because it is completely separated from all of these machines, from all of those computers. So you have like services in here for like use for terminals and other use cases. So that's all about the Cubes OS, the why Cubes OS is more secure than any other operating system, because it disposes once you log out all from this machine. So let's talk about VPN. So VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. So in short summary, what is VPN? So VPN creates a secure connection between you and the internet. So when you connect to the internet through a VPN, all your data traffic is sent through an encrypted virtual tunnel, and this has multiple advantages, like you will be more anonymous on the internet, you will be safer on the internet, and you will be freer also on the internet. So let's talk about what is VPN. So back to the basics. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. So using a VPN is an easy and efficient way to increase your online safety, privacy, and freedom. So when you are using the internet, there is a constant process of your device exchanging data with other parties on the web. So a VPN creates a secure tunnel between your device like smartphone, laptop, PC, and it connects to the internet. So the VPN allows you to send your data via a encrypted secure connection to a external server. which is the VPN server. So from there, your data will be sent onward to its destination on the internet. So rerouting your internet traffic through a VPN server has several advantages. First, it helps you to hide your identity online. Second, it secures your data. And third, it allows you to use the internet more freely without getting caught. And also, you can use websites that are restricted on your country or on your region. So you can also visit those websites. So how VPN works? Connecting to a VPN is generally quite simple. So after subscribing to a VPN provider, you download and install an VPN software. Then you select a server you want to connect, and then a VPN will do the rest of the things for you. You don't have to do anything. So when connection has been established, first, the VPN software on your computer encrypts your data traffic and send it to the VPN server through a most secure connection. Then the data goes through your internet service provider or ISP, but they can no longer snoop because of the encryption. Second, the encrypted data from your computer is decrypted by the VPN server. Then the VPN server will send your data on the internet and receive a reply which is meant for you for the user. Then the traffic is encrypted again by the VPN server and then the VPN server is sent back to you, and the VPN software on your device will decrypt the data so that you can actually understand and use it. So the VPN application runs in the background of your computer, mobile or tablet. So you can access the internet as you normally would, and you won't notice anything different because VPN itself will do all of those work, and then you will be able to get around online with restrictions. So let's talk about some of the best VPN that you can get. So let's talk about the best 5 that I used so that I can give you my opinion for the best. So the first one I would say is ExpressVPN. I think most of you heard this name, and I would say the ExpressVPN is the best anonymous VPN which is highly private. So let's go to Express. So this is the best anonymous VPN, highly private and packed with feature with zero logs policy. Then stealth server and also has 30-day money back guarantee. So let's talk about the pros that I noticed. It is super fast, great for streaming, customizable encryption option to maximize the security, then easy to use apps for all platform, then it has zero logs policy, and it's worked with a long list of streaming service. So the thing is, every VPN has cons even though they are great. So it also has cons, like it has like only 5 simultaneously connections are allowed into this ExpressVPN, and I think this is the most expensive because I think it's per month is like $12 to $15, I think, as far as I remember. So let's go product for Windows. So as I said, it's $12 per month, and I think this is the premium and the best you can get at this price. And the thing about one of the issue is, if you are into this ethical hacking, it has lack of port forwarding, so make sure you remember that. And the second one is NordVPN. So NordVPN is the best feature is, I would say, anonymous VPN, including a kill switch, leak protection, and also stealth server, as well as 30 days money back guarantee like ExpressVPN. As you can see, it has lots of features. So let's go see the pricing. So per month, as you can see, is lower than ExpressVPN. So let's talk about the pros. It accepts Bitcoin for more anonymous payment. Then it has ad and malware blocking tools, including the offer, and it is consistently, I think, the best first connection and plenty of customization for privacy. And let's talk about the cons. So it's expensive, as you can see, $12 is very expensive. It has also no port forwarding, and it is not ideal for torrenters who use torrent. And it has similarly the 6 simultaneously connection one at a time. So third is private internet access. So let's search that. So private internet access is one of the secure anonymous VPN with a code proven zero log policy and customizable security features. So all of those are 30 days money back guarantee. So let's talk about the pros. So it has advanced encryption options, which is like including OpenVPN and WireGuard, and also it has no logs policy, proven in code, which is the good thing, and it has huge networks of server. So let's talk about the cons. So not the best VPN for beginners who needs a hands-on support, and I think it is the US based only. So it is in the slower side. It is not quite fast as ExpressVPN or NordVPN, but also it's expensive. Even though it has lags on like speed and connections, it also asks you $12 per month, so it is very expensive. With this, I would not recommend. With this price, you can go after ExpressVPN or NordVPN. And another one, let's talk about private VPN. So these are all the VPN that I used, so that's why I am talking about features that you can try. So this is the best cheap anonymous VPN, I would say, in top 5. Plans are inexpensive, apps are very easy to use, and there are no logs. So let's go to pricing. As you can see, very cheap, $9 per month. And so let's talk about the pros. It is the cheapest VPN on the list that I am showing. Very beginner friendly and smooth surface. Works seamlessly with most streaming platforms like Netflix, HBO Max, Disney, etc. And so another thing is, let's talk about the cons. So not independently audited. It is slower, as you realize. In $9 it will not give you the same fast experience like Express or NordVPN, and it has fewer servers than ExpressVPN. And the last one is Viper VPN. So Viper VPN is, I would say, the all-rounder anonymous VPN with sleek apps for all platform and audited zero logs policy. So let's see the pricing. Where is the pricing? Features, benefits, get Viper VPN, choose a plan. So as you can see, it's higher than our previous VPN, which is private internet access. It is nearly an $8.50. So let's talk about the pros. So it has audited no logs policy. It is very fast and secure due to its infrastructure, and it has a proprietary Chameleon stealth server for advanced authentication. And for cons, it has a connection time that can be a little slow. So it does not accept crypto payments, and also other providers have more servers to choose from than this one. So out of all of those, I would suggest you go for either NordVPN or ExpressVPN. These are two of the best VPN server you can get. I would not recommend you to use free VPN service. It is not secure and very slow. So make sure you always go for the premium, and even if you want to spend lower, make sure you at least use Viper VPN or internet private VPN, because they are the lowest at price, like $7 to $8. This is the option that you can choose out of all of those premium features. So that's all about the VPNs. Hello everyone. So in this lecture, we will be talking about how to set up a OpenVPN server. So at first, let's talk about what is OpenVPN. So OpenVPN is a full-featured SSL VPN which implements OSI layer 2 and 3 secure network extension using the standard SSL or TLS protocol that supports flexible client authentication method based on certificates, smart cards, and or username password credential, and allow user to group specific access control policies using firewall rules that apply to the VPN virtual interface. So OpenVPN is not a web application proxy, and that does not operate through a web browser. So OpenVPN 2.0 expand on the capabilities of OpenVPN 1.0 by offering a scalable client or server mode, allowing multiple clients to connect on a single OpenVPN server process over a single TCP or UDP port. And OpenVPN includes a large number of improvements, including a full IPv6 supports and polar SSL support. So now we'll see how to set up a OpenVPN server under Windows. So OpenVPN, as I said, is a very powerful VPN which has a several advantage, as it is free, compatible with most operating system, and it is kind of, I'd say, easy to implement, and it is highly configurable. So first we have to download an OpenSSL. So in order to this, you have some prerequisites. So in order to create a connection certificates, we will have to install OpenSSL software library and personally use the ciproweb.com package. So just go and download OpenSSL light version. As you can see in here, we are using the light version of exe. OpenSSL 3.0 Lite. So I am using light version to test this out. You can use another version, but I will ask you to follow this same procedure. That's why I just choose the light version, and then after that, after download is complete, just simply open the executable file, and it will just ask you some basic installation process. As you can see, it will just tick I accept the agreement. Then next, select the default directory. Do not change this directory. Make sure you select the default directory, then click next. Then name as OpenSSL, click next, and make sure you select this. In default it will be selected in here, the Windows system directory, but make sure you select this as OpenSSL binary directory. It is very important, because it will install into this directory, is that we will, otherwise we won't be able to connect our server that will be created. So make sure you just click or check this and then simply just press install, and it will take some time like 3 to 4 minutes and just done. So I would suggest you, if you are able to donate, because it is free, so it will be helpful for developer to keep continue this software. So make sure if you can just donate $5 or $10. Then after that, what you have to do is, now we have to add OpenSSL in our environment variable. So we will add OpenSSL inside environment variable. So just go to your Windows machine, search run, and after opening run, it will be similar like this. Just simply type system properties advanced. So it will open up system properties. So this is the text. So simply just type this and it will open up this system properties. In default, it will have computer name. So go to this bar, which is advanced toolbar. So in advanced, just simply go at the end or bottom, just type environment variable, because we need to add OpenSSL in here. So we have to change this environment variable. So just click environment variable. So after that, as you can see, we have couple of the variable for administrator like path, temporary, and TMP. So but we will be using this one. So simply, if you are not find it here, it may be bottom or up. So make sure you check the path directory. So simply just click edit. So make sure you select first, select the path, otherwise you cannot edit. Make sure you select path, then edit, then it will ask you to add this. So it will be blank, so make sure you create new, and after creating new, it will, you can type. So make sure you type similarly just like this. Make sure you don't forget to add. So this is the important part. So make sure you click new, then just simply type this line that you are seeing in this picture, and after that just simply press OK. And what this will do, it will create or add a OpenSSL in our environment variable. So after that, just simply press OK to cancel or done all this, and after that just open a new Windows command to check if you can run OpenSSL command. So as you can see, OpenSSL version, if you just type OpenSSL version, if you fully follow my process, then it will have installed your OpenSSL. Otherwise, if you don't follow the same procedure, then it will show error. It will say that your OpenSSL is not installed. So make sure you follow all of those, and obviously add, this is the important, add a new environment variable in your Windows machine. So after that, after adding our environment variable, what you need to do is we need to install our OpenVPN. So just visit OpenVPN official website and then just download. So let me show you the process. So what you have to do now is you have to download OpenVPN as an installer. So here what you have to do, you have to create a download. So if you are using Ubuntu, make sure you install this for Ubuntu, Debian, Red Hat or CentOS. So make sure you download your package, and then we'll be seeing the next process in our next lecture. So just download and the OpenVPN. So simply just download this MSI for 64-bit MSI installer, and then just simply it will be exe file. So make sure you install the same way that I will be showing. So not just, you don't need to click install, you need to click customize, because you need to customize something in our OpenVPN service. So just click customize, because if you want to install OpenVPN as server, we will need to choose customize, otherwise you cannot open you cannot use OpenVPN as a server otherwise if you cannot choose customize. So just click customize, then click this OpenVPN service, because we need to enable OpenVPN service in order to make it work at boot. So just click OpenVPN service, then we just install a utility called EasyRSA3 certified management script. So simply just click this, then click install, because we need EasyRSA, this one 3, in order to able to create a server and client certificate. So this is must, so otherwise it won't work on server and client certificate. So just select this, click install, and then once the OpenVPN install is done, so simply just click close. And then what you need to do is you need to set up our certificate authority and generate certificates and keys for server and clients. So we will set up PKI to able to create our server and client certificate. So simply just go to your Windows, just search for command prompts or CMD, and must open it as an administrator. And then we need to do some command. So we need to type certain commands, like type these two commands to enter inside the EasyRSA shell. So first simply type this, after type that, and then it will enter to the EasyRSA shell. After that we need to remove existing configuration just for some good measure. So simply just type this inside your command prompt on Windows, and then we need to initialize the PKI, and they will ask you, the command prompt will ask you to confirm. So simply like this, as you can see, after typing previous two command, it will be simply like this, and then press yes or type yes, and then after that we need to build some certificate authority inside terminal. So simply we need to type this command. This is the command. First we need to type, then we need to build our server certificate and keys. So simply just type this is the command, and then we need to general diffie Hellman parameter, which is easy. This line in command prompt, this will generate a diffie Hellman, and then at the end we need to generate our client certificate, which is this, and this will generate all the client certificate. Make sure you follow all of those in your command prompt. This is the couple of the command that we need to use. So after all of this is done, we need to generate our certificate. So what we need to do is we need to put all of those files that we created, like ca.crt, ds.pem, or like server.crt, these files into this config.auto directory. So these are the files: server.key, ds.pm, ca.crt, and server.crt. This is the file. we need to copy and paste it in config auto and just in config folder. And then we need to add a Windows firewall rule. So we need to open like 1194 UDP port on our port to allow OpenVPN client connection. So use the Windows Firewall Management Console, or this just using this command inside a administrator command line. We will do all of those. So after commanding this, it will open up a server.openvpn file. So what you need to do is we need to edit the OpenVPN file to similarly like this. So make sure you change all of those into this, and then what you need to do is we need to save this OpenVPN config file and just restart our OpenVPN service. So how can you restart OpenVPN service? Simply go to service. So first search for run in your Windows, then search for service.miscellaneous or service.msc. So this will open up all the services that are running inside your Windows machine. So then search for the OpenVPN service. It will be similarly like this. It will automatically in start mode. So make sure you press stop then restart, or otherwise you can just click restart to restart your OpenVPN service, or you can use command prompt to restart or stop OpenVPN service. Just simply type net space stop space OpenVPN service. It will do the same thing in command prompt that we do it in our graphical user interface or manually. So what we need to do now is we have to use our client configuration now. So our OpenVPN client will be on Windows 10 and it will be roll on OpenVPN client. So first, similarly, we need to download the same package here with some default parameters, and we need to copy the certificates from the servers. Like these are the files then that we need to copy to this config file, which is ca.crt client 0001.crt and client 01.key. These are the files that you need to copy to this config file from your server file. So these all files are in here as you can see. So make sure you click copy and paste it in this directory. And then similarly we are going to open our client configuration file, which is client.obpn file with administration right that we previously or similarly did for servers. So similarly just edit it like this. You need to remote OpenVPN IP and port, which is 1194. So make sure you edit all of those similarly like this and just save, because these are the configuration file that we need to establish a connection. So then what we need to do is we need to establishing the connection. So simply it will create a desktop connection. So simply run as administrator. So make sure you always open OpenVPN GUI or OpenVPN software run as an administrator, because that will have a root access or like administrator rights. So then after clicking this run as administrator, it will open a shortcut in your navigation bar or bar. So then what you need to do is right click onto this button, which is the computer icon. Simply just type right click in here and just click connect, and a pop-up will confirm that either you are connected or not connected. So if you are connected, this will be similarly like this, and your accent will be like this, and OpenVPN GUI for Windows. So to join the server, what you need to do is you need to type this address into anywhere to join the server. So just simply type this into here. As you can see, it is the server that will use this IP address. So that's how you create or open a OpenVPN server and clients in Windows. So previously we talked about lots of premium VPNs, Express, NordVPN, and all of those VPN which are premium, and we talked a lot of this. So let's now talk about a free VPN that we can use, which is, I think, in my opinion, is usable but not the best. But if you are free to pay, or if you are just a free user that you want to use a VPN for free, then you can use this. So let's go and check that out. So you can use a free VPN both on Windows, Mac, and also on Android phone. Lots of free VPNs are free, but not a lot of them are good. So let's try one of them, which I think is good as a free unit. So let's search for Firefox extension, because we will using a VPN on our Mozilla. So Firefox extension, let's search for VPN. As you can see, there are lots of free VPNs are in here, like free VPN proxy. We'll talk about this later, because we will be testing this out. And then Rush VPN, as you can see, lots of users are in here. And also the ratings, as you can see, most of them are low rating. Hotspot for VPN proxy. So as you can see, lot of them are not that good, but as you can see, lots of users are using Touch VPN, because I think this is the best free VPN that you can use right now. I don't think there is a better free VPN than Touch VPN is available in market right now. So just simply go to and click the Touch VPN, then just simply add this to Firefox. You can also rate this by clicking here. So let's just click and add this to Firefox as an add-on, and as you can see, it's done. It's very little, like 1 or 2 MB, and it's very simple to use. It's just one click to all, I think. So let's set up our free VPN. So once you are done with add-on to your Firefox, this will show up in here, or you can just go in here, more tools, where is extension. So these are the extension that you are in here. So but in shortcut you will have add-on in here. So just click in here. As you can see, they will ask you to read all of this, so make sure you read this if you have any concern. So I'm just gonna click got it. So very simple user interface. You can choose your choice. So these are all the choice that are for free, like you can use US, Canada, Russia, Germany, Netherlands. So let's try Netherlands. So in here, this is the bar menu, so you can sign in. So what is this feature? So when you sign in, every time you install this in your defined machine, it will automatically switch location, and it will automatically set all of those that you set previously, and it will automatically set all of those in your all other devices. And then auto protect website, you can protect website using in here. So as you can see, as soon as you open this website, secure connection will be automatically enabled. Then you can exclude website that you don't want to VPN to work, like many Facebook and other websites that many Facebook I think face some problem when using VPN on Facebook. Sometimes they ask you to verify you whether you are a real person or not. So that's why sometimes it's better to exclude Facebook. Then you can read privacy, and here also you can try that in for phone. So it's, as you can see, it's available on lots of devices: Mac, App Store, Microsoft, Google Play, my Windows, Firefox, Chrome. So all of those platforms are available to use on Touch VPN. So let's use. So simply, or also another thing you can just share in here. So simply choose a location like Germany. Just simply press connect, and it will connect your VPN. As you can see, you are now browsing from VPN. And as you can see, it's very slow because it's free. That's why it's slow. Every free VPN that you will test is very slow. That's why I always recommend you to use like Express VPN or NordVPN. Okay, this is taking so much time. As you can see, 5 Mbps speed, and all the bandwidth that you use will be in here. So ad blocker, you can use ad block, you can enable tracker, you can enable cookies that will be blocked, and you can malware block, you can all of those block using this here, and also you can exclude. I think my internet has some problem, so let's just stop. As you can see, this free VPN also has some problem. Okay, let's try again with different location like United States. So let's try if it loads or not. As you can see, it loaded on using what is my IP address. So let's try our IP address. As you can see, this is my IP address currently right now. So if we change our location to Canada, so let's see what this does. As you can see, my IP address instantly changed. So we are from Europe. As you can see, service is network sharing service, which is our VPN service, which is city and region France, country France. So that's how you simply use a VPN, free VPN. So let's try another one to see how another free VPN service works. So let's try a high user. So let's use this one. Simply just add to Firefox. It's downloading, but it's taking some time. So I think there is some problem with this. This add-on is not actively monitored, so it's better not to install this. Let's try another one. I think my internet has some problem. So let's disconnect and connect again. So as you can see, other my VPN service has some problem, that's why I cannot install. As you can see, simply just on click and installed. So that's how basically you use VPN. But the process of touch VPN is identical to all of the devices that you will use, like Android, Mac, or other operating system. It's pretty much the same process. This is the pretty much the same user interface that will be seen in other operating system. So that's how you use a free VPN service. Tor tool is primarily two things. It is anonymizing network, which you can see here beautifully right in front of you. This is actually a live representation of a Tor network, and it's a piece of software, and it's a software that enable access to this Tor network or Tor network, which is known as the Tor browser. And previously we know what this Tor browser is. So there is Tor network, and which is, as you can see, Tor browsing to our connection. So most of the Tor relays operated in Central Europe, as you can see, Finland, Germany, Switzerland. As you can see, lots of Central Europe that it operates. So as you can see, it's from Paris or London. Then there's also in 212 relays on Switzerland. Also, as you can see, I am also on relays on Switzerland, and also on Germany. As you can see, Germany. So most of the relays are from Central Europe, and it is increasing year by year. So if you see the chart, so as you can see, in London the speed, and you can see all of those connection details in here, and outer details connection. So if you see the chart here, that in my experience in London, the speed and latency of Tor is increased a lot over the time. So the total browser consists in here in Tor browser, and launches with no script and HTTPS everywhere. Then this is what is Tor project. When you are connected to a Tor project, this will be the default page that it should look like. So I think you are familiar with it, as I already talked a couple of lecture about this Tor browser. As you can see, you have a lots of icon in here. So this is our connection circuit icon. So we can see the configuration as browse. So configure to use the Tor, and this is our IP address, and this is our Tor circuit. So from this browser it goes Switzerland to Sweden to Germany, then it goes to this web page. You can simply change your circuit by simply pressing this. As you can see, it goes to now Italy, and your IP address also changed. As you can see, United States, Latvia. So every time you do this, your IP address will change, and will have different IP address where it's actually using a different circuit. So you can see the circuits in browser in here. So we are going through these all relays, to this relay, to this relay, and then onto the internet. And then you can see the exit node, which is obviously the same as this. And then we have the new tool circuit for this site. So this will create a new circuit, but it will not restart the browser. So there is a difference between new identity and this is the new identity. It will restart your browser and it will create a new identity, but this will not create a new identity. It will just create a different IP address. So let's click. So as you can see, it will close all of those tabs and reset your identity. As you can see, it reset my identity and restart the browser. So this will just simply change your IP address and what's the Tor relays are coming from, but this will just simply create a new identity. So make sure you always use this when you're done with browsing for 10 to 15 minutes, because this will help you to be very anonymous on online if you use this frequently. So make sure you use that. And this is our security level. So by default its security level is in standard, so let's go and change. So if you want your highest anonymous or you want your highest security, make sure you always set this safest, because in standard mode it will simply work like any browser that you use like Chrome, Firefox, but in safest mode, as you can see, it allows website to require the static and basic web services, and this will change like image media and service like JavaScript will be disabled, some fonts that will be disabled, audio and video and all of those will be disabled. So make sure you always check those and set those to safest, and make sure you click this block dangerous and deceptive content and also block dangerous download, because many of the website gives ads that automatically download files, so it will block all of those. So these two things are most important for your anonymity and safe browsing. And make sure you always take those and set to those. You can also change to safer, but as you can see it is not safe. As you can see, it will cause some site to lose functionality, so make sure you always set those to safest. And also you can customize your Tor by simply customize Tor. Where is the setting? Okay, customize toolbar. So make sure you always set HTTPS everywhere in here. So because as we all know, more HTTP websites are mostly vulnerable, so this will just simply clicking this will HTTPS, it will make all of those websites that are on HTTP will make HTTPS and make your websites more secure and browsing more securely. And there's some of the config tools that you can use, and also you can use no script. So for the site you don't want a script, you can just simply click this and it will automatically override the Tor browser setting to this preset. So that's all of the settings that you need to configure before browsing any wiki websites like you are not being redirected to So make sure when you visit all of those websites like these websites, chains, privacy, email providers, blogs, make sure you always change those settings so that you can browse safely and tension free and anonymously, obviously. So you can also, as you can see, you can choose all of those browsers like dark web. So all of those onion sites you can visit after setting all of those. So make sure you always change all of those settings and configures for anonymously. The Tor network consists of two kinds of relay nodes, normal relay nodes and bridge relay nodes. The normal relay nodes are listed in the main Tor directory and the connection to them can be easily identified and blocked by the sensors. So the Tor bridges is the consequential list of relays is available to everyone. It's easy for a government, a law enforcement agency, or any network or adversary to block you from using tools by blocking all the relays that are in the consequences. So a bridge is an unpublished relay to attempt to solve the problem, but the Tor relays being blocked, bridge became your first relay instead of the guard relay. So no money to use as bridge if using toward the block by censorship or using Tor dangerous. Where your is legal, where your is considered suspicious to your adversaries. So if you live in an uncensored area, bridges are not necessary. And also showed than using a normal entry card. So a Tor project page that you can see in front of you, it's called bridges, provided the details of a free bridges at a time to stop all the bridges from being known. So we can get the new bridges from a URL in here. So you can click and you can just have the option to get the normal bridge. So this is the bridge. So if you just click in here, so you can get normal bridge in here. So you can have like advanced, like you can use IPv6 address and etc. So we will also discuss what are the pluggable transports later. So let's now create just create a or get a bridge. So just click, just give me a bridge, complete the captcha WZVQD2Z. As you can see, these are the bridges. So there are three bridges in here: IP address, so IP address, port, and all of those, and the ID. So if you cannot reach this URL, then just simply mail to their developer, then they will give you the bridge. But mainly you will get all of those bridge in here. Simply just go to the bridge.torproject.org. So these products are generally less reliable and slower than Tor relays. So now how to use this? So let me show you how to put this into your browser. So let's just copy this, go to your setting, Tor browser setting, search for bridge. As you can see, it's automatically detected the bridge. So let's just, so you just click in here, use a bridge. You can request a bridge even from in here, similarly like this. So let's say QJJ79NZ. As you can see, it requested the same way that we get our bridge in here or here. So just click in here. So let's now test this out. To see if my internet service provider or ISP blocks connection to the Tor network that we entered our custom bridges. So let's try Tor project. As you can see, it's working, and even we have like many relays or circuits coming from in here. So it's pretty quick. So your bridges can be a little slow. It depends on the bridges. So you can see that the circuit check which one are the successful. So we are in here like Poland, and we are using bridge in here. As you can see, these are the bridges that we are using. So if you are setting a default bridge and you can just reload this page, then you will see that our bridge is grown. As you can see, it's now selected the IP address from Switzerland. So now that we see how our bridges is working properly, but if you are in a United States, then it may not work. Your ISP may block this. So it's mainly depends on country. So likes of Chinese government and other censored nations will likely be doing the same sort of things, that you won't be using or you won't be access those using manual bridges that we set. So bypass censorship, Debian would be the best operating system to use. There is also like CentOS or which OS that we use, which all uses the Debian. So now already that we finished using the bridges. So let's talk about the censorship problem. So if someone offers to help you out of your censorship problem, or you don't need to 100% trust by giving a Tor bridge to help you access to talk. So be aware, this could be a monitor based and a deliberate trap. So avoid if getting caught for using Tor, because Tor has some serious consequences, whether you are using Tor bridges or because which is not recommended by me, because some countries they are restricted or they are banned from using Tor. So it's better to use bridges, include toggling tool through other privacy and anonymity service like VPN or SSH tool, or using a offsite connection. So there will be then no consequences. So that's all about the bridges. So let's talk about now pluggable transport. So as we all know, some countries censor internet traffic. So Tor traffic is blocked there because this anonymity conflict with the internet censorship. So normal Tor traffic can be blocked by identifying its protocol packets and entry nodes, which are listed in the main Tor directory. To circumvent internet censorship, Tor introduced bridge relay nodes and pluggable transports. So bridge relay nodes are not bridge relay nodes are now listed in the main Tor directory, so that nobody can get all the bridge relay nodes to block them. So pluggable transport manipulates all Tor traffics between Tor client and Tor entry node so that it's not identifiable. So OBFS4 is the largest or latest pluggable transport of Tor, which can obfuscate the Tor traffic and have it look random. So we previously tested. So OBSP4, OBFS4. So let's try again to check if it's working or not. As you can see, OBFS4 is bridge is connected through this. So that's how this all works. So that's all about the Tor. So let's talk about Tor hidden services. So what is Tor hidden services? So Tor hidden services are like the websites that open with .onion. As you can see, these all of the websites are at the end is .onion. So how it can be accessed via a .onion.any addresses, which you can see in the URL bar or in this URL address. As you can see in these lots of websites that also offer a web service or other types of internet service that is accessible via the dot on your URL. So the real IP address is hidden behind a Tor circuit in order to run a hidden service. So you need to set up Tor as a normal install, then web server and whatever service it is that you want to present. Then there's all of those. So if you want to visit all of those let's go to a hidden wiki. So as you can see at the end is all of those website is .onion. So we don't have any website name like we see or like we used to see. So if you want to run a hidden service, you want to have a web server. So you want to make sure that it is secretly run, because if it's not, it could definitely leak the real IP address, which makes it pointless. As I have said previously, that it could be used to set up a hidden service, and in fact, so that's all of those are hidden services running on like non-commercial link, and all of those commercial link, all of those onion link is in here. As you can see, this is the for dark mining. So you can get all of those in here. Now finding a tall hidden service can be a little bit tricky, as darknet is an indexed by the web services. So web search engines that we are used to, the popular sources of dark web or darknet is like .onion at the end, as you can see. So let's go to a drugstore. So all of those websites are at the end is .onion, and all of those websites are valuable, are verifiable websites. So all of those websites are legit. So you can also buy all of the stuffs in here. So there is no direct readable list of all hidden services, although a number of hidden services catalog publicly known on the addresses. So here is one search page, and this is the most popular web search places in here. So you can search any of the things that you want to search on darknet. So let's search for addresses. So hidden service list, so this will list all of those hidden service. So let's just randomly click and open one onion service. So let's see what this website is. So as you can see, it is for the gift card market. So this is also a reliable, and also game shop from eBay and all of those. As you can see, it's not fake or criminal activity website. As you can see, very good website. So as you can see, lots or thousands of hidden service list is in here. So you can also feature or carve. So this is another website for reliable credit card. As you can see, dark store verified. So lots of those hidden services websites are in here, so make sure you go and visit this and check that out. So I think it's from Bitcoin, as you can see, Bitcoin generator. So you can enter your Bitcoin wallet and just get Bitcoin 0. Let's try 0.1. So you have to have a Bitcoin address, and people who recently used, so as you can see, received all of those Bitcoins in here. So you only have 1 in 10 minutes, I think. As you can see, time limit is running. So all of those hidden services are available in here, and lots of adults services. So there are also some websites in here like Bitcoin anonymity, drugstore, more commercial like dark web hackers to hire that we see in movies. So similarly like this, we have all of those in here. As you can see, you can social media attack, Reddit, Instagram, DDoS attack on a website for 1 month is like 900 USD dollars. So all of those, I'm not recommend you to do all of those stuff, but I'm just showing you that these websites are legit and verifiable. So in this hidden wiki, although there are many sites that claim to be hidden wiki, but the real censorship is hidden wiki. Can be very careful when you click all of those websites, so you must be very careful. You have to be concerned and cautious about this website. Make sure you visit and description and then go to their websites. So because if you click a random website, you could end up in a place that you don't want to go, because it's on the uncensored zone, and it is generally a good stuff for security, privacy and anonymity. But also there are some places or some websites that are for uncensored, so you make sure you don't visit those websites. So there's all of those hidden service and websites. Like let's search for, so we can, this is the best web service search services in here. So all of those websites will redirect to this onion website. So as you can see there, these are the marketplace of digital products, bills, similar as money transfer, gift card, Amazon gift card. So lots of services are in here. So the main idea is to help you to get those knowledge about how this dark web or darknet usually work on Tor browser, and also make sure you select a new circuit, or after visiting a page you just create a new identity so that you are safe from being hacked in this. And always, one thing that I always tell, don't full screen your Tor browser. So if you full screen your Tor browser, your machine then can be vulnerable to hack. So make sure you always as half shot or minimized version of Tor browser so that it cannot be hacked. So that's all about the Tor hidden services.
Hi there. Let's talk about SSA's VPN, John Donim as fast hop, and Tor as last hop. And what is most valuable is what is the first hop and what is the last hop. Let's look how to get traffic through SSH VPN John Donham client. So let's talk about what is SSH VPN John Donham and first hop, and what is the traffic and what is the strength and weakness of this traffic by gaining local user. So this is how a ISP help local user VPN to gaining data using Tor through SSH VPN John Donham server or Tor guard relay or Tor middle relay or exist relay. Then it gaining this data, and Tor help to reach data by SSH VPN or John Donham. Whenever you want to go to your desired data by SSH VPN or John Donham, your ISP would be helpful for you. Let's have an example, like if any attack gain Tor guard relay or pass Tor middle relay and finally Tor exist relay, and Tor store activity of local user by incoming SSH VPN John Donham attack. SSH VPN John Donham server create a extra layer for incoming attack. Then the layer goes next like Tor guard relay and Tor middle relay, and finally the layer is stopped by Tor exist relay. The Tor client has a list of nodes from a dictionary server. Then the Tor client establishes a random connection via nodes for target and passing some data over the encrypted situation. And now talk about weakness via SSH VPN John Donham. They can make a DNS, and the SSH VPN and John Donham client reach correctly by the help of making DNS, and it can be kill the connection over SSH VPN, any of this layer like Tor guard relay, Tor middle relay. And lastly, the VPN provide SSH or VPN John Donham. There is some other options without a single hop or second hop or last hop. Between them, there is also some other options by using ISP. And this process user go to TLS by the use of VPN SSH or then John Donham, and finally Tor, then internet.onion, and VPN as first hop here and Tor as last hop. And after that the user go to SSH VPN John Donham and then Tor and internet.onion, your desired target. So here SSH VPN are John Dunham as first hop and Tor as last hop. Now talk about if the Tor as first hop and SSH VPN John Dunham as last hop. But in this system, Tor blocked his destination by SSH VPN John Dunham server. Before this, between these two layers, Tor exit relay and SSH VPN John Dunham server, between this layer, the Tor is stopped. SSH VPN John Dunham 3 layer stopped and cannot reach their destination by this layer if Tor has fast hop and SSH is VPN John Dunham as last hop. In some cases, Tor hide your IP address by SSH VPN or John Dunham server and clarify your IP address and store your data, and Tor failed there. Here is a risk by John Donne server, and here the IP address is visible or stored in Tor. SSH VPN John Donham server, this is the last server. Before this 3-layer multiple hub is connected, and the local user or Tor client first go Tor guard relay and of course help of ISP, but in last SSH VPN John Donham server stopped and SSH VPN and John Donham server, the best protection against local user Tor client, and Tor and VPN is totally two different system. In this tutorial, I show you guys some background information about Tor and its basic layer, Tor enhancements of our original and some related work, and how an attacker design goals and assumptions, the Tor design, some hidden services, design decisions, attack and defenses, some early experience Tor in the wild, and Tor is middle. Tor work in middle way between attacker user and destination, and first user go to Tor network and attacker target user before go to Tor, then the request by the send of user go to entity guard, middle relay, exit node and destination websites, and Tor work for entity guard, middle relay and exit node, and it is called fingerprinting obfuscation method against intelligent fingerprinting attacks. So in the last of the video, let's discuss about what Tor is. Tor is end-to-end encryption protocol designed to keep communications secure. It's open source and is maintained by a large open source community. It's hard to hide malware or hacks inside of Tor. provides semi-anonymity scales with how many people are using the network. This is all for Tor, and what Tor isn't, surveys to completely anytime yourself when using the internet, 100% decentralized. This is actually Tor isn't. So guys, that's it for today. I briefly discussed about Tor attack, SSAs, and John Downing server and VPN. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello there. Let's talk about Tor browser. First, how to use Tor browser or set up Tor browser. Recommended use Tor browser. First, click security settings, set the security level. Tor browser is ready for use and you can immediately begin to surf anonymously. Install the program Proxy Fixer. Select the network settings. Use the local IP address and port of the Tor network connection. If you do not know what is this Tor browser and how it works, then this tutorial for you. You guys can download Tor browser only from the official site torproject.org. Be careful, there are sites that mimic the Tor project's websites. For example, the site is trying to install on your computer and it is a Trojan. Do not download Tor browser on third-party sites. By the way, Tor browser is made based on the Mozilla Firefox browser since it is the only browser able to work independently with SOCKS connection without an operating system. After installing, Tor browser is fully operational. Below is a screenshot from the official website. So what is Tor actually? Tor is free software and an open network that helps you defend against traffic analysis, a form of network surveillance that threatens personal freedom and privacy, confidential business activities and relationships, and state security. Why anonymity matters? Tor protects you by bouncing your communications around a distributed network of relays run by volunteers all around the world. It prevents somebody watching your internet connection from learning what sites you visit, and it prevents the site you visit from learning your physical location. Recommended use Tor browser. Like, do not install additional plugins as it is likely to install a plugin that will give your actual location. All the necessary plugins are already installed for anonymity. Do not open the documents while you are online. In such files can be embedded macros that have requested access to the internet directly from the program. Bypassing the Tor network, this compromises your real IP address. And do not download torrents on the Tor network as it will increase the load on the network. Torrent programs are arranged so that they always get access directly to the internet, and do not consider the proxy settings. It can compromise your real IP addresses. Use the HTTP connection is always, and this connection will ensure the security of data transmission. You guys found Tor browser window, and some question is there like what's next, who can help, like this type of questions. Set After installing, click security settings. Set the security level. Low is default standard security, suitable for most users. Websites are opened correctly and nothing is blocked. And medium, JavaScript is disabled on sites that do not support HTTPs. HTML5 video and audio is triggered by clicking through the NoScript plugin. Then high, JavaScript is disabled on all websites. HTML5 video and audio is triggered by clicking through the NoScript plugin. Not allowed for loading certain types of images, fonts, and icons. Since most websites use JavaScript, is therefore to view websites in high mode is problematic. Since the content is hidden, we recommended this mode when you want to read an article on some websites. It is not necessary in this case to authenticate online. So security level 3 state: high, medium, low, and low is default. Tor browser now is ready for use and you can immediately begin to surf anonymously. One more thing, using this setting only Tor browser uses the Tor network. All other programs are using a direct connection to the internet and send you real IP addresses. What to do with the programs that are not able to work directly with the SOCKS protocol, for example, email, clients, and other browsers, instant messaging programs, or many more. We recommend to use of proxifier to redirect traffic of such programs in the Tor network. Like how you guys can set in proxifier through the Tor network. Proxifier program can redirect traffic from all the operating system software through a proxy, including email, clients, browser, instant messaging programs also. Create proxy chains. Use the DNS server from the proxy, hiding the real DNS of ISP, and supports HTTP and SOCKS proxy. Install the program Proxifier. This program is able to collect the traffic from operating system and flowing through a certain proxy server. To configure Proxifier, need to learn use the Tor network port. Go to Preferences in the Tor browser. Use the local IP addresses and port of the Tor network connection. This data must be inserted in program Proxifier to the entire operating system. Traffic was held in the Tor network. Open any browser or email program in the program Proxifier. You will see a list of connections through the Tor network. In any browser, you can check your IP address, and to make sure that will show the IP address of Tor network and not your real IP address. If something does not work, close the Tor browser and Proxifier, and then start the Tor browser and wait for the main window. Only then run Proxifier. No additional configuration is not necessary to do. All traffic will automatically go through the Tor network. Close the program Proxifier to reclaim your real IP addresses. Running Tor browser for the first time. When you run Tor browser for the first time, you will see the connect to Tor window. This offers you two option to either connect directly to the Tor network or to go configure to Tor browser for your connection. There's a checkbox which asks whether you always want to get automatically connected to the Tor network. If this is the case, check the box like this. In most cases, choosing connect will allow you to connect to the Tor network without any further configuration. Once clicked, a status bar will appear showing Tor's connection process if you are on a relatively fast connection, but this bar seems to get stuck at certain point. See the troubleshooting page for help solving the problem, or if you know that your connection is censored or uses proxy, you should click on the Tor network settings. There is some other options inside Tor. The third checkbox asks if your connection uses a proxy. In most cases, this is not necessary. You will usually know if you need to select this checkbox because the same settings will be used for other browsers or your system. If possible, ask your network administrator for guidance. If your connection does not use a proxy, click connect. Some features of a normal web browser can make you vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. Other features have previously had bugs in them that revealed users' identities. Turning the security slider to a high setting disables these features. This will make you safer from well-funded adversaries who can interface with your internet connection or use new unknown bugs. In these features, unfortunately, turning off these features can make some websites unusable. The default low setting is fine for everyday privacy protection, but you can set it to high if you are worried about sophisticated attackers or if you don't mind if some websites do not display correctly. Finally, browsing with Tor is different in some ways from the normal browsing experience. We recommend watching this video carefully for properly browsing with the Tor browser and retaining your anonymity. And you are now ready to browse the internet anonymously with the Tor browser. So this is for it. Hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome to the world's biggest and most advanced ethical hacking course. The only course you will ever need to become an advanced hacker from scratch. Black hat hacking has always been a dream for us. Make your dream come true by taking this complete hacking course. In this course, we will assume that you are just a beginner, and at the end of the course, you will be at high intermediate level, being able to launch attacks exactly the same way black hat hackers do. You will learn how exactly does the internet and computer system work, how algorithms work, from designing to writing your own algorithms. Also, how to do all the hacking attacks outside of your own network, just like a professional black hat hacker. In this main section, we will cover everything you need to learn about anonymity and ethical hacking. Just like other parts of the course, first, we will learn about theory, then we will see those techniques of hacking, and at last, we will have real-world hacking examples of that part. By the end of this part, you are going to have the skills necessary to become complete anonymous and hide yourself online. So now, as mentioned previously, this course is a highly practical course. So you will be learning everything practically without neglecting the basics. What is a MAC address? It is media access control. It is a permanent address assigned to network interfaces by the manufacturer of the device. Also, it is a unique address for each device. Therefore, a hacker can get caught easily if it isn't changed. For example, if you have a wired card, Ethernet card, or wireless card, all of them have a unique MAC address assigned to it. There would be no two devices in the world that have the same MAC address. That's why changing it is crucial for hackers. Also, this address will always be the same if you use the same device on 2 or more computers. IP addresses are used in the internet to identify computers and communicate with each other. IP addresses can be changed easily, and there may be another same IP address that exists in the world. And the MAC address helps to transfer data between two devices, so each piece of data or packet that is sent with the network contains a destination MAC and source MAC. That's how this packet flows from source MAC to the destination MAC address. As this is a physical and unique address for each device, and it is used to identify devices, that's why changing this address will make you anonymous online. Also, the MAC address often used by filters to allow or prevent devices to connect to websites and do specific tasks on the network. So being able to change MAC address to another device MAC address will allow you to impersonate this device and allow you to do things that you might not be able to do. So you will be able to bypass filters or connect to network that allow only specific MAC addresses or specific devices. And last but not least, you will be able to hide your identity. Now let's see how to change the MAC address, and for now, we will see how to do it manually, and then we will see how to write a program to do that automatically. Let's move to our hacking operating system. So we will use the ifconfig command to list all the network card on this computer device. So here we have ETH0. It is not real, and this is a virtual interface. It is created by VirtualBox because we set this computer to use a NAT network. So this computer actually thinks that it is connected to a wired network, and all of this is done by virtual network and virtual interfaces in here connected to that network. You can also see the LO, which is a virtual interface created by Kali Linux. And you may also WLAN 0 if you have an external USB wireless adapter. So it's actually not needed, but if you have that, nothing to worry about. So other than the interfaces, the ifconfig command also lists information about each one of this interfaces. So we can see it has an IP address. Also, you can see the net mask and the broadcast for this network. Here you can see the MAC address of this interface. So right now, the MAC address for ETH0 is this highlighted part. So to change this MAC address, we're going to do ifconfig followed by the name of the interface that we want to change its MAC address. So here, we want to change the MAC address of the ETH0. So we are going to type ETH0. Then, I am going to type down to disable this interface. Now that the interface is disabled, we can change the MAC address. So I'm going to say ifconfig, then ETH0, and then we are going to type hwether. And then we're going to specify the new MAC address that we want it to show. Then I'm going to hit enter, and again, ifconfig up to re-enable the interface. And if we see the MAC address by typing ifconfig, now we can see the MAC address has been successfully changed. So this is just a brief example of what you will learn from this complete course. We're going to learn much more. So enroll now and learn from the world's biggest and most advanced ethical hacking course.
Hello everyone. Let's talk about MAC changer for changing MAC addresses. Changing MAC address with MAC changer in Linux, there is some command like a media access control. MAC address is a unique number that gets assigned to every network interface, including Ethernet and wireless. It's used by many system programs and protocols in order to identify a network interface. One of the most common examples would be the case of DHCP, where a router assigned an IP address to a network interface automatically. The router will know which device it has associated, assigned an IP addresses to by referring to the MAC addresses, unlike an IP address which is temporary and can be changed easily. MAC addresses are hard coded into a network interface from the MAC changer. However, it's still possible to change or spoof a MAC address temporarily on Linux systems. One of the easiest ways to do this with the MAC changer command line program. There are both legitimate and shady reasons for why a Linux user may find the need of change a MAC address. In this tutorial video, you will learn how to install MAC changer or major Linux distros, how to identify current MAC address and network interfaces, how to change an interface's MAC address, how to change the interface to a specific MAC address. Install MAC changer on major Linux distros. To install MAC changer or on Ubuntu, Debian and Linux Mint, the command is sudo apt install MAC changer. To install MAC changer on CentOS, Fedora, Alarm Linux and Red Hat, use MAC changer to change any interface's MAC address, and the command is IP Before we start using the MAC changer command, you will need to know the name of the network interface that you want to work with. You can execute the IPA command to see a list of available network interfaces on your network system. You can begin a change the MAC address. Follow along with the step-by-step instructions below to see how not you will need root permissions in order to execute the MAC changer command. Step 1. Use the -R option to get a random MAC address. In addition, just specify the name of your network interface. command sudo mac changer enp0s3 to output should show your current MAC address and the new one that has been assigned from MAC changer. Step 2, to verify the change, try running IPA command again, and you should see the new MAC address listed. Step 3, if you need to use a specific MAC address, you can do that with the -m option and following command syntax as sudo messenger -mb and address. And step 4, various vendors have different MAC address prefixes. Therefore, you can easily identify the manufacturer of a network device by looking at least first few bits of MAC address. This means we can use MAC changer to make our device look as if it belongs to a certain MAC changer. To see a list of known MAC addresses and their corresponding vendors, use the -1 option. To do this, first you need to be rooted in terminal in Kali Linux. And give command if config and some network running multicast broadcast flags. Some information is show. Then write command if config wlan 0. Help and GNU Mac charger uses Mac changer's options for device. There is many options. Use Mac changer to change an interface MAC addresses, like use the -r option to get a random MAC address. To verify the change, try running the IPA command again and you should see the new MAC address listed. If you need to use a specific MAC address, you can do that with the -am option and the following command syntax. When you need to when you know the name of the network interface that you want to work with, you can execute the IPA command to see a list of all the available network interfaces on your network system. In most cases, this will include a wired wireless and loopback interface. We saw how to change the MAC address of a network interface on Linux. There is done through the MAC changer utility, which can be easily installed from the default repos of most major Linux distributions. We also learned a few different options to use with the command in case you would like to have a random MAC address, a specific one or one from a particular vendor. So if you do this in your Linux terminal without root, it gave so much error. So guys, that's it for Mac Changer. Hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching.
So let's talk about the actions and behaviors that we need for anonymity, and mainly we will be talking about how to be anonymous online. So we have many things or many ways to be anonymous in online uses, like IP address. So what is IP address? So an IP address is a unique address that identifies a device on an internet or a local network, and IP stands for Internet Protocol, which is the set of rules that govern the format of the data sent via the internet or local network. So in essence, IP addresses are similar that allows information to be sent between the device on a network, that they contain location information and make device accessible for communication. The internet then needs a way to differentiate between different computers, routers and websites, and then IP address provides a way for doing this, form of an essential part of how this internet works. So why this is important? Because IP address is a main part of us being anonymous, because changing IP address using like couple of tools like VPN and proxy can be helpful for anonymity, such as we can use VPN, we can use proxies. So let's talk about VPN, how we can use VPN for anonymity. So for VPN, the process of using a VPN to hide your IP is pretty straightforward. Just set up your VPN, and as soon as you connect to a server, your IP address will be masked with an alternate one to prevent website and other third parties from identifying you or even knowing your location. So this will help you to keep you anonymous. You could also try some of the best free VPNs to change your IP address, but I would not recommend, because however, you should note that free VPNs are often have limitation and like trials that have like 7 days or 10 days trial, because that's why the free VPNs I would not recommend. So also a couple of things about free VPNs is that they are slower in speed and they have limited data and even privacy concern. Therefore, I strongly recommend going to an affordable premium VPN. So one of my favorite VPN is CyberGhost. So let's go and check about CyberGhost. So mostly I use this VPN. I think this is an affordable premium VPN that you can use for anonymity, which cost just a couple of dollars, as you can see, per month, and your IP address will remain hidden as long as you stay connected to the VPN. And what is the difference between free and paid VPN? Because free VPN has, as I previously told, slower speed, limited data, even have some privacy concern. But in this VPN you don't have any of these issues. It will have like faster speed that your internet speed provider is providing to you, so you will have this full connection speed in this VPN. And as you can see, I think this is one of the best VPN that you can offer both on your PC and also on your phone. So I will highly suggest you to use this. So using this VPN, it will mean that you can safely and anonymously use the internet, and your fake IP address will be located in the country of the VPN server that you choose to connect. So you can change your IP by simply connecting to a different server, which they will provide. They will have like 10 or 15 servers, and you can choose one, or you can randomize your server. Although using a VPN is the easiest way to hide your IP address, and that's all about your VPN. So there is another way, which is proxy server. So proxy servers are another way to hide your or change your true IP address. So an important fact to mention is, however, that proxy don't have any of the security features that most VPNs or premium VPNs offer. A proxy is a type of server that functions as an intermediate between user and the internet. When using a proxy, all your online requests will be sent through uh, sent through by the proxy server. So the proxy then forward your request to the web server that you are trying to reach. So during this process, the proxy changes some of your data, including your IP address, and then proxy server will have an IP address on its own, since all of the data is going through here, and the IP will send out the rest of the web instead of yours. However, it's best to use proxy server only when doing like low stake task, because when they don't encrypt your data and cannot prevent third parties from accessing it. So when you use a proxy, your ISP and other third parties can still monitor what you are doing online. So there are several proxy sites that you can use, like let's go. As you can see, you can use these free proxy sites in here. but the thing is they don't expect. So what you have to do is don't expect the similar protection like that we previously saw as premium VPN. There is a far difference between a anonymity level between a proxy server and a VPN. So I would recommend you to go for the VPNs, and mostly for the premium VPNs that you like or that you feel comfortable. And we'll also talk about more about anonymity in our next lecture. Hello everyone, so in this lecture we're going to be talking about the proxy chains. As you can see, I am using the Kali Linux as my virtual machine, so here we're gonna use this proxy chain and demonstrate how this works. So let's talk about first the proxy chain. What is this, the proxy chain? So proxy chains is a open source software that is available free and most of the Linux distributor, and it is pre-installed. As you can see, I didn't have to do anything, it is already pre-installed. So if you are using the latest version of Kali Linux, it is pre-installed in it. Proxy chain is a tool that redirects the TCP, which means the transmission control protocol, that connects with the help of proxies like Tor, HTTPS and SOCKS, and it creates a proxy chain server. When we are using the proxy chain, we can hide our IP addresses in the real world. In Kali Linux, when we are using any tools, that time source IP address is our main, and if you are using proxy chains, that time our IP will be hidden, and when you are scanning or visiting any website we give there, then our IP addresses as there are logs and they will be hidden and not in the real one. So proxy chain is very useful. So if you are only visiting the web page, that you can use Tor browser, but if you want to hide your whole traffic, then you have to use proxy chain. So let's talk about couple of the proxy chains features, like it supports SOCKS S5 or SOCKS 4 and HTTP Connect proxy servers. So proxy chain can be mixed up with any different proxy types of list, and then proxy chain also support any kind of chaining option method like random, which takes a random proxy in the list that is stored in a configuration file that will show in the later, or chaining proxy in the exact order list, and different proxies that separated by a new line in a file. Then proxy chains can be used with servers like Squid, Sendmail, etc. Proxy chain is capable to do DNS resolving through proxy. And at last, the proxy chains can handle any TCP client application like Nmap, Telnet, etc. So what is the proxy chain syntax? So as you can see, I am using a Kali Linux. So instead of running a penetration tool or creating multiple requests to any target directly using our IP, we can let proxy chains cover and handle the job. Just type command proxy chains for every job. That means we enable the proxy chain service. For example, we want to scan the available host and its ports in our network using Nmap. So Nmap using proxy chains, the command should be like Nmap then 192.168.1.1/4. So this proxy chains tell our machine to run the proxy chain service. This Nmap, this will do the job like proxy chains to be covered, and this is the argument or any argument that needed by a certain job or tool. So in this case, our scan range needed to be Nmap to run this scan. So if you just type this, as you can see, it will run this Nmap, and it will take a couple of seconds. So before, as you can see, Nmap scan all of those using these IP addresses. So as you can see, there are a couple of ports are open, like there are TCP ports open, which are HTTP service and UPnP services. As you can see, all of those you can see in here. So let's now talk about how to use proxy chains. So before you are using proxy chains, we need to set up the proxy chain configuration file. We also need a list of proxy servers. So proxy chain configuration file can be located in your Kali Linux machine. So go to your root directory, then you have to go this etc directory, then alternatives, and in here you will see a lots of file, but don't get confused, you will see a proxy chain file in here. So let's just search. As you can see, this is the file we need to configure. So what you have to do now is we have to open the proxy chain configuration file in your desirable text editor to set up some configuration, and let's demonstrate this. I already did this, so let's just demonstrate in a slideshow. So this, so what you have to do is open a proxy chain configuration file, and then scroll down until you reach at the bottom. As you can see, I am at the bottom, and at the end you will find this proxy list, add proxy here. So by default, proxy chains directly sends the traffic first through our host, which is 127.0.0, this one, on port 9050, which is the default Tor configuration. So if you are using Tor, leave it as it is. If you are not using Tor, you will need to comment out this line. Now we need to add more proxies. So there are free proxy servers on the internet. You may look on the Google for it, and you will find like many VPN services. Here I am using NordVPN, which is a free VPN service, as it has very detailed information on their website, as you can see in here. What you have to do now is you have to comment the default proxy. So what you have to do is comment the default proxy to Tor. So if you are using, or if you are not using the Tor, then you need to add the proxy on proxy chains configuration file. As you can see, this is the configuration file that we are editing, and then after doing this, we just save, and it will look like this. As you can see, it will look like this. Now what you have to do now is I have to like go in here. So you will see a lot of like dynamic chain, streak chain, or random chain. So what is dynamic chain versus random chain? So dynamic chain will enable us to run our traffic through every proxy on our list. So and even one of the proxies is down and not responding, the dead proxies are then skipped. It will automatically go to the next proxy in the list without throwing an error. Each connection will have done via the chain proxies. All proxies will be chained in the order as they appear in the list. Activate dynamic chaining allows for the greater anonymity and trouble-free active or hacking experiences. And I will always recommend to use the dynamic chain. To enable dynamic chain in the configuration file, just uncomment. As you can see, this is the uncomment. So just uncomment this dynamic chain line, and then this is the random chain. So random chaining will allow proxy chains to randomly choose IP addresses from our list, and each time we use proxy chains, the chain of proxy will look different to the target, making it harder to track our traffic from its source. To activate random chaining, comment out this random chain. The chain of the proxy will look different to the target, making it harder to track our traffic from its source. Since we can only use one of these option at a time, make certain that you comment out the other option in the section before using proxy chains. You may want to use uncomment the line, then chain underscore length, this one. This option will determine how many of the IP addresses in your chain will be used in creating a random proxy chain. So as you can see, that's pretty much easy, and now we can now we can know and use the hacker to use the proxy chain to cover their identity. That's how they use it, and to stay anonymous without worrying about the detected by the target ideas or forensic investigators. So that's how people use proxy chains. It's very easy, so make sure you try it. So in this lecture we are going to be talking about how to set up a proxy server for traffic monitoring. In a few countries there are a lot of restrictions according to the internet uses. Restricted website, banned web services, or any kind of internal censorship. Most of the time people appeal for anonymity service to bypass that bar. One common element is that web proxy. A web or HTTP proxy is a server that acts as a middleman between the two communication, like client server. In a certain way, this proxy will mask your IP address by giving you an alternative internet identity. A proxy is used for more than privacy. This tool helps to bypass filters, logging, and eavesdropping, caching, filtering, blocking, manipulate, and modify the network traffic, and many more. So I will emphasize network traffic in this lecture. So have you ever thought about that what can happen if you use a free proxy service? Your privacy can be guaranteed. So there is a lot of paid tools that can be trusted, but a lot of people do not pay for this service. The person or the group control of a proxy can see your traffic, especially if it is a free proxy. So actually how it works? So there is a lot of proxies out there. So I am going to shortly explain the types of proxies and how it works. So forward proxies. For this type, the client sends the request to proxy and fetches the response on behalf, where the client can or know about the proxy, but the server doesn't know about the proxy at all. The order will be something like this: client to proxy and then server. Reverse proxy. This is used to hide behind network architecture for distributing load traffic to the server. The communication are made to the proxy instead of the servers, and then the same proxy would handle the request, and it's something like this, the order. Transparent proxies. This kind of proxy does not modify any information without any client configuration. This is commonly used for ISP for faster responses. So great. How do you connect to a proxy? So there is a more browser setting setup instead of doing a like techie. So if you use browser, then just go to setting your advanced network and manual proxy setting. You can change it, where you are going to add IP address and port provided by the proxy service. So at this point we all set to start using a proxy, but there is some missing part in here. We need to install and configure a proxy server. So I am going to give you a quick explanation because later on I will get more details about it. So for this I recommend using a Linux based which is like Debian preferable OS. So we are going to use a proxy chain, and this tool I already previously shown in my previous lecture how you can use proxy chains on your Kali Linux machine or any Linux distributor which is pre-installed, which I previously shown. And this tool forces any TCP connection made by any application to follow through a proxy. To install, just type this apt-get install proxy chains and it will automatically install proxy chain. You don't need to do anything. And to configure, you need to configure this is the directory. So this is the configuration file. So in this directory you can configure this proxy chain, and we have to comment the strict underscore chain option. Basically this means that if one of the proxies for this list is down, the whole chain will be unusable. So after this you can uncomment this dynamic underscore chain option. Regardless if all the proxies are available, the chain will work. Dead proxies will be skipped. The proxy list will use the default the Tor network in case you won't put something on the proxy list in order to anonymize you. So how to use it? As a non-root user, you can just use proxy chain Firefox. So type this and leave the terminal open when typing the proxy chain. But how can you set up your own proxy server? So we are going to generate a cloud called Divine Machine, and you will be installing a proxy server called Squid3 for handling personal traffic to demonstrate how we can be monitored and easily know your destination and package detail using the Wireshark or T-Shark network analyzer. So generating SSH keys and blocking root access, which mean the minimum security control. So first, generate SSH keys for accessing the server doing this command. So this bold, as you can see, these bold are for the command purposes or for terminal purpose. So once you done, once this is done, once this key command line is done, you will be have a file name this on the directory of this for the username locked. So what you have to do now is you have to copy the generated key into a digital ocean instance by doing a char id underscore rsa.pub. So after that, accessing via the SSH is like this SSH root underscore IP, where the IP will be the IP address instead of provider with the digital ocean. So the last one will be sent to the email with the root password. Adding other users for security purposes by add user David. So set the password using the this command, password command, and changing the authentication method on the SSHD configuration file will let user to access the only SSH part only. So after that, what you have to do now is copy and generate the root authentication key ownership to the same user, that David. As you can see, this David will disable the root access to the server. So after that, what you have to do now is install and configure the proxy servers. So installing the Squid3 proxy server, what you have to do now is just type on your Linux machine this is the command, install Squid3. It will automatically do everything, you don't even need to do anything. So after that, you have to back up the config file, and this is the configuration file and this is the directory. So what you have to do now next is change the write to the backup, which is the this is the command line. So this there is a exception, so everybody can read the file but you can read it. So inside this file, this configuration file, you can change the TCP port if you want. So by default there will be like TCP port will be like 3128. So before starting the server, we need a firewall hole. So you can check ports with the nmap, as we all know what nmap is. So nmap tool, it is also pre-installed on Kali Linux machine, so just use it. So nmap tool by doing a nmap space under your IP address of that machine. So checking the Squid3 service by doing a this command, this will start the service, and if it is necessary then it will need to do all of this. So setting the square3 proxy server on the location of this directory and this configuration file like this. After that, they type the command of http your IP address and then the port, and the default port by is 3128, or the as you can see the default port provided by the port service. So if you scan with nmap, the 3128 port on the square3 service won't be on the server. So next we are going to talk about the configuration file and sniffing, and then serve to the local machine. So now what you have to do now is you have to configure the square3 file. So now, as previously described, that you have to uncomment certain things. So uncomment this for, and this is for the banning ports. If it isn't on port 80, the connection gonna be get a drop, and this command will in default this is deny all the permission. By setting this into allow, we have to be responsible for doing things done on the proxy, and this is for the honeypot proxy servers. So restarting the square3 service after changes like this, typing this, it will easily automatically restart. Then what you have to do now is ensure all the browser instances are closed. This is the important part, and then trigger the proxies in Firefox using this command. Now what you have to do now is sniffing your proxy server. So on the same server instance, we start sniffing by installing T-Shark, and most of the Linux distributor has a T-Shark pre-installed, like Kali Linux has all of those pre-installed. So, or if you don't have any pre-installed, just type this command, install T-Shark, it will automatically install. So sniffing the ETH0, this is the network monitor. So ETH0 means wired network, and this is the wired network. This will vary from machine to machine because you may have like ETH1 or WLAN 0 or WLAN 1, something like this. So make sure you check your own one. Because this was mine, so I sniffed this interface by TCP on port 3120, just typing this. So for verification, you can test the DNS leak test on the public IP address. Now we are going to set a pipe from the server to our local machine. So we are going to stream the traffic to the machine over SSH and push it to the Wireshark for the monitoring. So on the DigitalOcean instance, just install this Wireshark. Most of the, as usual, as previously told, most of the Linux distributor has a Wireshark pre-installed. So it's better to use the Kali Linux because Kali Linux has all the tools, penetration or attacking, all tools are pre-installed. So don't have to install a specific one manually. So or if you don't have install, so just type this and it will automatically install. Then what you have to do now is setting the users on the Wireshark group, and you cannot run Wireshark as a root. So just type this user mode Wireshark as David, and then the new group command configures the group membership with which a user will log in. So the new group Wireshark, this is the group configuration. This will let running the T-Shark command. This is because this is the command on a regular user. So on the host machine, we are going to pipe the output of the embedded T-Shark pickup file. So all those files that Wireshark will save on your directory that we previously mentioned or selected, all those Wireshark file will be .pickup. So all those file extension has a pcap extension at the end, so make sure you remember, because this is the Wireshark file, and this is the tricky part for the workshop, and this is the final command line. So let me define. So as you know, Wireshark is the Wireshark command, as you all know, and -i, it is the interface, and -i does not necessarily a network interface. In this case, a live stream interface going to output the redirection. And then the command specifies, as you all know, this is the T-Shark as previously, -f. So -f pcap is the default format for T-Shark. Then -w for writing, it's defined as the writing on the standard output, and this will prompt the GUI of Wireshark, which we previously installed, and will sniff the incoming traffic. You can then also filter the incoming traffic by a Wireshark GUI like this. So we are going this is the filter, because in Wireshark GUI interface you have a option like in the upper side corner, upper left, there is an option called filter. So in filter you are just gonna type this. So we are gonna filter this port from 80 to this port. So the Wireshark filter should display your own traffic coming from HTTP ports to TCP ports. So that's how you use a proxy to sniff or monitor traffic, and this is the way for the filtering. This is the part of filtering. So in summary, how do you learn? So we learned that the person who controls the proxy server can see all the sites that you are visiting, all the places that you are going, log all of your traffic information, and many more that you cannot even imagine. Many source IP addresses on 3128 port, as this port that we are used will be your home router. Someone can look at your router and access it, because most of us use the default router setting, because most of our router setting has admin as username, admin as password, like in my TP-Link. So make sure you change your router default password, and it's a must, I guess. I will say it's a must for every penetration tester, because someone can look at your router and access it, and they can do a lot of things that you cannot even imagine. They can change the DNS server, monitor all the URLs that you requested, and your PC can be placed on DMZ on the router, and many things. So, and you cannot see the encrypted data easily, and at the end the anonymity is a relative on all of this. So that's how you set up your proxy server and monitor the traffic. So in this lecture we're going to be talking about SOC 5 proxy tunneling with dynamic ports. There are times when you want to browse the internet privately, access geo-restricted content, or bypass any intermediate firewall your network might be enforcing. One option is to use a VPN, but that requires installing a client software on your machine and setting up your own VPN server, or subscribing to a VPN service, which might cost you some money. The simpler alternative is to route your local network traffic with an encrypted SOC proxy. This way, all your application using the proxy will connect to the SSH server, and the server will forward all the traffic to its actual destination. Your internet service provider and other third parties will not be able to inspect your traffic and block your access to the websites. So in this lecture we'll walk through the process of creating an encrypted SSH tunnel and configure Firefox and Google Chrome web browser to use the SOCKS proxy. So there are some prerequisites to this, like you need to have a server running any flavor of Linux with a SSH access to your router, and you route through your traffic through it, and you have to have a web browser and you have to have a SSH client. So in first what you have to do is you have to set up a SSH tunnel. So we'll create an SSH tunnel that will securely forward traffic from your local machine on port 9090 to the SSH server on port 22. You can use any port number greater than 1024. Only root can open port on privileged ports. So if you run Linux, Mac OS or any other Unix based operating system on your local machine, you can easily start an SSH tunnel with simple this command line. So let's define what this is. So SSH, as you know, this is the SSH command, and -n tells SSH not to execute a remote command. This -d 9090 opens a SOC tunnel onto the specific port number, this one, and user a server IP. So this is your remote SSH user and server IP address. To run the command in the background, just use a -f option. So if your SSH server is listening on a port other than 22, which is the default, use the -p, which is the port number option. So once you run the command, you will be prompted to enter your user password. So after entering it, you will be logging into your server and the SSH tunnel will be established. You can set up an SSH key based authentication and connect to your server without entering a password. So in Windows user can create an SSH tunnel using the PUTTY SSH client. So you can download PUTTY in just Google. You have just search PUTTY SSH client and you will get that instantly with a single search. So just download and install, pretty easy process. So then launch the putty and enter your server IP address in the host name. As you can see this in here, host name or IP address field. So under the connection menu, as you can see this sidebar, under the connection menu, expand the SSH, select the tunnels, enter the port in here in this field 9090 as previously declined in here. So select the port 9090 in the source port field and check the dynamic. Make sure this is selected, make sure this is selected the dynamic radio button. Then click the add. Just click the add button to show this, and this will be shown like this. So what you have to do now is you have to go back to the session page and to save the settings, what you have, and you have to save the settings so that you do not need to enter them each time. So make sure you save it with the name save session field in here and click the save. Then what you have to do now is you have to select the, as you can see, select the save session and log into the remote server by clicking and open this button. So make sure you open only on clean exit. This is selected, and make sure your SS is selected and port on 22 and your host name, IP address, and make sure you check all of this and the most important part is make sure you save this my proxy, save, click save, and select this save and open. Then a new window will be asking for your username and password that will show up. So once you enter your username password, you will be logged into your server and the SSH tunnel will be started. Setting up a public key authentication will allow you to connect to your server without entering a password. So configure your browser to use the proxy. So now that we have opened our SSH socks tunnel, the last step is to configure your preferred browser to use it. So we are going to use our Firefox. So this will be the step. So make just easy. Go to your Firefox menu, click on the preference link or preference option, and scroll down to the network setting, and scroll down to the setting button, and then a new window will open, and then this panel or page will open. Then select it will basically in default it will be auto detect proxy. So in default it will be selected in here. So but what you have to do now is you have to select this manual proxy configuration. Then these all will be blank. So what you have to do is you have the SOCKS 5 host to set as this in the field and set port as 9090. Check the proxy DNS when, as you can see, SOCKS 5. Make sure you select this, not SOCKS 4, because we are working on our SOCKS 5. So make sure you select this checkbox. This is the important part, and then select no proxy for this, and click after that, or you have to tick this button proxy DNS when using SOCKS 5, because this will be in default, this will be blank, not one will be selected. So make sure you select this one and then just click OK. So at this point, after clicking OK, your Firefox is configured and you can browse the internet through the SSH tunnel. So to verify, you can open like an easy google.com and type "what's my IP," and you should see your server IP address instead of your original IP address. So to revert back the default setting, so just easy, just go to the network setting and use the proxy setting to select the auto, and it will be all default as previously it will be selected in your default IP address. So there are also several plugins that can help you to configure Firefox proxy settings, such as like Foxy Proxy, and in Google Chrome you can use a default system proxy setting instead of changing your operating system with proxy command. You can use an additional, such as you should use a command line. You should launch a Chrome with a new profile and you use your SSH tunnel to use the command like this. This will be the command line for Linux, and this will be for the Windows. So after typing this command line, the profile will be created automatically. So if it doesn't exist, this way you can use multiple instances of Chrome at the same time. To configure the SSH tunnel input to which is working properly, just type google.com and check your IP address. It should be show your browser IP address instead of your original IP address. So in conclusion, we learned that how to set up an SSH SOCKS 5 tunnel and configure our browser to access the internet privately and anonymously. For ease of use, you can use or define the SSH tunnel in your SSH configuration file or create a bash alias that will set up the SSH tunnel and start the browser. And that's all about the SOCKS 5 proxy tunneling with dynamic ports.
Hi there, hope you guys are doing good. So today I will talk about some best Kali Linux tools, top 25 best Kali Linux tools. So becoming an ethical hacker is not quite as easy as to become a software developer or programmer. An ethical hacker penetration tester has to have a good understanding about various fields, not just merely having in-depth programming languages in C, C++, Python, PHP, etc. Also, in needing an advanced Linux Unix environment knowledge just to get started with the field of ethical hacking. Kali Linux comes with tons of pre-installed penetration testing tools, around about 600 tools included. As a beginner penetration tester, it sounds horrible. How could one learn or use all of those tools as a beginner? The truth is, you don't need to master all of this. Indeed, there are a lot of tools built into Kali Linux which have to the same concept and purpose. But among them, there are always the best. In this tutorial, I will cover the top 25 best Kali Linux tools for the beginner penetration tester. But if you have just installed Kali Linux before you read or watch this video, the top 25 Kali Linux tools listed below are based on functionality and also sequence in the penetration testing cycle or procedure. So, one more thing is anonymity. During penetration testing, it is crucial to prepare to stay anonymous. Don't fool yourself by revealing your own identity while hacking. So, number 25 is MAC changer. There are several reasons changing the MAC address is important. I use the MAC changer while pen testing a wireless network with MAC filtering enabled and have to assign an approved MAC address to the wireless adapter or just literally to change to a random MAC while pen testing to use MAC changer. And this is the command line for Mac changer like help, version, show, permanent, random, all the command for Kali Linux. And here is some example. Number 24 is proxy chains. Proxy chains cover and handle whatever job add command proxy chains for every job. That means we enable proxy chains service. For example, I want to trigger proxy chain to cover nmap. The command is proxy chains nmap a address -v -t4. But therefore you use proxy chains, you need to configure it first, adding proxy, IP and other things. And now come to information gathering option. Number 23, traceroute. Traceroute is a computer network diagnostic tool for displaying the connection route and measuring transit delays of packet across an IP address, just like this. Number 22, what web. What web is a website fingerprint utility. It identifies websites including content management systems, CMS, blogging platforms, statistic, analytic packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded devices. WhatWeb has over 7,000 plugins. Is to recognize something different. WhatWeb also identifies version numbers, email addresses, account IDs, web framework modules, SQL errors, and more. Just like this screenshot. What web. Number 21 is whose. Whose is a database managed by local internet registers. It is a query and response protocol that is widely used for querying databases that store the registered users of an internet resource, such as a domain name of or an IP address block, but it is also used for a wider range of other personal information about the domain owner. Let's see the example. Number 20 is Multigo. Multigo, there is some versions of Multigo. One is community edition and one is free for everyone. Multigo is an intelligence gathering tool which aims to discover and collect data about the target, company personal attack, and visualizes that collected data into graph of for analysis. Before we're using Multigo, first just watch the community edition. For here the address. Once you're done registering, open the terminal and type Multigo C. Wait a brief moment for it to start up. After it finishes loading, you will be greeted by a screen asking you to log in to Multigo Community Edition. This is the dashboard. And after this, sign in with the account you have just registered. After you are logged in, you need to decide what type of machine is needed to run against the target. Community stalker gathers reconnaissance footprint, basic footprint L2, moderate amount of reconnaissance footprint L3, intense, and the most complete reconnaissance. And this is the screenshot about footprint L3, and this is the work procedure of Multigo. Number 19 is Nmap. Nmap is network mapper, is tool used for network discovery and security auditing. My favorite option is Nmap is script Balance. It tells Nmap to audit the security of each open port on target using NSE. For example, nmapkali.org script val n, and the command nmap help to show you all the information about nmap command. Number 18 is Jarbuster Drip. Drip is a tool to find hidden objects, files, and directories on a website. DARP works by launching a dictionary-based attack against a web server and analyzing the response. DARP comes with a set of pre-configured word lists located under this directory. To launch drip, use the following command pattern: drip target list file drip, and this is the command for starting drip. Now come to vulnerability analysis tool. Number 17 is Nikto. Nikto is web server and web application assessment tool to find potential security issues and vulnerabilities. Nikto scans for 6,700 potentially dangerous files programs. To run Nikto, type this command nikto -s and IP address. Web application analysis. 16 is SQLib. SQLib is a simple and massive SQL injection vulnerability scanner. SQLib is not installed by default in Kali Linux. To install it, run this command git first you need to git clone, and then you guys can use this. Number 15 is Burp Suite. Burp Suite is a collection of tools bundled into a simple suite which performs security testing of web applications, from initial mapping and analysis of an application's attack surface through to finding and exploiting security vulnerabilities. The main features of Burp Suite is that it can function as an intercepting proxy. Burp Suite intercepts the traffic between a web browser and the web server. Browser, proxy, and server. To open Burp Suite, type Burp Suite into the terminal and you guys can find this. So number 14 is OWASP-JAP. OWASP-JAP is a Java-based tool for testing web app security. It has an intuitive graphical user interface and powerful features to do such things as fudging, scripting, spidering, proxying, and attacking web apps. It is also extensible through a number of plugins. In this way, it is an all-in-one web app testing tool. To open OWASP-JAP, type OWASP-JAP into the Linux terminal. Number 13 is HTTrack. HTTrack is a website web page cloner. From a penetration testing perspective, it is mainly used to create a fake website or phishing in attacker server. Run HTTrack wizard by typing in the terminal HTTrack. You will be prompted some configuration needed with the guidance such as project name, base path of the project, set the URL target, and proxy configuration. Number 12 is Zoom Scan and WP Scan. Zoom Scan is a web application analysis tool to scan and analyze Joomla CMS, while WP Scan is a WordPress CMS vulnerability scanner to check what CMS is installed on a target website. You can use either online CMS scanner or using additional tools. CMS map. Once you know the target CMS, whether it is Joomla or WordPress, then you can decide to use Zoom Scan or WP Scan. Run Zoom Scan and the command is zoomscan -u victim.com. This is the attacker site, targeted site, and the command is WP Scan -u. And now come to database assessment tool. Number 11 is SQL Map. SQL automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection vulnerabilities and taking over databases. To use SQL Map, you need to find website URL which is SQL injection vulnerable. You can find it by either using SQLib or using Google Doc. Once you have got the vulnerable SQL injection URL, then open the terminal and run the following command like this: acquire table list, acquire database list, acquire column list, acquire the data. Mostly the data is encrypted. We need another tool to decrypt it. Below is another procedure to get the clear text password. Now come to password attacks. Number 10 is hash identifier and find my hash. Hash identifier is a tool to identify the different types of hashes used to encrypt data and especially passwords. Find my hash is a tool to crack encrypted passwords or data using online services. For example, we got encrypted data like this. First thing you are going to need to do is identify the hash type. To do that, launch hash identifier in terminal and input the hash value on it. Hash identifier detected this decrypted data is using hash algorithm MD5. After its hash type is known, then we use another tool, find my hash, to crack that data. Now the terminal command is find my hash MD5 minus -s and the hash value, and the result like this. Number 9 is Crunch. Crunch is a utility to create custom word lists where you can specify standard character set or a character set you specify. Crunch can generate all possible combinations and permutations. The basic syntax for crunch is crunch min max character set minus t pattern minus 0 output and file name. And min is minimum password length, max is maximum password length, character set is used to generating the passwords, minus t pattern the specified pattern from the generated passwords, minus o save the word list into a file name. Okay, now come to number 8, John the Ripper. John the Ripper is one of the most popular password testing and cracking programs as it combines as a number of password crackers into one package. Auto detects password hash types and includes a customization cracker in Linux. Password file located at password contains all user information. Hash is a say encrypted password of each of the users found in stored, and this is the dashboard. Number 7 is Hydra, and this is the Kali Linux built-in tools online password cracking service. Hydra is the fastest network login cracker which supports numerous attack protocols. TAC Hydra supports these protocols: Cisco, AAA, Cisco with Cisco Enable, and all of these straps. And number 6, wireless attack. Aircrack NG suite. Aircrack NG is a network software suite consisting of a scanner, packet sniper, web and WPA2, PSK cracker, and analysis tool for 802.11 wireless LANs. Aircrack NG suite includes Aircrack NG, and this is help for cracks WAP keys using the further and decrypt WAP or WAP encrypted capture files like these straps. Number 5 is Flaction. Flaction is evil twin attack tool. Flaction doesn't perform brute force attack to break the key. Flaction creates the open twin AP of the target Wi-Fi network. When someone tries to connect to that network, a fake authentication page pops up asking for key. When victim enters the key, Flaction captures that key and checks whether the key is a valid password by matching the key and the handshake. To install Flaction, run the following command. First need to cloning it from git, and then command cd Flaction, and open the Flaction wizard by typing this. Number 4, exploitation tools. Social engineering toolkit set. The social engineering toolkit is an open source penetration testing framework designed for social engineering. Set has a number of custom attack vectors such as phishing, spear phishing, malicious USB mass mail, or many things. This toolkit is a free product by trusttechsec.com. To start using set, type in terminal set toolkit. Number 3 is Metasploit framework. Metasploit framework initially was intended to be a maintainable framework which automates the process of exploiting rather than manually verifying it. Metasploit is a popular framework through history. It has rich modules aimed at a variety of targets such as Unix, BSD, Apple, Windows, Android, or many things. And sniping and spoofing. Number 2 is Wireshark. Wireshark is a very popular network analyzer tool that's most widely used in network security auditing. Wireshark uses display filters for general packet filtering. Here are some useful filters like this: show only SMTP, show only traffic in the LAN, TSP buffer full, match HTTP, filter against particular IP, display post request method mostly containing user password. And to run Wireshark, just type Wireshark in the terminal. It will open up a graphical user interface. And number 1 is BetterCap. BetterCap is a powerful and portable utility to perform various types of man-in-the-middle attacks against a network, manipulate HTTP, HTTPS, and TCP traffic in real time, snipe for credentials, and much more. BetterCap is a similar concept as EtherCap, but in my experience, comparing both features, BetterCap on. So this is the top 25 tools in Kali Linux for ethical hacking. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, let's talk about cellular networks and ITP. Here are some standards prerequisites to take, like ensure that your 3G 4G device, whether a USB modem, a MIFI device, a card, or a smartphone, has all available updates installed to address vulnerabilities in the firmware or software. Have a firewall installed and properly configured on the host device. Have antivirus and anti-malware software installed and turned on. Use strong passwords or multi-factor authentication for accessing sites involving financial data or sensitive personal information. Enable logging and alerting for the Wi-Fi part of the connection. Enable WPA2 encryption on a mobile hotspot device such as the MIFI or Sprint's overdrive. Disable SSID broadcasting and disable the DHCP server. When using a mobile hotspot device or the mobile hotspot function, your phone which allows for multiple computers to use the 3G or 4G connection, monitor the hotspot software to be sure only devices you know about are connected. If the device allows you to set a maximum number of users, set this to 1. If you are going to be the only one connecting to the device, change the default administrative passwords on your 3G or 4G devices. If your 3G 4G device supports MAC filtering, enable it and create a whitelist of the physical addresses of the device, such as your laptop, that you want to be able to use 3G 4G, and block all. How cellular networks work. The basic components of the cellular networks are the wireless network, the core network, the internet connection, and the PSTN. Cellular users access the network via radio signals between their devices and the cellular towers. This wireless network is also connected to the core network, which is a wired network. The wired core network connects to the public switched telephone network PSTN for making voice calls to landlines. The core network also connects to the internet using some protocol, gateways, and multi protocol mobility managers. For sending data to and receiving data from other data networks, the core network uses service nodes, which are servers, to store data such as subscriber information. Of course, it's far more complicated than this. There is some security issues, like anyone who has worked in network administration and security knows that any network is only as secure as its weakest point. The problem with complex internet works such as the cellular networks is that they have so many parts and thus so many potential points of security failure. Overall, security of cellular data transmission depends on the security of all of the four major components listed above. Wireless connections are inherently more difficult to secure than wired transmissions. When signals go through the airwaves, it's easier to intercept them because you don't have to physically tap into a line. Anyone with a transmitter receiver can capture the signals, since it's difficult or impossible to prevent the interception of the signals. The key to securing a wireless network is encrypting those signals so that they will be useless to any unauthorized party who does intercept them. Early cellular networks did not adequately secure the wireless signals in transit. However, 3G and above networks use strong, cheaper keys to encrypt the signals. Two-way authentication is used there. Security of the core network refers to the security of the service nodes, servers, and the security of data in transit over the wire between the service nodes. The MAPSEC protocol provides security for the application layer protocol that is used for exchanging information that is specific to a subscriber and authentication information. IPsec is also used on the core network to protect communications in transit between service nodes. However, use of MAPSEC and IPsec is optional and up to the service provider. Each provider has its own security policies regarding physical security of the servers and remote access to those servers. Just as the internet poses a threat to home network connected to it, it also poses a threat to the core network. Attackers can travel from the internet through the gateways and infiltrate the core network. These include DOS attacks and SMS text spam, because it is connected to the internet through the core network. The PSTN's security cannot be assured either. The PSTN was designed as a closed network and so did not include security mechanisms designed to protect from the types of threats that can come in from the internet. The SS7 protocols it uses are plain text and don't include authentication. The good news is that cellular carriers are becoming more aware of the vulnerabilities of the cellular networks and are taking steps to remotely. Nonetheless, it's just as important for you to take measures to secure your own data and systems when operating them on a cellular network. Recent reports such as the MCAFE report on mobile security released this month focus on smartphone and tablet operating systems, but it's important to realize that laptops and desktops connected to the internet via cellular transmission. Cell ID in combination with the MCC, the LAC and the MNC is the unique identifier of the BTS. The cell ID of the BTS has the association with certain mobile station which is known by the mobile device and can be utilized to appropriate the position of the mobile device. GSM UMTS service zone is separated into location areas where every LA incorporates at least one radio cells. Every LA and radio cell has unique identifier named cell ID and LAC. BTS covers the set of the cells, and this is structural GSM UMTS architecture. The GSM network structure is divided into a base station, subsystem and core network, which is shown in the figure. The base transceiver station BTS is a main communication. Hello everyone, let's talk about cellular networks and ITP. Here are some standards prerequisites to take, like ensure that your 3G 4G device, whether a USB modem, a MIFI device, a card or a smartphone, has all available updates installed to address vulnerabilities in the firmware or software, have a firewall installed and properly configured on the host device, have antivirus and anti-malware software installed and turned on, use strong passwords or multi-factor authentication for accessing sites involving financial data or sensitive personal information, enable logging and alerting for the Wi-Fi part of the connection, enable WPA2 encryption on a mobile hotspot device such as the MIFI or Sprint's overdrive, disable SSID broadcasting and disable the DHCP server. When using a mobile hotspot device or the mobile hotspot function, your phone which allows for multiple computers to use the 3G or 4G connection, monitor the hotspot software to be sure only devices you know about are connected. if the device allows you to set a maximum number of users, set this to 1 if you are going to be the only one connecting to the device. Change the default administrative passwords on your 3G or 4G devices. If your 3G 4G device supports MAC filtering, enable it and create a whitelist of the physician and physical addresses of the device, such as your laptop, that you want to be able to use 3G 4G and block all. How cellular networks work. The basic components of the cellular networks are the wireless network, the core network, the internet connection, and the PSTN. Cellular users access the network via radio signals between their devices and the cellular towers. This wireless network is also connected to the core network, which is a wired network. The wired core network connects to the public switched telephone network PSTN for making voice calls to landlines. The core network also connects to the internet using some protocol, gateways, and multi protocol mobility managers for sending data to and receiving data from other data networks. The core network uses service nodes, which are servers, to store data such as subscriber information. Of course, it's far more complicated than this. There is some security issues, like anyone who has worked in network administration and security knows that any network is only as secure as its weakest point. The problem with complex internet works such as the cellular networks is that they have so many parts and thus so many potential points of security failure. Overall, security of cellular data transmission depends on the security of all of the four major components listed above. Wireless connections are inherently more difficult to secure than wired transmissions. When signals go through the airwaves, it's easier to intercept them because you don't have to physically tap into a line. Anyone with a transmitter receiver can capture the signals, since it's difficult or impossible to prevent the interception of the signals. The key to securing a wireless network is encrypting those signals so that they will be useless to any unauthorized party who does intercept them. Early cellular networks did not adequately secure the wireless signals in transit. However, 3G and above networks use strong, cheaper keys to encrypt the signals. Two-way authentication is used there. Security of the core network refers to the security of the service nodes, servers, and the security of data in transit over the wire between the service nodes. The MAPSEC protocol provides security for the application layer protocol that is used for exchanging information that is specific to a subscriber and authentication information. IPsec is also used on the core network to protect communications in transit between service nodes. However, use of MAPSec and IPsec is optional and up to the service provider. Each provider has its own security policies regarding physical security of the servers and remote access to those servers. Just as the internet poses a threat to home network connected to it, it also poses a threat to the core network. Attackers can travel from the internet through the gateways and infiltrate the core network. These include DOS attacks and SMS text spam because it is connected to the internet through the core network. The PSTN's security cannot be assured either. The PSTN was designed as a closed network and so did not include security mechanisms designed to protect from the types of threats that can come in from the internet. The SS7 protocols it uses are plain text and don't include authentication. The good news is that cellular carriers are becoming more aware of the vulnerabilities of the cellular networks and are taking steps to remotely. Nonetheless, it's just as important for you to take measures to secure your own data and systems when operating them on a cellular network. Recent reports such as the MCAFE report on mobile security released this month focus on smartphone and tablet operating systems, but it's important to realize that laptops and desktops connected to the internet via cellular transmission. Cell ID in combination with the MCC, the LAC and the MNC is the unique identifier of the BTS. The cell ID of the BTS has the association with certain mobile station which is known by the mobile device and can be utilized to appropriate the position of the mobile device. GSM UMTS service zone is separated into location areas where every LA incorporates at least one radio cells. Every LA and radio cell has unique identifier named cell ID and LAC. BTS covers the set of the cells, and this is structural GSM UMTS architecture. The GSM network structure is divided into a base station, subsystem and core network, which is shown in the figure. The base transceiver station BTS is a main communication. Hello everyone, let's talk about proxy chains. So how to set up proxy chains in Linux without any errors. Proxy chains in Linux is another tool for anonymity, providing anonymity and safe browsing. With proxy chains is easy. The proxy chains works on SOC S4, SOX 5, HTTP and HTTPS protocol. setting up proxy chains is easy, but many users get errors. So how to set up proxy chains? To set up proxy chains, you will first need the Tor service. Most of the time the service is pre-installed, and need to some command. Just see this command, and make sure your Kali machine is root device. If you get any error using this command, then it means a Tor service is not available in your system. So need to install first Tor, and after installing the service, you need to give command nano etc proxy change.config, and you can use any editor of your choice. Here we are using nano. And in the configuration, you will see hash, which means bash language comments, and it remove dynamic, remove proxy chains. And save the configuration and restart the service. Hey there, let's open Kali Linux machine, and now I show you proxy chains and its basic and startup of proxy chains. So here is my proxy chains. So uses proxy chains for -q -f config file program name arguments -q makes proxy chains quit. This overrides this config setting, and -f allows one to manually specify a config file to use. For example, proxy chains telnet some host like Facebook, Google, Instagram, or whatever you want .com. So I use here a different command in proxy chains. Just have a look. Proxy chains wget. Let's give facebook.com and press enter. So preloading the information gathering, resolving facebook.com and connecting to Facebook proxy chains. So one time connection refused. So now I used to another website like proxy chains aiuv.edu. This is my university official website. Press enter. Here is the strict chain. So this is how proxy chain work. So this is how a ISP help local user VPN to gaining data using Tor through SSH, VPN John Donim server, or Tor guard relay, or Tor middle relay, Tor exist relay. Then it gaining this data, and Tor help to reach data by SSH, VPN, or John Donim. Whenever you want to go to your desired data by SSH, VPN, or John Donim, your ISP would be helpful for you. Let's have an example like if any attack gain Tor guard relay or pass Tor middle relay and finally Tor exist relay, and Tor store activity of local user by incoming SSH, VPN, John Donim attack. SSH, VPN, John Donim server create a extra layer for incoming attack. Then the layer goes next like Tor guard relay and Tor middle relay, and finally the layer is stopped by Tor exist relay. The Tor client has a list of nodes from a dictionary server. Then the Tor client establishes a random connection via nodes for target and passing some data over the encrypted situation. And now talk about weakness via SSA's VPN John Donim. They can make a DNS and the SSA's VPN and John Donim client reach correctly by the help of making DNS, and it can be kill the connection over SSA's VPN, any of this layer like Tor guard relay, Tor middle relay. And lastly, the VPN provide SSAs or VPN John Donim. There is some other options without a single hop or second hop or last hop. Between them, there is also some other options by using ISP. And this process user go to TLS by the use of VPN SSAs or then John Donim, and finally Tor, then internet.onion, and VPN as first hop here and Tor as last hop. And after that, the user go to SSA's VPN, John Donim, and then Tor and internet.onion, your desired target. So here SSA's VPN and John Donim as first hop and Tor as last hop. Now talk about if the Tor as first hop and SSA's VPN John Donim as last hop. But in this system, Tor blocked his destination by SSA's VPN John Donim server. Before this, between these two layers, Tor exit relay and SSA's VPN John Donim server, between this layer, the Tor is stopped. SSA's VPN John Donim 3-layer stopped and cannot reach their destination by this layer if Tor as first hop and SSA's VPN John Donim as last hop. In some cases, Tor hide your IP address by SSA's VPN or John Donim server and clarify your IP address and store your data, and Tor failed there. Here is a risk by John Donim server, and here the IP address is visible or stored in Tor. SSA's VPN John Donim server, this is the last server. Before this 3-layer multiple hub is connected, and the local user or Tor client first go Tor guard relay and of course help of ISP, but in last SSA's VPN John Donim server stopped, and SSH, VPN, and John Donne server, the best protection against local user Tor client. And Tor and VPN is totally two different systems. In this tutorial, I show you guys some background information about Tor and its basic layer, Tor enhancements, our original and some related work, and how an attacker design goals and assumptions, the Tor design, some hidden services, design decisions, attack and defenses, some early experience, Tor in the wild, and Tor is middle. Tor work in middle way between attacker user and destination. And first user go to Tor network and attacker target user before go to Tor, then the request by the send of user go to entity guard, middle relay, exit node.
So let's talk about the actions and behaviors that we need for anonymity, and mainly we will be talking about how to be anonymous online. So we have many things or many ways to be anonymous in online uses, like IP address. So what is IP address? So an IP address is a unique address that identifies a device on an internet or a local network, and IP stands for Internet Protocol, which is the set of rules that governing the format of the data sent via the internet or local network. So in essence, IP addresses are similar that allows information to be sent between the device on a network, that they contain location information and make device accessible for communication. The internet then needs a way to differentiate between different computers, routers and websites, and then IP address provides a way for doing this, form of an essence or essential part of how this internet works. So why this is important? Because IP address is a main part of us being anonymous, because changing IP address using like couple of tools like VPN and proxy can be helpful for anonymity, such as we can use VPN, we can use proxies. So let's talk about VPN, how we can use VPN for anonymity. So for VPN, the process of using a VPN to hide your IP is pretty straightforward. Just set up your VPN, and as soon as you connect to a server, your IP address will be masked with an alternate one to prevent website and other third parties from identifying you or even knowing your location. So this will help you to keep you anonymous. You could also try some of the best free VPNs to change your IP address, but I would not recommend, because however, you should note that free VPNs are often have limitation and like trials that have like 7 days or 10 days trial, because that's why the free VPNs I would not recommend. So also a couple of things about free VPNs is that they are slower in speed and they have limited data and even privacy concern. Therefore, I strongly recommend going to an affordable premium VPN. So one of my favorite VPN is CyberGhost. So let's go and check about CyberGhost. So mostly I use this VPN. I think this is an affordable premium VPN that you can use for anonymity, which cost just a couple of dollars, as you can see, per month, and your IP address will remain hidden as long as you stay connected to the VPN. And what is the difference between free and paid VPN? Because free VPN has, as I previously told, slower speed, limited data, even have some privacy concern. But in this VPN you don't have any of these issues. It will have like faster speed that your internet speed provider is providing to you, so you will have this full connection speed in this VPN. And as you can see, I think this is one of the best VPN that you can offer both on your PC and also on your phone. So I will highly suggest you to use this. So using this VPN, it will mean that you can safely and anonymously use the internet, and your fake IP address will be located in the country of the VPN server that you choose to connect. So you can change your IP by simply connected to a different server, which they will provide. They will have like 10 or 15 servers, and you can choose one, or you can randomize your server. Although using a VPN is the easiest way to hide your IP address, and that's all about your VPN. So there is another way, which is proxy server. So proxy servers are another way to hide your or change your true IP address. So an important fact to mention is, however, that proxy don't have any of the security features that most VPNs or premium VPNs offer. A proxy is a type of server that functions as an intermediate between user and the internet. When using a proxy, all your online requests will be sent through uh, sent through by the proxy server. So the proxy then forward your request to the web server that you are trying to reach. So during this process, the proxy changes some of your data, including your IP address, and then proxy server will have an IP address on its own, since all of the data is going through here, and the IP will send out the rest of the web instead of yours. However, it's best to use proxy server only when doing like low stake task, because when they don't encrypt your data and cannot prevent third parties from accessing it. So when you use a proxy, your ISP and other third parties can still monitor what you are doing online. So there are several proxy sites that you can use, like let's go. As you can see, you can use these free proxy sites in here, but the thing is they don't expect. So what you have to do is, don't expect the similar production like that we previously saw as a premium VPN. There is a far difference between a anonymity level between a proxy server and a VPN. So I would recommend you to go for the VPNs, and mostly for the premium VPNs that you like or that you feel comfortable. And we'll also talk about more about anonymity in our next lecture. So previously we talked about VPNs and proxies, and I show you premium VPN. So let's show you how to change your proxy. So you can change any of the browser's proxy by simply go to the setting. So let's go to setting. Simply just search proxy. As you can see, you can change all of your proxy in here, like just simply type manual proxy configuration, set your IP as HTTP proxy, set your port, set what your soft host you want to use, and then just press OK. As you can see, in default it is using the auto detect proxy setting. Then also you can use some free VPNs inside a browser so that you can browse anonymously. So simply just type VPN extension and it will give you lots of free VPN that you can use on your browser. Like as you can see, it is from Chrome also, and a lot of the, as you can see, most of them are from Chrome. As you can see, it is available for free. This will not work similarly like a premium VPN, but it will most likely work a decent amount of speed and bandwidth. But as I previously told it, I will always prefer you to go for the premium VPN. And also you can install VPN inside Kali Linux that you want. Like there are some of them, just simply install by going to terminal and install the VPN that you want. So to become fully anonymous, one need to use like different machines plus like public Wi-Fi, because that can be destroyed when you're done with your browsing. And one of the most important tool or browser I would recommend for browsing anonymous is Tor browser, and I already previously show all about Tor, so make sure you check that out, because Tor is the best known for anonymity. And if you're not familiar with Tor browser, so let's go simply go to Tor. So this is the Tor browser. Because Tor uses a network of volunteer nodes around the world in anonymous for anonymity. So Tor in short for the onion router that allows you to encrypt your internet traffic, and each time you connect to a web server or route the traffic through a random array of nodes before heading to a final destination. So there are dozens of ways to use Tor for many devices, like the Tor browser is the most popular. So simply just you can use Tor both on Windows, Mac, and as you can see Windows, Mac, Linux, and even for Android. So I would say this is the best for browser if you are asking for a browser. Secondly, even though your internet traffic is encrypted and untraceable, an internet service provider or ISP can still detect whether or not you are using Tor. So this alone might be enough for raise suspicious, as Tor is often used for criminal activity online. So your ISP could choke your bandwidth, send you a cease or desist letter, or report you to authorities, even if you didn't do anything wrong. So for this reason, we advise Tor users to use an obstruction tool like OBSF proxy. So turn on a VPN using Tor, and both OVF proxy is a Tor project that makes encryption and that Tor routes traffic normal like an encrypted traffic, so it will be better. And another one is like a live operating system like CubeOS, which is best known for deleting all of those histories when you're done with your work or with your browsing online or on a public Wi-Fi. As you can see, one of the best hacker that we know, Edward Snowden, used to use CubeOS. As you can see, if you're serious about security, this is the best OS available today, and it's free. I already shown how to install CubeOS, so check that out. This is one of the best for operating system. Previously we saw talked about for the browser, and this is for the operating system. And then we have like in Chrome, you can go and browse like an incognito. Most mainstream web browsers like Chrome, Firefox, and all of those browsers have an option for private, or this is the private mode. So this open up a special browser window that doesn't store cookies, that don't record your browsing history, or they don't keep any identifiers. But that is not enough to keep you anonymous online. These privacy modes merely protect your privacy from other users on the same device. So you can prevent your spouse, wife, or kids from seeing hot sites you visit. So you don't hide your online activity from your ISP, which is internet service provider, or like apps, websites. So that's one of the option you can use to use anonymous. Then another option is like on public Wi-Fi, because you can instantly erase a history using this operating system using public Wi-Fi, that then it won't have any problem like gathering your information. So they won't save anything if you're using public Wi-Fi using this operating system. So this is the best use case, I would say. Because all of those work or all of those evidence will be destroyed, and no will able to find you, and no will able to find any clue about what you did using CubeOS or Tor inside, or using a public Wi-Fi. Then the last things I want to talk about, you can use a search engines like DuckDuckGo, which is the best search engine for safely browsing. So I would say this is the best for anonymous, best browser, best search engine for anonymity. And this DuckDuckGo is pre-built in on Tor browser. So if you are using Tor browser, you don't need this. It's pre-built in, and you have to use DuckDuckGo to safely browsing. And one of the things that we do is we often use extensions that are vulnerable. So that's why make sure you always check what extension you're using, what location or privacy that are using. So make sure you always check that out, that this will be for your anonymous activity. and secure your webcam and also Wi-Fi router, so that you can have like options, because it's been proven that webcams can be remotely activated and used to spy on users. So make sure you also check that out. And if you are choosing between iOS and Android based, which is more anonymous, go with Android, because don't go and get comfortable and think you can totally anonymous on either. It is far more difficult to be anonymous on a smartphone than on computer. Anonymity tools for Tor just haven't matured enough in a point that they will work on mobile yet. Apple and Google are too deeply embedded on these devices. So always go about this checklist. So that's all of the things you can do to browse, or how you can browse anonymous online. Because why anonymous is needed is that we can get rid a lot of censorship using like VPNs. Then we can use websites that are blocked in your country or in your region, and we can do stuff like that. And also for encryption helps us the hackers to browse anonymous and do our stuff that we want to do. So that's how you can be anonymous online. So in this lecture I will talk about my tips to maintain complete privacy and anonymity. So I'll give you a brief description about this. So let's talk about first, avoid oversharing, especially on social media. So you would not start blurting out your most intimate secrets in front of a crowd of strangers. Yet a surprising number of people fail to exercise similar restraint to the World Wide Web. So the online audience is far larger than any crowd that could be assembled. So in protecting online privacy, start by disregarding the About Me section about your social media account. So it's not necessary for all to know about your date of birth, physical address, phone number, email address, all of this. So you could go further and restrict who can view your post and all of those. And create a powerful password. So after all the effort that you put keeping your personal information off the internet or safe from unauthorized access would come to naught if your online account aren't protected by a strong password. Apply the basic principle of a password management. That means that ensuring the password is at least 12 character long and contain lower uppercase number and special character and number. That will help you to get a good privacy. Then turn on private and incognito browsing mode for anonymity. So browsing in private or incognito mode is the butt of jokes, thanks to the assumption that it's most popular among people keen on browsing most of the porn site without leaving a trail. So this is a great demonstration of how powerful browsing incognito can be as a weapon for protecting online privacy. That being said, private or incognito mode has some limitation. For instance, your ISP can still see your browsing activity. So the website that you can browse also can keep track of your online actions. Still, there is no harm in leveraging as it is one of the multiple tools for your disposal that increase your anonymity online and protect your privacy. And the most important one is use a VPN. So a VPN creates a private encrypted tunnel of communication on a public internet connection. It enhances your anonymity and privacy by masking your IP address, thus making it hard for anyone to attribute an online action to you. So using a VPN is especially useful when you are browsing the web on a public Wi-Fi such as coffee shop, your school, college, university, or in an airport. Don't click on any link unless you are completely sure of its authenticity. Phishing is one of the oldest and most efficient technique for obtaining confidential information without express authentication. The attacker attempts to deceive an individual into sharing sensitive personal or business information. They do this by sending emails that seem to originate from legitimate sources such as bank, educational institute, government agency, or employee. So it's better to not click any suspicious link. And the last one is protect your mobile devices. So in 2016, the number of mobile internet users surpasses the desktop users. And even nowadays, people have more in mobile devices than they have computers. So they have more risk of this. So it's therefore it's important that you devote so much attention to protecting your privacy on mobile devices so you do on computers. So there's the all of the things that you need to do to maintain your privacy and anonymity using internet on both online, offline, and also public and private network.
Hello everyone. Let's talk about anonymity online and offline. Online anonymity. Anonymity, the basic definition of this term is being without a name. Simply understood, someone is anonymous if his or her identity is not known. Psychologically speaking, being anonymous may be perceived as a reduction in the accountability for the actions performed by the person. Anonymity is also associated with privacy, as sometimes it is desirable not to have a direct link with a specific entity. Let's go to Kali Linux and search who am I? Who am I? Just search who am I, GitHub. Who am I provides enhanced privacy, anonymity for Debian and Arch-based Linux distributions. The purpose of the Who Am I tool makes you as anonymous as possible on Kali Linux. It is an user-friendly with its case of use and simple interface. It follows two different paths to ensure the highest possible level of anonymity. Finally, don't forget that there is never a 100% security on the internet. Look at these features: anti-man in the middle, lock killer, IP changer, DNS changer, MAC changer, anti-cool boot, and many more. And how you guys can getting started: if you do not update your system regularly or have not installed these packages on your system, you will not be able to use the tool. So let's see what we need before installation. So I need some dependencies and installation. First, clone the repo. Git clone this. Just copy this and paste in your Linux terminal. Give command git clone, then paste this link or URL. Now you guys can see who am I. how to install this app on your PC. After completing setup, run the application by typing Kali who am I in the search menu or by typing sudo Kali who am I help in a terminal. Help command and sudo Kali. In today's life, we are surrounded by a lot of cybersecurity tools and we talk about our online anonymity. But are we really anonymous? A single mistake can reveal our anonymity. So, why me? It is a very useful and very simple UI. Generally these are pre-installed in our Linux, but if you don't have, then you can just simply run the following command I show, and now it ready for further process. You can change your directory if you want and git clone the following URL. How to remain completely anonymous and hidden online. To anonymously use Kali OS for hacking. Anonymity is always a biggest concern for hacker or for doing black box or some organization, as we all are familiar with Tor browser, which is used to surf internet anonymously. Today we will talk about two tools which will help you to make your Kali machine anonymous on internet with some expectation to hostname and MAC address security risks. According to ethical hacking expert of International Institute of Cybersecurity, there are many ways to prevent accidental connections and DNS leaks. Kali Torify instruction and environment. So what is Tor? We use this network to protect ourselves from outside world to be safe. What is transparent proxy? Transparent proxy is placed between users and the internet. The proxy doesn't modify the user's request response. Kali Torify installation steps and environment, and use command sudo apt update and some command and using guidelines in Kali Linux machine. If config.me use command to Kali Torify S to check the status of the Tor network. and IP status. Now let's try login. Here is output result or IP status. Now let's try login to your Gmail account, as we know that when we try to log into any Gmail account which has security checked for two-step verification, then check your phone, and this is the feedback. Now use command kali-torify r to restart the Tor services and changes, and you find some restart connection. Next use this command and you guys can see this dashboard. Another one is knife, and it is knife installation steps, environment, dependencies. And this is tool execution steps for knife. So anonymity online, protect your privacy, defend yourself against network surveillance and traffic analysis. Just download Tor, and this is some uses information about Tor. So that's it guys, hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching.
So the first step into the server side attack is to gather information. So information gathering is very important because it will show us the operating system of the target, then install program or running services on the target, the port associated with the services, and etc. Now from these installed services we can try to and get into the system. We can do this by trying the default password, and as we seen before in the network penetration testing part, so when the service is installed, it basically gives you the full access to the computer. So if the person still uses the default password which was at the time, we can do this by any other service, and we'll see another example today. So another thing we can do is, there is a lot of people and services they misconfigure them, and then we'll have enable another example of this. So sometimes a lot of services are designed to give some remote person some access to the computer, but they obviously need to have some security implementation. So people often miss this configure, also miss these services. So we can take advantages of this mystery configuration and gaining access to the computer. So another problem with these services is some of them might even have a backdoor and install, and a lot of them would have vulnerabilities such as remote for buffer overflow or code execution vulnerabilities that will allow us to again gain full access to the computer. Now the simplest way of doing this is something that we have seen before and also use them. So we also use them, but also not using the IP. So we got a full list of these services, and then Google maybe has each one of them and see if it contains any vulnerabilities. Now to see, I just need to convey the idea of anything in a computer that we have seen or we see before limit us to the devices. So the device is actually a website. It has a website for running, so the websites are nothing different than this. If you want to get an IP of our website, then all you have to do is one thing. If you do like, okay, let's go to our meta exploitable machine, and if you just ping and want to know the IP of your Facebook, just simply type ping facebook.com. As you can see, this is the IP address of Facebook. So we have Facebook IP address that will able to run the nmap and guess it a lot of services that are running on Facebook. Now obviously I'm not going to do that because I'm not allowed to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run a setting up against a meta exploitable device, which is this one. As you can see, meta exploitable, this is another device, and I will be running this meta exploitable device on my Kali Linux machine, which basically is a computer device, and that's where we're going to interested in testing. So again, I cannot really distress this anymore. Anything is a computer, whether it's website, a server, an online service, a phone, everything is a computer. So we can go about penetration testing anything the same way. So I'm going to not only answer but going to show you how to do that. So I'm going to run on my activities that are on running on my meta exploitable device. So let's first know our IP address. So our IP address is, as you can see, 192.168.1.11. So first then let's run our Zenmap. So I'm going to use my meta exploitable IP address, which is, as you can see, this one, and we'll use the intense scan. So it will take some time, and it will give me a list of all the installed application on our meta exploitable device. So let's wait. As you can see, this is still running because as this is a okay, I think it's okay, it's still running. So this is the same way that you need to do for all of those services that you want to know. So let's wait for a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds, I think. Okay, it's nearly done. Okay, let's start from here. So just if you want to do a simple test, what you have to do, you have to just do the port read. As you can see, there are lots of ports are running in here. As you can see, lots of open port for both SSH, Telnet, FTP, HTTP, and all of those TCP protocols. So let's go for nmap output. So for example, we have port 21. As you can see, the port 21 is open, which is an FTP port. So FTP is a service that I allow to install or allow to upload or download files from the remote server. So you can see usually FTP service uses a username and password, but you can see the service is misconfigured and it allows anonymous login. As you can see, logged in as FTP. So we can see usually FTP servers are like this. So unlike the SSH that we used before in the network penetration testing that we had, so we had to use default password with this, but you will be able to log in without a password using FTP in our meta exploitable machine. So if you just copy this, the version name, and search it in our Google. So let's search it. As you can see, This is the backdoor command execution. So you can literally Google this and see if it has any issues and it has any misconfiguration, and it will show any of the code execution exploit. And as you can see, this has backdoor command execution. So this has a factor that has installed on it. So let's make it shorter. Let's use port 512. So let's look on the port 512 and let's copy it and search it to see what it shows in Google. As you can see, we couldn't find anything that we reached on port 512. As you can see, 512 is open, but we couldn't search anything. So literally I don't know what's this, but if you copy and Google this, and they will see a result in here, and we can see that this is a remote execution program. So that's very nice, that's cool. So if you manage to log in with this, you will be able to execute command on the target computer that it uses as RSH or login. So that's a program that ships with the Linux that allow you similarly like SSH. So you can in a way it will lets you execute remote command on the target computer. So let's go back and see. Okay, let's just delete this and search. As you can see, this is from Ubuntu. As you can see, we are also running on Ubuntu. As you can see, this machine is based on Ubuntu, our meta exploitable machine. So it is a RSS client service to connect, and this RSS service that you need to install to connect to the server. So let's go to our terminal and install our RSH service. So what you have to do when you need to install any program, you need to just type apt get install and name of the client, which is RHS client. As you can see, it's installing and it will take some time, but it will install automatically. So our RSS client is installed, so we need to configure it. So just type RSS client named as rlogin, RSH. Okay, let's type rlogin and let's see the help option. RSH client RSH okay. So I think it's with r login ROLIN minus help. As you can see, this is the uses option that you can use using rlogin. So rlogin, this is the minus character. So minus E for character, I for user, L for user, and P for port. So once it installed, you can use rlogin to login, because remember the first page of all of this is rlogin program to facilitate the login process. So if you just type this one, so rlogin minus L, for we want to use the root access and we want to use our meta exploitable machine, which is IP address as you can see 101, then it will, as you can see, we are right now into our meta exploitable machine. You can see type ID to see, as you can see we are right now on root, and if you type pwd, and also you can see we are right now in our root folder. So we can access from here using this rlogin method to remote control our meta exploitable machine. As you can see, meta exploitable, this is right now in meta exploitable mode. So the key point in here is to remove a bscan and then go on and search for each port that you want to find on the Google, and you will be looking for the misconfiguration or default password. So if this target service came in a backdoor or code execution, maybe it wasn't programmed properly. So all it had a flaw, and we can use this to gain access to the computer similarly like we did in our meta exploitable machine. Now that's all for it for our information gathering part.
You guys can see this type of dashboard in Martigo. So Martigo, any open source assessment is not complete without the use of Martigo. It's an integral part of OSINT. We already discussed a lot about this tool earlier and discussed how to utilize it to extract data using it. The reason Martigo is very popular and widely used is not just its cool features but also its data representation. Martigo has different set of views such as main view, bubble view and entity view, and we can also change the type of view. The result looks very easy to understand as different types of icons are used for different types of entities and their relations are well expressed by the arrows. Martigo represents all the information is a nice and easy to understand entity relationship mode. Apart from extracting data using various transforms and machines, we can also take the data we have found from other sources and include it into the graph to create a bigger picture. For that, we simply need to take the appropriate entity type from the left entity bar and bring it into the graph. Then insert the data we have found and simply connect it to be relevant. So person to website. For this example, we will using a machine person email address. Let's take an entity of type person and assign it a value, whatever, Andrew McPherson or anyone, and run the machine on its entity. The machine will start to enumerate associated email IDs using different transforms. Once it has completed running one set of transforms, it will provide us the opinion to move forward with selected entities enumerated till now. From the above example, we know a email is a valid email address, so we will go ahead with this specific entity only. What we get as an end result is website where this specific email address occurs by running the transform to website using search engine as a part of the machine. The examples shown clearly demonstrate the power of this sophisticated tool. Running a series transforms or a machine can enumerate a lot of data, which can be very helpful during a pen test or a threat modeling exercise. Extracting a specific type of data from another data type can be done in different way using different series. So let's download Multigo. So now Jahid Sabi, a target account from Twitter, simply copy the URL and paste it on Multigo. I take this site and all investigations in Multigo are based on and begin with transforms and entities. So this is the dashboard of Multigo. Transforms are bits of code which when run generate information based on information we already have. We call this information entities. Look, here is entities. Transforms search for information related to an entity on the graph and allow you to query an API or database to show related information on the graph. So this is my Multigo Kali Linux edition. Take a new graph here. Entities are represented as nodes on a graph. Investigations start with one or more entities upon which we run transforms to explore the relationships between these entities and other, yet unknown pieces of information. So here is banner, DNS name, system server, domain, IP addresses, netblack, URL, tracking code, website, whatever you can attack. So you can attack by email, image, person phone number, social network. The Multigo standard transforms include 39 entity types and many hub items. Will also include new entity types when installed. You can also create your own custom entities to use with your own custom transforms. Any properties and values can be set for this entity, and you can even inherit from another entity. The transforms from the parent entity will work with the child entity by default, and its properties and values can also be easily inherited. The most basic entity in Multigo has a type, for example, a website or email address, and a value. The value of a website could be www.multigo.com, and the value of the mail address could be support@multigo.com. They can also include things like calculated, static, and dynamic properties, bookmarks, notes. This is my target website. The multi-use standard transforms are the default OSINT transforms that ship with every Multigo desktop client. These include transforms for gathering OSINT from common sources on the internet, such as queries on DNS servers, search engines, social networks, various APIs, and other sources. With over 150 transforms, the multi standard transforms enable investigations to perform a vast range of standard use cases on multi including. Now I run transforms in my targeted website. Many option is here, like phone numbers, website mentioning, domain, all the transforms. So you can choose any of them. The Martigo built with transforms provide the current and historic technologies which websites are built upon. These transforms are particularly useful for discovering relationship between websites and for retrieving the details on how these are related as well as the duration of the relation. A transform developer's task is to write the logic that translates between a transform request sent from Multigo and the data being accessed. The data can be in the form of databases like MySQL. So this is the relationship between google.com. Here is the overview. In the top right corner, the Multigo desktop application removes much of the complexity of working with linked graphs, such as merging duplicate nodes, updating layouts, and visualizing the entities. The transform developer therefore need only be connected with extracting the request object and querying the data. There is a significant requirement to liaise with the transform designer and investigations requiring the information to build transforms that will be useful. So it's IP version 4.
So guys, in this lecture we'll be talking about information gathering, mostly on passive information gathering. So passive information gathering is the process of collecting information about your target using publicly available information. This could include services like search engine result, WHOIS information, background check service, public company information. In other words, any act of gathering information about your target without communicating with them directly that can be considered passive. As with anything in life, preparation leads to success. So successfully for us, this means that the more information that we manage to gather about our target prior to our attack, the more likely that we will be succeed. A good example of passive information gathering occurred during a penetration attempt on a small company. It could be happen, and it could be happen to many small to large company as well. So let's now talk about web information gathering. So once we engage, or once the engagement starts, so let's go first to google.com, because as we are using web information gathering, How do they interact with the world? Do they have to sales dependent? Are they hiring? Browse the organization website and look for general information such as contact information, phone and fax number, emails, company structure, and so on. Also, be sure to look for the sites, the link of the target site. So first, the Google search engine is the security auditor's best friend. Best friend because especially when it comes to information gathering, it can enumerate with Google. So Google has a couple of the tools that it can enumerate, like if you just search Microsoft, then it will show you all of the results of Microsoft as well as different website. But if I just type site Microsoft.com, it will only show me the result only on Microsoft. As you can see, .microsoft.com, .microsoft.com. So all of those are domains of Microsoft. So we use this site parameter to limit the result that Google will show you only the Microsoft.com domain. So on this particular day, Google indexed around 67 million pages of this Microsoft domain. As you can see, you can go on and go on. Okay, as you can see, lots of more results of this domain. Now most of the results coming back to us originate from www.microsoft.com, which is the subdomain of each of these. As you can see, subdomain, subdomain, subdomain. So let's filter it out to see what subdomain may exist at microsoft.com. So I'll just type site microsoft.com, then again site www.microsoft.com. So these two examples, as you can see, now we have only these domains. So these two simple queries have revealed quite a lot of background information about the Microsoft.com domain, such as a general idea about their internet presence and the list of the web accessible subdomains. So that's easy. So now let's use couple of other tools, like also you can use hundreds of interesting searches that can be made, and many of them are listed in a Google hacking database, which is GHDB. So there are lots of exploit database you can find in here, both for Google. As you can see, initiate index of Google, and all of those are Google database vulnerabilities. So you can go and do that. So you can use additional resources by which are available on Kali Linux inside of this Kali Linux tool. So let's see or use couple of the tools. So one is Netcraft. The first one is Netcraft. So the Netcraft is an internet monitoring based on England. So Netcraft can be used to indirectly find out information about web server on the internet, including the underlying operating system, web server version, uptime graphs, and so on. Then we can use which enumeration. So I know which is this one. So which is the name for a TCP service, a tool and a type of database. So which database contain name, server, register, and some cases full contact information about a domain name. So each register must contain a which database containing all contact information for domain they host. So let's search for one. So let's use this which to see how this works. So just type which, then a website that I want to use. So like I am using megascorpon.com. No address. Okay, let's use a different website like Socarway, one of my favorite football website. So I will use this website. So let's say with, as you can see, they show me a lot of those information in here, and also the name, servers, domain name, and lots of useful information. So the which client can be performed as a reverse lookup rather than an inputting a domain name. It can provide an IP address as a result. So let's use which on my IP address 192.168.1.1. So as you can see, this is my IP address, this is the host name, parent, net type, and all of those information on my IP address. So it can use both on domain and also both on IP address. So notice how both register and the hosting provider are shown on those which IP addresses. Also, as you can see, lots of results you can see inside of this switch information. So that goes another one. So there is another one you can find which is ReconNG. So as described at this author, ReconNG is a full feature web reconnaissance. As I was saying, so ReconNG provides a powerful environment which is open source web-based reconnaissance, can be contacted quickly and thoroughly. So ReconNG has a look and feel similar to the Metasploit framework, reducing to learning curve for leveraging the framework. So let's use ReconNG to quickly compile a list of interesting data. So we'll be using the WHOISPOC module to come up with the employee name and email address at Cisco. So just type use recon slash contact con p1tacts contacts slash gather slash http slash api slash with underscore pop. Invalid comment. Use recon gather http api with show options. Okay, let's search for with POC ReconNG. I think this vulnerable has been fixed, so that's why it cannot use this framework or this data. So let's okay, so I did some things. So as you can see, so first what you have to do in your Recon, you have to create a workspaces. So I just create my workspaces name as hacker target. Then I create a show options to see how you can do in here, and then show module. Then we need to source our website that you want to search. So just simply types open set source tesla.com as an example I used. So if you type info, and you can see you can use all of those that information you can get in here. Also the source, which is a tesla.com. So let's see, just typing run, it will see, as you can see, all of those information IP address and gather all of those passive information in here using this Recon tool. So there is also a couple of the modules that you can find in Recon, but also many of the modules in Recon require API keys with their respective service provider. So take some time and check out the Recon and some various other modules. That's all. So that's all about the passive information gathering.
Hello there. So today I'll talk about Netcraft, a phishing protection. So first go to their website netcraft.com. Then you see like this interface. So here is some option, a demo. You can go by a demo request. Netcraft is an internet services company based in the United Kingdom, which provides internet security services including cybercrime disruption, application security testing, and automated vulnerabilities testing. So what's the site running? Here you give a website name, targeted website name. So duet.edu.pk, it's a Pakistani university website. Netcraft sends the URL of the site in a verification server. Cracking the URL is not performed through a secure connection. So here is all the resources about this website. You can see here site, network, net block owner, domain, name server, IP addresses, DNS admin, domain register, name server organization hosting company, top level domain, DNS security extensions, hosting country, all the information you need, all the sources you can find here. Here is protection SSL or TLS. All the option is here. public key algorithm, certificate check, signature algorithm, serial number, version number, protocol version. And another great source of information is Netcraft. Start by searching for your target in the what's the site running text box, as I can show starting the video. Netcraft will return any websites it is aware of that contain your search words. In our example, we are presented this website, and if any of these sites have escaped, it is important to add them to our potential target list. So, certificate transparency. Here is the hosting history in my targeted website joy.edu.pk. Here you can see which operating system is running. WebTracker are third-party resources loaded, and here you can see also client side includes all the main technologies that run on the browser, such as JavaScript and Adobe Flash. Technology PHP is supported and are running XML, SSL. A cryptographic protocol providing communication security over the internet. Server security. Attacking or assuming companies over the internet has changed over the years. It has shifted from accessing a multitude of services to accessing just a handful. The tools and techniques that we will discuss should give you a good understanding of the types of vulnerabilities that may exist on the web servers and within web applications. Here you can see client-side scripting frameworks or libraries. All the information, each and every information what you need to attack a website or web application, you can trace them by searching Netcraft. Here you can see how protective website is this. Character encoding. A character encoding system consists of a code that pairs each character from a given repertoire with something else, such as a bit pattern, sequence of natural numbers. Technology and description. Here you can see technology, another technology, doc type. So this is how actually you can track or gathering information in any website by using netcraft. So in front end, the developer use css for styling sheet, and here is this information also. You can find any each or and every silly or large information about website, your targeted website, by using netcraft. Any resources. So that's it for today. Hope you guys liked it. Hello everyone. So today's topic is Multigo. All investigations in Multigo are based on and begin with transforms and entities. So this is the dashboard of Multigo. Transforms are bits of code which, when run, generate information based on information we already have. We call this information entities. Look, here is entities. Transforms search for information related to an entity on the graph and allow you to query an API or database to show related information on the graph. So this is my Multigo Kali Linux edition. Take a new graph here. Entities are represented as nodes on a graph. Investigations start with one or more entities upon which we run transforms to explore the relationships between these entities and other, yet unknown pieces of information. So here is banner, DNS name, system server, domain, IP addresses, netblack, URL, tracking code, website, whatever you can attack. So you can attack by email, image, person phone number, social network. The Multigo standard transforms include 39 entity types and many hub items. Will also include new entity types when installed. You can also create your own custom entities. to use with your own custom transforms. Any properties and values can be set for this entity, and you can even inherit from another entity. The transforms from the parent entity will work with the child entity by default, and its properties and values can also be easily inherited. The most basic entity in Multigo has a type, for example, a website or email address, and a value. The value of a website could be www.multigo.com, and the value of the mail address could be support@multigo.com. They can also include things like calculated, static, and dynamic properties, bookmarks, notes. This is my target website. The Multigo standard transforms are the default OSINT transforms that ship with every Multigo desktop client. These include transforms for gathering OSINT from common sources on the internet, such as queries on DNS servers, search engines, social networks, various APIs, and other sources. With over 150 transforms, the Multigo standard transforms enable investigations to perform a vast range of standard use cases on Multigo, including. Now I run transforms in my targeted website. Many options is here, like phone numbers, website mentioning, domain, all the transforms. So you can choose any of them. The Multigo built with transforms provide the current and historic technologies which websites are built upon. These transforms are particularly useful for discovering relationship between websites and for retrieving the details on how these are related, as well as the duration of the relation. A transform developer's task is to write the logic that translates between a transform request sent from Multigo and the data being accessed. The data can be in the form of databases like MySQL. So this is the relationship between google.com. Here is the overview. In the top right corner, the Multigo desktop application removes much of the complexity of working with linked graphs, such as merging duplicate nodes, updating layouts, and visualizing the entities. The transform developer therefore need only be connected with extracting the request object and querying the data. There is a significant requirement to liaise with the transform designer and investigations, requiring the information to build transforms that will be useful. So it's IP version 4 addresses, Multigo IP address. Multigo uses an XML based protocol between the desktop clients and the TDS, as well as between the TDS and the transform server. A transform developer can choose to directly read and interpret the XML based transform request and respond with the required XML response message using a basic web server. Host a basic HTTP server with the transform logic. Translate the XML transform request message to Python objects that are easier to work with. Look all the entities relationship with each other: website address, email address, and domain. And here is your output. This is not much complex for beginner, but a little bit very useful software, Multigo. Hello there. So Multigo can be used to determine the relationships between the following entities: people, names, email addresses, aliases, groups of people, social networks, companies, organizations, websites, internet infrastructure such as domain, DNS names, net blocks, IP addresses, applications, documents, and files. In this tutorial, I detail a network footprinting methodology while demonstrating how investigators can use Multigo to implement it. Multigo largely automates the information gathering process, thus saving a lot of time for the attacker, as we will see in this Multigo. Now I can show you this. So Multigo is an open source tool so that allows you to mine and gather information and represent your findings in a meaningful way. And it is one of the best information gathering and data mining tools. In Multigo alone, users can query all types of data. Multigo empowers investigators worldwide to speed. So this is my targeted website, www.housec.com. Increase the precision of their investigations through easy data integration in a single interface, aided by powerful visualization and collaborate capabilities to quickly zero in on relevant information. So here is all the transforms. You can attack by email, IP addresses, DNS, tracking codes. Actually, Multigo is a proven tool that has been downloaded by almost 1 million commercial and community users worldwide since its first launch in 2008. Due to its wide range of possible use cases ranging from threat intelligence to fraud investigations, Multigo is used by a broad audience from security professionals and presenters. So start the background scanning. So I take another entity. One of the routine tasks Multigo is used for by analysts and experts worldwide is infrastructure footprinting on an organization's network, also known as reconnaissance footprinting. Is the technique employed to gather information such as IP addresses regarding a specific network environment, usually with the purpose of revealing vulnerabilities indicators. So let's check this information relationship between all the email in this website. In this tutorial I detail the network footprinting. The first phase is security assessment, is to focus on collecting as much information as possible about a target application. According to OWASP, information gathering is a necessary step of a penetration on test. The more information, the higher the success rate. There are basically two types of information gathering: active and passive. Passive information gathering is where the attackers won't be contacting the target directly and will be trying to gather information that is available on the internet. Whereas in active information gathering, the attacker will be directly contacting the target and will be trying to gather more information. So information gathering is generally done on infrastructure and on people. In infrastructure recon, the attackers generally try to find the information about the host, mail, exchanger record, name server record, shared resources, or many things. So here I create a relational entities between this website. With Multigo, I can find the relationships which people are linked to, including their social profile, mutual friends, companies that are related to the information gathered, and websites. If I want to gather information related to any infrastructure, I can gather relationship between domains, DNS names, and net blocks. I send the request to speed seed servers in XML format over HTTPs. The request from the seed server is given to the case servers, which are passed on to the service providers. The request results are given back to the Multigo client. So I gathered many information is here. You look, once the transforms are updated, investigate tab and select the desired options from the plate. There are two main categories in the plate: infrastructure and personal. I can also import other entities to the plate. As example is Sodan entity. So as you know, Multigo helps you find information about a person like their email address, social profiles, mutual friends, various files shared on various URLs. Select the desired option from the plate. Here I am going to select the option and make all the connected links in this website. So similarly, I can find if the user has uploaded any files in pastabin or other public URLs. Having all the information can be useful for performing a social engaging based attack. So let's zoom this and see what I made. So I gathered so many information in howco.com. So you can run transform by right clicking So this is all the information is here. Watch the video carefully and try it by your own. So that's it for today. So hello there. No, we are not trying to hack Google. So in this video concept, we know about basic advanced Google search. So what is Google designed to do? What does Google do? Google queries, the limits. 32 words. Google Advanced Search is a more detailed method of finding information on Google. It uses a variety of Google search operations that consists of spatial characters, and spatial commands, also known as advanced operators that goes beyond normal Google search. Google Advanced Search lets you cut through internet clutter, and there's no shortage of clutter on the internet, to zero in on exactly the search result you are looking for. So let's check. If we search Google Advanced Search, there's some option. Google Advanced Search, how can you use this feature? Now come to setting. Here is Advanced Search option. You can search here. Just have a look. Advanced Search option. This exact word phrase, any of these words, narrow result, languages, regional last update, site domain, file type, say search, terms and appearing, all the options you find. Let's write World Web. So you can find any result. World Web, you can find each and every result. So basic operators. So single word versus combining words using the colon, boolean operators, spatial characters, Batman, Dark Knight. It's just example. Dark Knight, semicolon, Batman, Batman and Dark Knight. Under the surface, the Dark Knight and spatial character carry a hyphen. For anyone that's been doing SEO for a while, Google Advanced Search Operators, special commands that make regular searches. Google search operators are like secret cheat codes that help you to get more relevant search results. You still type your search into the Google search bar, but with search operators, you add a bit of text that turns into shorthand for special instructions about the search. This, for example, when gauging the amount of content dedicated to a specific topic, you can filter out 90% of less focused content. Here's an advanced search operator that tells Google that you are looking for content on SEO. What is SEO? Search engine optimization. Now have a look about advanced operators. Cache, display Google's cached version. Link, show a list of web pages that have links to your target. Related, similar web pages. Related similar web pages. Information, view information Google has on the target site, limits results to just the domain listed. With just one advanced operator, advanced search, you go from 730 million results. It's unbelievable. 700. Have a look. This, I just search a critical thing in Google, advanced search. You search MSN, Windows, Live Search, Bing Search, and MSN. Find pages that contain certain keywords. Find course and force accurate results for long tail keywords. Just anything type hacking word. By the help of advanced operators, you find accurate result you want. Find out the Google is categorized your site quickly, gauge the competitives of long tail keywords, find sites that have a specific keyword in the URL, advanced options, all in title, limits results to these websites with all the search words in the title, then link in title, limits result to documents that contain the search word in the title, all in URL, limits results to find all search words in the URL. So that's it for today. Hello there. Today I'll talk about in URL search, and welcome to Advanced Google 2 Part 2. In URL finds pages with a certain word in the URL. All in URL similar to in URL. This finds web pages containing all of the URL specific words. In text find pages containing a specific word in the content. Now have a look. Let's search in URL. Now I wanna go in URL slash admin. Many pages there. Click on admin login. Have a look. Now in URL admin login page, have a look. You can find this. If I submit, it's blank. Now some devices and appliances default setting accessible via browser, application defaults, internet, printing, internet, cameras, server defaults, directories, entitled index of admin directories, find specific files like logs, password files, by file extension, web servers, directory traversal, extension working. The in-URL search query is one of Google's search operators intended to allow users to find down the results. It can be used quite simply by entering. The in-URL search operator lets you search for the word directly after the clone in any URL on the internet. If you include in-URL in your query, Google will restrict the results to documents containing that word in the URL. For instance, want to see only pages that have your keyword in their title, use the entitle search operator just before the keyword. You can use symbols or words in your search to make your search results for precious. Google search usually ignores it. The URL operator searches for specific text in the indexed URLs. You can pair a site with in URL, and you can find database by a website exploit database. So if I search Google hacking database is an index of search queries exploit database. It actually exploit database. Has the Dropbox, web server detection, files containing usernames, files containing password, files containing use information, error messages, vulnerable servers, network or vulnerability data, various online devices, all the thing you find here. The website is exploit.db.com. Entitled Index of Dropbox. Google hacking, also named Google dorking, is a hacker technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes. It's actually a categorized index of internet search engine queries designed to uncover interesting things. Now if I search this, here you can download the exploit database archive mode. Is there some remote option, web application option, local and privilege? Here is the remote code. So many more remote code is here. Here is the code and Federal Security Manager client session in web application exploits. Here is the code and path. As some article for privilege. You can check everything, you can find everything here about database hacking. Now go to another website. Okay, now Google utility belt loaded. Go link scanner, Google hack, honeypot, search, dig, go scan, meta go fill, site digger. View of the utility belt with first trans in a circular condition. The attachable push is shown in Phantom comparison. Google Arts and Culture features content from over 2000 leading archives who have partnered with Google Cultural Institute.
Hello everyone, so in this lecture we're going to be talking about the EDGAR and RIR. So let's first talk about EDGAR. So EDGAR is electronic data gathering, analysis and retrieval. So EDGAR is the electronic filing system that created by Security and Exchange Commission to increase the efficiency and accessibility of corporate filings. The system is used by all publicly traded companies when submitted requires documents to the SEC. Corporate documents are time sensitive and creation of EDGAR has greatly decreased the time it takes for corporate documents to become publicly available. Understanding EDGAR. Under the Security Act of 1933, the public companies are required to publish their financial data every 3 months. Although this information was theoretically available to all investors, it was difficult to access the age of paper in that communication. The SEC began developing an electronic reporting system in the early 1980s to launching its first pilot in 1984. The first operational EDGAR system was launched in 1992, but electronic reporting was still voluntarily at the time of beginning of 1993. The Commission began to phase in the requirement of electronic filing. Using the EDGAR system. The EDGAR consists of a searchable database with more than 20 years of electronic filing. Users can search for database in the same manner as an online search, using either the name of the company or an individual. Search result can be found narrowed down by the date, location of the company's executive offices, or the types of files that were sought. In addition of the company data, EDGAR can also be used to search the mutual funds, variable insurance product, or confidential treating orders. These are the orders that restricted access to the data that is otherwise required to be filled. So there are a couple of advantages and disadvantages of EDGAR. So the advantages of EDGAR is a drawback to the EDGAR system is that the filing that are highly stripped down and often difficulty to read compared to the annual report received by the shareholders. All the information is contained in the filing, but details can be difficult to find in one huge text file. However, the information is always structured in the same way regardless of which the company filed the information. So there are pros and cons. So the pros will be like provide a simple repository for public filings, and then allow easy access to 20 plus years of corporate financial data as well as mutual funds and variable investment funds or products. And cons or disadvantages will be like search function that can be clumsy and cluttered and similar sounding companies, and it may be easier to find reports to the web page of the reporting country or company. Documents that are accessed using EDGAR and filled with the SEC include quarterly and annual corporation report and financial statement. So annual reports from 10 to K includes company history, audited financial statement, a description of product and services, and an annual review of the organization, its operation and the company market. Form reports 10Q includes unauthenticated financial statement and information about the company's operation in the previous 3 months. Other reports that are often searched by the investors are registration statement, which are required before the stock can be sold to public, which discloses the notable events such as bankruptcy, which contain the ownership information, and which reports the transaction and not reported back. In 2016, a Ukrainian hacker used stolen login credential to access filing of the EDGAR system that had not yet been released. This information was then passed on the traders, who were able to trade on the advanced knowledge of company and reporting the figures before they were published. So the bottom line is EDGAR is a convenient way to access the electronic report of any public company in the United States. However, the search function can be clumsy, but it is far from intuitive. In the age of internet, much more data can be found just by easily on a company's website. Now let's talk about RIRS. So regional internal registries. So there are 5 regional internal registries in the world. So RIR is manage, distribute and register Internet Number Protocol, which is IPv4 and IPv6 within their respective regions. Each RIR operates as not-for-profit member-based association in its respective region in accordance with the law of the country in which it is located. RIRs is distributed internet number resources according to the policies developed by the respective regional community using established open and inclusive and bottom-up policy development process, which is PDP. Member elected board govern each RIR. Then board provides fidelity oversight, strategic guidance, and verification of the policy development process. The NRO, the Number Resources Organization, was established in 2003 as a coordinating body of the 5 regional internet registries to act on a matter of global importance to all 5 RIRs. To participate in the global internet governance activities and coordinates joint programs across the global RIR system. Within their respective regions, RIRs provide service to administer, manage, distribute, and register the internet number resources mainly to their members. The global RIR system ensures that each internet number resource is uniquely assigned to one party to ensure smooth function to the internet, and that they are distributed based on justified need. So how the RIR distribute internet number resources within their regions is defined by the policies that each RIR's community develop using their own PDP. RIR members are comprised of internet service provider, which is ISPs, governments, universities, civil society, end users, for-profit and non-profit enterprises of all sizes and across all business sectors. Members pay fees to the RIR-based type and then amount of service they require. Each RIR sets its own membership requirements and fees. So that's all about RIR and registry regional internet registries.
Hello there. So what is ICMP? Basically, ICMP is the Internet Control Message Protocol. The Internet Control Message Protocol is a supporting protocol in the Internet Protocol Suite. It is used by network devices, including routers, to send error messages and optional information. So here you look how can a host or server redirect ICMP. The Internet Control Message Protocol is a network layer protocol used by network devices to diagnose network communication issues. The ICMP is a protocol that devices within a network use. Now let's have a look in IP scanner. Install IP scan to find out your IP. Here is IP range. Angry IP scanner install. Now you can start and scan IP for your web hacking. ICMP is an error reporting protocol also that network devices such as routers use to generate error messages. So you can find out IP now. Check that green marks. Here is your server, your IP, your Windows server, your IP, and your Windows server and IP. Now scan and check. Total time 2 minutes. Now give a command. Open your Windows command prompt. Now open your CMD and search. Just type ping, P-I-N-G. Here you look. One received lost. Now we have need nmap. So let's install nmap setup. Give all the tick mark. Just search Google nmap and you can find nmap, then download it and install it. Okay, complete nmap. What is nmap? How to use nmap, a beginner's guide. Nmap is an open source network mapping tool developed by Jordan Leon. It is widely used as a port scanner and host discovery tool by network administrators and hackers worldwide. The reason for its popularity is that it allows users to perform powerful scans using a combination of small set of options. Using only these options, you can run effective and powerful scans by running specially scripted commands. But even if you are not familiar with nmap, you can still use it by executing simple commands. These will also allow you to get a new good scan result. However, if you want your scans to be more accurate, then you need to learn more about nmap and how to use it correctly. This is what this post aims to do. Now come LDAP operation types. So what is LDAP? Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. The Lightweight Directory Access Protocol is an open vendor natural industry standard application protocol for accessing and maintaining distributed directory information services over an internet protocol network. So its operation type, LDAP operation type. Adds new enters directory server database, validates the authentication state and changes it from unbind aborts outstanding operations and ends their connections, modify editing information already stored in database, search and compare searches for enters based on their name, size, scope, type and attributes. So this is how LDAP directory worked. Passed username, password, API, REST API service connected both username and LDAP directory. So here is the application, client and directory server, how it works. Application request and replay, directory client TCP, then it connected with directory server. Application sender, directory receiver, then what you want, just give and replay this information to the application client. How LDAP works basically. So business application, LDAP directory connected with email service, user accounts, authentication, license management. Okay, now come to NTP. What is NTP? Network Time Protocol. NTP is a networking protocol for clock synchronizing between computer systems over packet switched variable latency data network. Stratum 0, stratum 1 to stratum 2, stratum 3. Stratum 0 atomic GPS not connected to the internet. Stratum 1 connected to the stratum 0 clocks, the first level of time servers, and stratum 3 stratum 2 reference the number of stratum 1 servers, and NTP algorithm may drop a server if the network connection is poor. Stratum 3 and the lower stratum. So have a look. Authoritative clock source and all stratum 1 to stratum 3 have it connected with each other. Here first layer of what is NTP, network time protocol, used to keep clock within your nodes, important for log files, transaction servers, various application position system, mobile phones like GSM transaction systems, time critical operations that needed to be stratum labels, all the labels I lectured about previous slide. DCF double SIM receivers, LW radio carriers as reference, available at very low price from various places. GSM time reference, uses GPS satellite. So here NTP client machines, Ethernet connection, and user connected with the NTP server via one internet, then again one, then public NTP pool time server. Just have a look. Now come to SMTP. So what is SMTP? What is SMTP? Simple mail transfer protocol. SMTP server, every email client interfaces to send email, list of SMTP servers in transit, check the headers on your email. Why talk directly to SMTP server? Automation of emails in application without dependency, and other email client, real-time notification of status, wrong ID password, etc. So it's basically a simple mail transfer protocol for electronic mail transmission. Mail servers and other messages transfer agents use SMTP to send and receive mail messages. SMTP email, how it works. Sender, a terminal, user agent, then send mails into message transfer agent, who is client, then connected to TCP collection, then again message transfer agent MTA server, then user mailbox, user agent, user at terminal receiver. So how the diagram is work, how the total work is finished, just have a look. Sender user terminal and receiver user terminal. Most internet systems use SMTP as a method to transfer mail from one user to another. SMTP is a push protocol and is used to send mail. See the process, SMTP process. SMTP client server, DNS server is sender. Then connected SMTP, MTA, then recipient. SMTP server mail stores. Okay, now come SNMP. What is SNMP? The Simple Network Management Protocol. SNMP is an application layer protocol that facilitates the exchange of management information between a network management system, agents, and managed devices. SNMP uses the Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, TCP or IP protocol suite. SNMP is a part of Internet Network Architecture. SNMP enables network administrators to manage network performance, find and solve network problems, and plan for network growth. It's actually a network management protocol. So SNMP is a framework that provides facilities for managing and monitoring network resources on the internet. Components of SNMP: SNMP agents, SNMP managers, management information bases, MIBS, and SNMP protocol itself. So have a look. SNMP manager connected with SNMP agent, SNMP agent, SNMP agent. SNMP protocol message, the manager passed through the message. So what are SNMP traps? Simple Network Management Protocol. SNMP is a protocol used for devices monitoring. Common SNMP enabled devices including routers, switches, servers, and modems. SNMP traps include information on alerts and problems. SNMP traps include the error time and
So we logged into our DBWA web page using a admin username and password as password to get access this DBWA's web server. So let's go and set up or create a database just to make sure everything is working. So you can go set up and then create or reset your database. So I have already done that. So my database is already resetted. So now what we have to do is we have to turn our DBWA security as low, because we will use low security so that we can try a few different types of attack. So the first one is going to be a cross-site scripting or XSS reflected attack. So I am using on my Kali Linux as and Firefox in this machine. So let's see how the script works. So if I say my name like Akash, then submit, I can see that first of all it does a couple of things. It says hello Akash, and because I'm using low security, not only it reflects on the screen just to print whatever I type, it also include in the URL, as you can see. So it named in here. So what I said, my name is like another one, which is Tanjum. So if I say my name Tanjim in here, let's see what it does. As you can see, it also printed my name in screen. So as you can see, I have already tapped a script down here. So I'm just going to use a script, which is a very simple script, which is this one, which is a very simple script. So in here I am keeping it at blank, so it will print and show as blank, and it will show a pop-up also. So let's run the script. As you can see, it shows nothing in here because the brackets had been blank. So if I say something like your site has been hacked in those blanks bracket, so let's see what it does. As you can see, it also shows as a pop-up that, and also got notified that your site has been hacked. Because it actually ran this script, and I put like a text inside of this script, which is, as you can see, this text or this show up in here whenever you run this in our reflected accesses screen. So whatever we put in those brackets will be printed and show you as a pop-up every time you run the script. So let's test out this on our accesses stored. So you can do whatever you like to name in here. You have to put a name, like let's name nothing as a random, and let's put the same text that we put in our reflected accesses. So let's put in here and sign the guest book, and as you can see, you have been hacked. But the thing is, it just not only loaded in, so every time you load this page it will show up. As you can see, every time it will show up, even not only from this machine, it will show up even from another machine. So as you can see, I am currently on, this is my, so let's first log out. So this is my Ubuntu machine, so this is another machine. So let's log in again and go to accessory store. As you can see, so every time anyone or any person visit this page, this will load up. So everything you did in those script will show up in here, and every other machine, even anyone with that page can show up this. So every person that visit this page will show up this message or the script that you run on this text field. So we're saying all of this because it's stored my script in this page. That's why it's every time I come to this page, it will load up this script and it will show up this message. So instead of putting a comment every time I come this page, so there is a pretty simple example here. Is just one simple script that you can insert that really a complex script in here that pop up as a fake or virus. So you can pick a script that will save as a virus or any payload. You can simply just run this, and every time any person will visit this page, then they will be affected with that payload. So that's how this XSS stored and XSS cross-site vulnerability works. So it's all about your script, how or what script you load in this text field. So it will work on any script you want. Like if you have a script like this, so if you want to if you don't want to just show this text box, you can just simply use windows dot location. So what this will does is it will simply, after loading this page, because this is already saved in our database, so after loading this, it will simply go to this website. So sometimes we see in other or any websites that we visit that sometimes when you click a website, it simply or randomly open another website. That's because they use a script with that page similarly like this, that will simply go to the specific website that we typed in here. So simply this will redirect this web address that someone or some person put on their script. So that's how this actual XSS script works. So unfortunately, we can do even more complicated things besides just alert and with another just window.location, and we can actually set people up for hacking through a company's web page or website. An easy way in PHP to protect against this is to strip the tags so that no one can interact directly to the web page. We'll talk more about that in our next lectures to see how this SQL injection examples works. So SQL injection and SQL injection blind we'll be seeing in our next lectures. Hello everyone. So in this lecture we're going to start talking about website hacking. Now website hacking is really a big topic. So now we're going to focus on the topic that are related to the programming. So first of all, we are going to learn how website work, how technology is used, the request and the responses, and we are going to learn how to communicate with website from our Python program. So once done with that, we are going to start writing some useful information like gathering tools, and we are going to write program to discover files, directories, subdomains, and a program that can be used to map the whole website and discover all links within a target website. So we are going to write a program that can be used to guess login information in any login page. So as we do this, you are going to learn how to read the HTML code of any web page, analyze it, extract the useful part from it. Web application penetration testing. Before we can start talking about that, we need to understand what is a website. And just like I said before, a website is just an application that installed on a computer, and that computer probably just has better specs than many computers. But fundamentally it works exactly like another computer. So it has an operating system and it also has a number of applications to allow it to act as a web server. So the main two applications that it probably has is web server and a website or web database. So web server is like Apache and the database is like MySQL, and these are the web server. Basically understand and executed the web application. So your application would be written in PHP or Python or any programming language really. So the only thing that the website needs is to able to understand and execute the web application. The database contains the data used by the web application. So all of this is stored on a computer called the server, and the computer is connected to the internet and it has a real IP address. So anybody can access the computer, can ping it. So the web application is executed by the web server, which is installed on your server on your target. Therefore, anytime when you execute or request a page or you run the web application, it actually executed on the web server and is not executed on the client's computer. So it gets executed on the web server and it sends the HTML page which is ready to read the target person or the client. So let's give you an example. Let's say you are on the phone and your computer and you wanted to go to a web page like facebook.com. So you type in facebook.com into your URL and this will be translated using a DNS server to an IP address. So there's a server that translates every name .com or .edu or any website with a name with a domain name. So this is like a domain name of your relevant IP address. So you request facebook.com, their request goes to a DNS server. It translates facebook.com to the IP where Facebook is stored and then you go. So it will go Facebook to the IP address of Facebook. So it will execute the page that you wanted using all the application that we spoke about, and then it will just give you an HTML. So what you get back with just an HTML, which is a markup language of the result that executing the program. So the program gets executed on the server and then you only get the result. So this is very important because in the future, if we wanted to get anything executed on the web server and if you wanted to like shell a very short of virus that you want to execute on your target computer, then we need to send it to the language that the web server understand. So for example, PHP. So once you executed it, there it will be executed on the computer, not on your computer. It will execute on the targeted computer. So regardless of the person that accesses on the page, the web shell that you are going to send, if it's written in a PHP in a language that discover, understand what is going to execute it on the server and not on your computer. Therefore, it will give you access to the server and not access to the person who has accessed that server JavaScript. So on the other hand, there is some website that use JavaScript and JavaScript is a client-side language. So if you manage to find a website that allow you to run JavaScript code, then the code will be executed by the clients. So even though the code might get injected into the web server, it will be executed on the client side and it will give you until you allow to do things to the client computer and not on the server. So it is very important to separate between a client side language and a server side language.
Hello everyone, let's talk about whose domain. So what is whose information and why is it valuable? Whose is a widely used internet record listening that identifies who owns a domain and how to get in contact with them. The Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, regulates domain name registration and ownership, whose records have proven to be extremely useful and have developed into an essential resource for maintaining the integrity of the domain name. Registration and site ownership process. So what is in a whose record? A whose record contains all of the contact information associated with the person, group or company that registers a particular domain name, typically Each whose record will contain information such as the name and contact information of registrant who owns the domain, the name and contact information of the register, the registration dates, the name servers, the most recent update, and the expiration date, whose records may also provide the administrative and technical contact information, which is often but not always the registrant. So this is some information about this website. I search and what is Google, and here is all the information about Google by giving the domain name, in whose domain tools.com, IP address, IP location, ASN, IP history, register history, website title, server type, all the information. IP history 368 changes on 368 unique IP addresses over 18 years, and register history 3 registers with 1 drop, and whose record, domain name, registered billing. Now another domain name, social site facebook.com. As same as previous website Google, here is the dates of Facebook, 9151 days old, name servers, take contact, IP address, IP location, ASN, IP story, website title, terms, images, links. Okay, now let's talk about Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine is a digital archive of the World Wide Web founded by the Internet Archive, a non-profit based in San Francisco, California, created in 1996 and launched to the public in 2001. It allows the user to go back in time and see how websites looked in the past. So here I browse amazon.com. Many things are shown in the display. December 1298 to November 20, 2012. The Internet Archive turns 20 years old, having archived nearly 2 decades and 23 petabytes of the evolution of the World Wide Web. Yet, surprisingly little is known about what exactly is in the archive's mounted Wayback Machine, beyond saying it has archived more than 445 billion web pages. The archive has never published an inventory of the sites it archives or the algorithms it uses to determine what to capture and when. Given the archive's recent announcements of new efforts to make its web archive accessible to scholarly research, it is critically important to understand what precisely makes up this 445 billion page archive and how that composition might affect the kinds of research scholars can perform with it. Regular users of the Wayback Machine are familiar with the MY audits of its holdings. For example, despite CNN.com launching in September 1995, the archive's first snapshot, its homepage, does not appear until June 2000. In contrast, BBC's website has been archived since December 1996, but the volume of snapshots ebbed and flowed in fits and starts through 2012. To truly understand the archive, it is clear we must move beyond casual anecdotes to a systematic assessment of the collection's holdings. Since the archive does not publish a master inventory of the domains preserved in the Wayback Machine, the Alexa ranking of the top 1 million most popular websites in the world was used, which is compiled from browsing history. Browsing activity is more than 70 countries. The complete history of all snapshots ever recorded by the archive for the homepage of each website was requested visiting the Wayback CDX server API through November 5, 2015. While this only reflects snapshots of home pages rather than sites as a whole, it nonetheless captures a key metric of how often the archive is crawling each site. The enormous technical responses required to crawl and archive the open web can be seen in this data in all the home pages of the top 1 million Alexa sites have been snapshotted by the Internet Archive just over 240 million. So this is what in 8 the WebEx archive. So that's it guys, hope you guys liked it and thanks for watching. Hello there, let's talk about some advanced features of DNS. So at first, we have to know DNS basics. DNS converts human readable domain names into IP addresses. This is because domain names are much easier to remember than IP addresses. This process may take place through a local cache or through a zone file that is present on the server. A zone file is a file on the server that contains entries for different resource records. These records can provide us a bunch of information about the domain. We will look more into resource records and the zone file in the next section. So let's understand how DNS resolution works. Let's say the user opens up the browser and types in info.sensu.com. It is now the responsibility of DNS resolver in the user's operating system to fetch the IP addresses. It first checks its local cache to see if it can find a record for the queried domain name. A cache usually contains a mapping of IP addresses to host names which are saved during recent lookups so that the resolver does not have to fetch the IP address again and again. If it can't find the IP address in its cache, it queries the DNS server to see if it has a record for it. A DNS server is usually given to you by the ISP. You can manually set up a DNS server for yourself. If it can't find the IP address, then it goes through a process or recursive DNS query in which it queries different name servers to get the IP address of the domain. As soon as it finds the IP address, it returns the IP address back to the user and also caches it for its future use. So DNS lookup and reverse DNS lookup. So what is DNS lookup and what it how could it work? Let's platform a DNS lookup ourselves for a website, and we'll do this by traversing the entire DNS hatchery from the root servers to the top level domain. Open the terminal in Backtrack. You can use your own favorite website and type in dig, just dig. You will get something like the answer section, question section, some information by giving command dig. Performing reverse DNS lookup converts an IP address into its host name. For this, we need to write the IP address in reverse order and then append in addr.arpa to it. Next, we need to make a query for a PTR record using dig. Let's make a DNA PTR query for a IP address, and the command would be dig IP address in -addr.arp capital PTR. One important advanced feature of DNS or and this is DNS brute forcing. DNS zone transfers may not work all the time. In fact, it will not work most of the time. Most of the DNS servers are properly configured and do not allow zone transfers to every client. Well, what do we do then? Simply answer the same thing we do when nothing works: brute force it. Basically, we have a word list containing a huge list of hosts. We first check for wildcard entries by checking if a random subdomain 132q dssac at .example.com resolves to the same IP address as explain.com. If this is the case, we know wildcard entries are set. We then query the domain by using each of the word in our word list. For example, if one of the entries in the word list file is ads, then we will make a query for ads.example.com, and if it resolves to a different IP address, then we are sure that this subdomain actually exists. Hence, we now have information about the name of subdomain and its IP address. If wildcard entries are not set, we do the same thing and see if we get a response from any subdomain we query. If we get a response back, we could be sure that the subdomain actually exists. In the end, what we get is a bunch of information about the subdomain, about the domain. So now let's talk about why is DNS zone transfer needed. DNS is a critical service. If a DNS server for a zone is not working and cached information has expired, the domain is inaccessible to all services. Therefore, each zone should have at least 2 DNS servers. For more critical zones, there may be even more. However, a zone may be large and may require frequent changes. If you manually edit zone data on each server separately, it takes a lot of time and there is a lot of potential for a mistake, and this is why DNS zone transfer is needed. You can use different mechanisms for DNS zone transfer, but the simplest one is AXFR. Technically speaking, AXFR refers to the protocol used during a zone transfer. It is a client initialized request. Transfers can be performed using a variety of DNS tools, including the NS lookup utility discussed earlier. To perform a zone transfer with NS lookup, follow these steps like set, find the target domain's primary name server. This can be accomplished by typing setq equal hinfo and then querying the domain name. After the domain's primary name server has been determined, set ns lookup to use it, and this is done by typing server target underscore server, where target underscore server is the target domain server. To perform a zone transfer, type set q equal any and then lsd target domain. This will output the records that were received by the zone transfer. With all of the DNS information, it is possible to determine a lot about the network that uses that domain. In addition to discovering internal addressing schemes, it is possible to determine what specific hosts are used for analyzing zone transfer. One more thing is full transfer. When you bring a new DNS server online and configure, it will perform a full transfer of all the zone information in order to replicate all the existing resource records for that zone. Older implementations of the DNS service also used full transfers whenever updates to a DNS database needed to be propagated. Full zone transfers can be very time consuming and resource intensive, especially in situations where there isn't sufficient bandwidth between primary and secondary DNS servers. For this reason, incremental DNS transfer were developed. So this is it, guys. Hope you guys liked it. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, so in this lecture we'll be talking about a couple of the tools like Finger, Show Mount, RPC Info and Enum for Linux. So let's first talk about Finger command. So Finger command is a user information lookup command which gives details of all the user that's logged in. So this tool is generally used by system administrators. It provides details like login name, username, idle name, login time and in some cases their email addresses even. This tool is similar to the Pinky tool, but the Pinky tool is just the lightweight version of this tool. How can I install this? Simply every tool that I will talk about in this lecture, you can simply install all of these by simply typing apt-get install and name the tool and it will automatically install. I am using Kali Linux machine or any Linux distributor, you can install this the same way. So I have already installed all the R4 tools that we'll talk about. So let's first talk about how this Finger command actually work. So let's first type Finger and our Kali Linux. So this is the machine and this machine name is Kali. As you can see, it displays the login name directory, shell, login time and also plan of the user. So to get the ideal status, we need to type Finger -s Kali and as you can see, it displays the ideal status along with the detail of the user. To avoid printing PGP key and plan and protect details, you can simply type Finger -p Kali. As you can see, it displays the login name, directory, shell, login time, email and the PGP key of the projected user. So to create a plan for a user, you can simply type echo plan detail by plan, but we'll not talk about that. So you can also type Finger H to see all of the Finger help invalid option Finger. So I don't think this has a Finger help menu. So that's how basically this Finger tool works. So let's talk about the RPC info next. So let's clear our screen. So use RPC info is one of the utility that to check whether your mount target is connected to the network of all required ports. So the RPC info utility is a program that retrieves a list of all remote procedure or all RPC services that currently running, their names and also their description, and also it gives you the ports that they are using. So you can use RPC info utility to verify that a mount target is connected to the network of all required port. Simply installing process, simply apt-get install, type RPC info and it will automatically install if your machine doesn't have RPC info pre-installed. So let's type RPC info -h. As you can see, these are all the options that you can do in here, like you can use -m -s to host, -p to host, t to net id host, -l to host, so all of those. So let's try -p. So RPC info -p. So this is the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. So as you can see, these are the services and the ports that are on running in here. So we have most of those are TCP and UDP ports running on port. So this is the port list. So these are running on this port, this running on this port, and these are the services all are running in here. So if you mount IP address with this IP address, this output will look like this, and this will give you a page of port and services that are running. So for each program that are listed, you can use a command which is rpc info -u target 192.168.1.102 and the program number. You can use simply the program number in here. So let's use the first one, 1 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. So as you can see, program version 2 is ready and waiting. It gives you a report whether the response or that is in right now. So if RPC call is successful, then this output will be similarly like this. You can use other numbers like last use 24. As you can see, ready and waiting. Let's use another one like 3. As you can see, this program is not registered because I typed it wrong. As you can see, program version 2 ready and waiting, ready and waiting. So you can get all of those reports in here using RPC info. So let's now talk about, let's clear the screen and talk about show mount. So show mount command shows information about an NFS server. So this information is maintained by the mount server on the host. So the default value of the host is the value that returned by the host name. So with no option, and it shows the client that have mounted directories from the host. So show mount is usually found on user and SBIN folder. So let's talk about show mount and -h. As you can see, you can use all of those commands using in here. So let's use a couple of example like show mount -a. So what does -all? So let's use our IP address in here. So let's use -d. -d means directories. As you can see, these are the directories, -d and 192.168.1.102. As you can see, these are the directories on in here. If we use another IP address, so it is taking some time, but eventually it will show up the directories of the remote client. But as this is our main machine, that's why it's not showing any remote client. Okay, let's run again. So okay, I did wrong IP address. So that's how we use or list the directories mounted by the. So if we use our 192.168.1 dot 168.1 dot, what is our meta exploitable IP address? This is 102. So let's use 102. As you can see, directories on 102 are in here. Let's use -e. So these are the export list for /star. Then you can remove the headers from the command output with like using show minus. So let's use show mount -v. So 1.33. So this is the show mount command package that being used. So that's the command you can use using show mount. So let's now talk about another big tool, which is enum for Linux. So enum for Linux is a tool that used to enumerate the assembly share on both Windows and Linux system. So it is basically a wrapper around the tool, which is the Samba package, and makes it easy for extract information from the target pertaining to assembly. So just type enum for Linux. As you can see, these are the tools you can use. So you can use -u to get user list, they can -m to machine list, share list, password and policy information. Then additionally you can use -a to do simple enumeration, and all of those commands you can use. So as you can see, it is around the tool. Similar functionality like enum.exe. So let's use enum for Linux -u. What does -u do? Where is -u? Okay, get user list. So let's see the user list of our Kali Linux machine. So as you can see, these are the user list. It will be shown in here. So the most basic uses of enum for list takes an option to the IP address of the target. So this is the IP address of the target, and you can use -u to flag view of the user target. So as you can see, server doesn't allow Apache. Cannot find anything. Okay, let's try another IP address, which is 3. 3 is, I think, our Kali Linux machine IP address. Okay, so what this thing will do is it will give us some information about the work group, whether the server allow the null session like blank username and password. So let's use another one, which is -s. So -s will give us, so this flag will give us information about the SMB share on this machine. So that's how we can use an enumeration enum for Linux using these comments.
So hello there. No, we are not trying to hack Google. So in this video concept, we advanced search. There's some option Google Advanced Search. How can you use this feature? Now come to setting. Here is Advanced Search option. You can search here. Just have a look. Advanced Search option. This exact word phrase, any of these words, narrow result, languages, regional last update, site domain, file type, say search, terms and appearing, all the options you find, right? Word, web. So you can find any result, world web, you can find each and every result. So basic operators. So single word versus combining words using the colon, boolean operators, special characters, Batman, Dark Knight. It's just example. Dark Knight, semicolon, Batman, Batman and Dark Knight. Under the surface, the Dark Knight and special character carry a hyphen. For anyone that's been doing SEO for a while, Google Advanced Search Operators, special commands that make regular searches. Google search operators are like secret cheat codes that help you to get more relevant search results. You still type your search into the Google search bar, but with search operators, you add a bit of text that turns into shorthand for special instructions about the search. This, for example, when gauging the amount of content dedicated to a specific topic, you can filter out 90% of less focused content. Here's an advanced search operator that tells Google that you are looking for content on SEO. What is SEO? Search engine optimization. Now have a look about advanced operators. Cache, display Google's cached version. Link, show a list of web pages that have links to your target. Related, similar web pages. Related similar web pages. Information, view information Google has on the target site, limits results to just the domain listed. With just one advanced operator, advanced search, you go from 730 million results. It's unbelievable. 700. This, I just search a critical thing in Google advanced search. Find pages that contain certain. And welcome to Advanced Google 2 Part 2. In URL finds pages with a certain word in the URL. All in URL similar to in URL. This finds web pages containing all of the URL specific words. In text find pages containing a specific word in the content. Now have a look. Let's search in URL. Now I wanna go in URL slash admin. Many pages there. Click on admin login. Have a look. Now in URL admin login page, have a look. You can find this. If I submit, some devices and appliances default setting accessible via browser, application defaults, internet, printing, internet, cameras, server defaults, directories, entitled index of admin directories, find specific files like logs, password files by file extension, web servers, directory traversal, extension working. The in-URL search query is one of Google's search operators intended to allow users to find down the results. It can be used quite simply by entering. The in-URL search operator lets you search for the word directly after the clone in any URL on the internet. If you include in-URL in your query, Google will restrict the results to documents containing that word in the URL. For instance, want to see only pages that have your keyword in their title, use the entitle search operator just before the keyword. You can use symbols or words in your search to make your search results for precious. Google search usually ignores it. The URL operator searches for specific text in the indexed URLs. You can pair a site with in URL, and you can find database by a website exploit database. So if I search Google hacking database, is an index of search queries. Exploit database, it actually exploit database. Here's the Dropbox, web server detection, files containing usernames, files containing password, files containing use information, error messages, vulnerable servers, network or vulnerability data, various online devices, all the thing you find here. The website is exploit.db.com. Google hacking, also named Google dorking, is a hacker technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes. It's actually a categorized index of internet search engine queries designed to uncover interesting things. Now if I search this, here you can download the exploit database archive mode. Is there some remote option, web application option, local and privilege? Here's the remote code. Many more remote code is here. Here's the code. And Federal Security Manager client session in web application exploits. Here is the code and path. Here's some article for privilege. You can check everything, you can find everything here about database hacking. Now go to another website. Okay, now Google utility belt loaded. Go link scanner, Google hack, honeypot, search, dig, go scan, meta go fill, site digger. View of the utility belt with first trans in a circular condition. The attachable push is shown in Phantom comparison. Google Arts and Culture features content from over 2000 leading archives who have partnered with Google Cultural Institute. Hello everyone, let's talk about Google Advanced Search Operators. So Google Search Operators, the complete list. Did you know that Google is constantly killing useful operators nowadays? That's why most existing lists of Google search operators are outdated and inaccurate. So first one is search term quotation under force and exact match. Search use this refine results for ambiguous searches. Then look at this example Steve Jobs. Now OR operator and search for x and y. This will return only results related both x and y. An example jobs and gates. This is a search operators and hyphen excluded term or phrase. In our example, in pages returned will be related to jobs but not apple, like jobs apple. Bracket, inside bracket you guys just write the keyword like this. Example iPod or iPhone Apple. Define, just write define first, then a keyword entrepreneur. And catch, just write catch, then a website name, domain name, and returns the most recent cached version of a web page. File type, restrict result to those of a certain file type, like this example site related in title, all in title. And in the example you guys can see how it works, how to write it. In URL, find pages with a certain word in the URL. For the example, any results containing the word in the URL will be returned. All in URL, similar to in URL, but only results containing all the specified words in the URL will be returned, like this all in URL. Apple, iPhone keyword. In text, find pages containing a certain word somewhere in the content. For this example, and results containing the word apple in the page content will be returned. Like example, in text apple, all in text, then around. Proximity search find pages containing two words or phrases within X words or each other, whether like first write whether, then the location or website. Stocks, map, movie, find information and like this. In search, hash, search for a range of numbers. In the example below, all in ensure blog URL, lock place name, location, impostature, all in postature, link info. Just watch the example. Some find indexation errors, operators. Find non-secure pages, non-HTTPs. Find duplicate content issues. And 15 other sites with the exact same copy, duplicate issues. Find stolen content in seconds. Find add files on your domain that you may have forgotten about. Find guest post opportunities. Find resource page. Find sites that feature information. Find more link prospects and check how relevant they really are. Internal linking opportunities, like this many option. So Google Advanced Search commands Boolean operator and is assumed between words entered in Google to return pages that include either word A or word B. Use an uppercase or between terms. If we search Google Advanced Search, there's some option Google Advanced Search. How can you use this feature? Now come to setting. Here is Advanced Search option. You can search here. Just have a look. Advanced Search option. This exact word phrase, any of these words, narrow result, languages, regional last update, site domain, file type, say search, terms and appearing, all the options you find. Right, word, web. So you can find any result. What have a look. This I just search a critical thing in Google Advanced Search. You search MSN, Windows, Live Search, Bing Search, and MSN. Find pages that contain certain keywords. Find course and force accurate results for long tail keywords. Just anything or type hacking word. By the help of advanced operators, you find accurate result you want. Find out the Google is categorized your site quickly, gauge the competitives of long tail keywords, find sites that have a specific keyword in the URL, advanced options, all in title, limits results to these websites with all the search words in the title, then link in title, limits result to documents that contain the search word in the title, all in URL, limits results to find all search words in the URL. So that's it for today.
So in this lecture, we will be talking about an Nmap scripting engine. So one of the interesting feature of Nmap is the Nmap script engine, which is NAC, which brings even more flexibility and efficiency to it. It enables you to write your own script in a lower programming language and possibly share this script with other Nmap user as well. So there are four types of NAC script, namely pre-rule script, which is the script that runs before any of the Nmap scan operation. So they are executed when Nmap hasn't gathered any information about a target. Then host script, these are the scripts that execute after Nmap has perform normal operations such as host discovery, port scanning, version detection, and OS detection against a target host. And the third one is service script. So this script run against specific service listening on a target host. Then another one at the end is post rule script. So these are the scripts that run after nmap has scanned all of its target host. So how can you locate these scripts? So simply type locate .nac means the script extension file. As you can see, there are lots of scripts in here. Both for all of those are for nmap. As you can see, lots of ftp, http, enumeration, and all of those scripts are available. So these are all the available NAC script. So NAC scripts are loaded using this locate, or you can just search by typing minus script, and it will allow you to run your own script by providing the categories, script file, name or directories. So just type nmap minus so, or you can visit this folder, this all go to, so let's go to this folder to check that out. Copy selection, paste, go. As you can see, these are all the scripts that are available in nmap. So you can be a description. So let's try to see a description of this. Okay, open with text editor. As you can see lots of information and all of those description in here. Like this is for the CPE skip, the print out the known vulnerability. So it gives all of those description in here. So that's all of those scripts, how we can locate all of those scripts. So let's try to use couple of the scripts. So let's clear my screen. So how can you search using this script? So simply just what you have to do is just type nmap minus script. So then the target host, so which target you want to scan. So we're gonna scan our scan me .nmap .org. So we're gonna scan this website. So to perform a scan with the most default script, use minus script, or my use in here you can also use -c as -c, but we are going to use minus script for better understanding. So just type, as you can so starting nmap at failed to initialize the script engine, did not match a category name, scan me .nmap.org. Okay, let's try using minus sc, which is the same as minus script. Okay, as you can see, it's working. So it will give you like which ports are open, like, and all of those options. As you can see, lots of results are in here, like host is up, and there are 22 TCP SSH port is open, and SSH hotkey is this, and also HTTP open, which is nmap project HTTP. So you can filter TCP, all of those are open right now. So to use a script for appropriate purpose, you can use, first of all, get a brief description of what it actually does. Like, let's try and map. Let's try, okay, -1 script. Let's see if it works or not. So let's type help. Then we're gonna use a script which is HTTP headers, HEADERS, and we're gonna use a website called scanme.nmap.org. You can use any other website you want, or even any other operating system, or even IP address, but we're gonna use this website for testing purpose. Okay, I did some typing mistake, HTTP. So lots of mistakes in here. Sorry about that. HTTP headers. So as you can see, it gives you a simple introduction or simple brief introduction what this actually does. So it will discover a safe because we typed help. So if we just remove this help, so let's remove this help to see what it actually does. As you can see, it gives you the server which are in running, and also the SAP ranges and connection which is closed, text, content type, and text or HTML. As you can see, which categories, headers, all of those things. So previously, if you type help, it will give you the brief description of this script. Then you can just run the script. So once you know that what a script does, you can perform a scan simply just using it. You can use one script or enter a command separated list of a script name. So this command, as you can see, this command enable you to view the HTTP headers configured on the web server of the target host that we selected, which is scanme.nmap.org. So let's try categories. So you can also load a script from one category or from a comma separated list of a categories. So in this example, we are using all script in the default and broadcast category to carry out a scan on a certain host. So let's try and map. Okay, no, not this. And map script. Then try out the default, which is default. Why ult default comma broadcast, and we're gonna use 192.168.1.100. so let's try this IP address. Is this IP address even up? Okay, let's see what it does. This gives, I think it will gives the operating system information and all of those. So let's wait. So as you can see, it gives lots of result. So as you can see, my DHCP, which is this IP address, are on, and SSDP, which is from this IP address, and also from lots of MAC address in here, and IP address and trace, also the IP address of the server that are running. Also, as you can see, my which is my router, TP-Link router. So you can also see the desired TP-Link, and also I think you can see Okay, let's try my 1.1 default gateway address. So this scan will take a lot of time because as you can see we're scanning a lot of things, like we are loading script on a category from another category which is default and broadcast. So from a category or from a comma separated list. So I think this will take some time because in this IP there is a lot of machine are connected. Okay. As you can see, my router is connected, my domain name, router, IP, all of those hosts are in here. So also as you can see ETA0, my Linux Ethernet connection is also in here. You can see all of those information. As you can see TP link, IP address, so lots of information you can see in here. Okay, let's try another category, which is I think wildcard. So this is useful when you want to select a script with a given name pattern. So for example, to load all the script with a name starting with SSH. So let's try that one and map script script. Let's try SSH. So it will scan all of those in here. So simply just not this one. Where is star? Okay. Then double bracket and just we're gonna select the IP address online 268.1.1. So let's wait to see which SSH ports are even open or not. So as you can see, so 80 TCP ports are open and 1900 TCP ports are open, and this is the MAC address and all of those. So you can use lots of these using this same tool. So let's try another one, which is nmap script. So let's try a banner script on my favorite soccer or football website. So the thing is, you can use all of the scripts that are available for purposes, and if you need to know the brief description of what this script does, so simply just type after script, just type -help and it will give you a brief description. So as you can see, this website has 2 ports are open. So let's try another one that I previously tested, like DNS. So let's DNS brute force this website. So it will take some time, like 1 to 2 minutes I think. So let's check out if DNS brute force is available or not. So let's try ABC DNS boot. So as you can see, DNS brute force, so we are using this script. So as you can see, it brute force the IP address. So this is the IP address of this website, and this is the images from this website, and also the SIP and all of those informations can DNS brute force by just simply using script. So that's all about how you can use like NSA scripts. And Nmap is a very powerful and useful tool that every system or network administrator needs in his or her security. So NSA simply adds more efficiency to it.
Hello everyone. Let's talk about zone transfer, DNS zone transfer. So an initial slave name server starts up. It will request AXFR to master server. After the first transfer finished, slave server will check if there is update on master server by send XFR or not, and the checking interval is according the refresh value of SOA. It will change to AXFR if the master does not support IXFR. The default bind behavior supports AXFR and IXFR. So let's talk about NS lookup. Have a look, guys. NS lookup, name server lookup, is a tool used to perform DNS lookups in Linux. It is used to display DNS details such as the IP address of a particular computer, the MX records for a domain, or the NS servers of a domain. NS lookup can operate in two modes: interactive and non-interactive. So NS lookup is a tool used to perform DNS lookups in Linux. It is used to display DNS details. NS lookup can operate in two modes: interactive and non-interactive. The interactive mode always allows you to query name servers for information about various hosts and domains, or to print a list of hosts in a domain. The non-interactive mode allows you to print just the name and requested information for a host or domain. The interactive mode is entered by typing the nslookup command without any arguments. To find IP address of a host, simply type the host name. To perform a reverse DNS lookup, enter the IP address of a host. To display NS records, set the DNS query type to NS, and the non-interactive mode is invoked by typing the nslookup command followed by the name or the IP address of the host to be looked up. For example, display the IP address of a host name. Use the command nslookup linux bible.com. So in this tutorial you will learn how to install the D command and nslookup command on Linux. These commands are used for network troubleshooting and gathering information about domain names. Dig short for domain information. Gopher is a DNS lookup utility used for probing DNS servers and troubleshooting problems associated with DNS servers. Due to its ease of use, system administrators rely on the tool to troubleshoot DNS issues. NS lookup is used for handling DNS lookups and displays crucial information such as MX records and the IP address associated with domain name. Now I give command nslookup. NSLOOKUP is used for handling DNS lookups and displays crucial information such as MX records. Newer Linux systems ship both dig and NSLOOKUP utility by default. However, older Linux systems may not. The two come bundled inside the bind utils package. And installing dig and NSLOOKUP on Debian Ubuntu, on Debian and any of its derivatives including daemon, the installation is done using the apt command. And using the dig command can be used to query a domain name and retrieve information like dig fosmint.com. The command displays a host of information such as the version of the dig command utility, the DNS server and its corresponding IP address. And to get specific and display only the IP and the domain name, append the short argument as shadowy. So google.com is target, and here is the address, name, server name. NS lookups stands for name server lookup and usually a command for getting information from the DNS server. NS lookup google.com. NS lookup followed by the domain name will display the IP address of the domain. Use the command to find the address record for a domain. It queries to domain name servers and gets the details. And NS lookup reverse DNS lookup. You can also do the reverse DNS lookup by providing the IP address as an argument to NS lookup. NS lookup type any google.com lookup for any record. We can also view all the available DNS records using the type any options. And lookup for an SOAR record. SOAR record provides the authoritative information about the domain, the email address of the domain admin, the domain serial number, or many things. And NS lookup type NS google.com lookup for an NS record. Name server record maps a domain name to a list of DNS servers. And by default, NS lookup translates a domain name to an IP address or vice versa. For instance, to find the IP address of Microsoft.com, you could run the command like ns lookup Microsoft.com. There are some NS lookup online tools too you can access, such as site full of online network tools, and search for the option for NS lookup. You can define your query for a specific DNS record to identify the domain, the port in use, and timeout in seconds for better security. I recommend you to use the software on your computer. And before installing, check what distro do you use. We will show you how to install the NSLake lookup. It is possible when you are try to use the nslookup command that you get an error saying that the command is not found. Don't worry, the problem of missing the nslookup command can be solved in very simple way. Nslookup is a part of the bind utilities together with two other popular commands, dig command and host command, as I shown in before. If the service was stopped, you would need to restart your Linux computer and it will be running again. In case this is not working because it was declared or missing, please. So guys, this is it. Hope you guys liked it, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, let's talk about SMB null session and SMB enumeration. So one way to enumerate SMB information is via a null session. Null user is pseudo account with no username password can access resources that the everyone group has rights to, can be used to enumerate account names, domain controller names, and other valuable information. This is more of a problem on older Windows. Win 7, Win 8, 2008 server disable it by default, but you still might find servers with it indeed with enabled. Look for TCP port 139 in scans. So SMB, server message blocks, aka CIFS, common internet file system, aka Windows shares. Remember, SMB isn't just on Windows boxes. Mac OS X has switched to SMB as its fault. Network file sharing protocol replacing ARP, and many Linux systems support it via an open source implementation called Samba. All that said, the null session is kind of played out misconfiguration. It's mentioned in a lot of pentesting literature because legacy systems might still have it enabled, and if you do not find it, it's an awesome means of mining data about your target. However, it's becoming rarer and rarer, especially in Windows 7, 8, 10 environments. So null session enumeration, server message block SMB protocol forms the basis for file and printer sharing. First step, connect to the protocol using the null session command. Net use IP address IPC enumerate file shares on a host. Net view host. SMB null session enumerating trusted domains. NL test server underscore name trusted underscore domains. This is the command. User enumeration dump sec list of users, groups, systems, policies, user rights. Following work with restrict anonymous equal 1 with null session user info user dump hammergod.com get act securityfriday.com seed to user to seed is security id variable length value set at install and user ids based on sid. Okay, now let's have a look in nmap in practical how smb session smb enumerate works. Just give command nmap. Obviously first rooted your linux terminal. And give command locate.nsa grep smb here the script. Now again give command s nmap sc attempt to list shares using the srv.svc.net share enum all msrpc function and return more information about them using srv.svc.net share get info. If access to those functions is defined, a list of common share names are checked. Minus SV and port 445 10.0 point 7 and starting in map. SMB protocol, commonly known as server message block protocol, has been hot target among threat actors for many years because of its complexity and open nature. This protocol was prone to plethora of attacks from SMB null sessions to eternal blue. It is the reason we are about to cover all the things related to SMB enumeration and SMB and Nmap SMB scripts, also known as the Nmap scripting engine. However, SMB has covered a long journey in terms of its security hardening. It has been updated and improved to newest security standards in recent Windows operating system release. Latest SMB version of SMB v3.1, Windows 10 and Windows Server 2016. And while most vulnerable was SMB v1 is Windows XP and Windows Server 2003. So one more thing is why this is important. SMB is used to communicate over TCP/IP in the network. It is the client server protocol used for file sharing, printed serial ports and other resources on a network. SMB can allow other applications and users to access file or execute command on a remote server. A client application can read, write and execute files on the server depending upon the configuration of the SMB share. Port for SMB is 445, while 1359 ports are used for RPC calls, which are essential for remote management of Windows system. And it is essential to keep the target we are achieving before enumerating any service. So in this particular case, we will be getting system information and null sessions, open shares and CV is like eternal blue from the service. These open shares might include some sensitive information like username, password, hashes, keys, TGCs or many more things, which can be used further in the process. So to conclude, as per my knowledge, enumerate SMB for below purpose: null sessions, open shares, CVEs, eternal blue, eternal romance, etc. System information. And tools for this is SMB Nmap scripts, SMB map, RPC client, NBT scan, enum for Linux. And abbreviated as Nmap is a commonly tool used by security professionals for reconnaissance purposes on network levels and is one of the reasons that Nmap was included as part of the top 10 best penetration testing tools by actual pen testers. Nmap natively comes with its scripting engine and which has tons of open source scripts including those Nmap SMB script. Discussing all of scripts is out of scope. These are and inside SMB OS discovery, computer name, domain name, forest name, FQDN, net BIOS computer name, net BIOS domain name, work group, system time is there. And SMB enum shares, it will enumerate publicly exposed SMB shares if available. In addition, if Nmap is not able to get shares from any host, it will brute force commonly used share names to check if they are accessible. and the command is nmap script smb enum shares.nec and -p445 target IP. So this is it guys, hope you guys liked it. Hello everyone, let's talk about some ethical hacking reconnaissance. Reconnaissance. So, information gathering and getting to know the target systems in the first process in ethical hacking. Reconnaissance is a set of process and techniques, footprinting, scanning, and enumeration used to covertly discover and collect information about a target system. During this, an ethical hacker attempts to gather as much information about a target system as possible, like gather initial information, determine the network range, identify active machines, discover open ports and access points, fingerprint the operating system, uncover services on ports, map the network. We will discuss in detail all these steps in previous video. So reconnaissance takes place in two parts, active and passive reconnaissance. So active one is process. You will directly interact with the computer system to gain information. This information can be relevant and accurate, but there is a risk of getting detected if you are planning active reconnaissance without permission. If you are detected, then the system domain can take severe action against you and trail your subsequent activities. And passive reconnaissance, in this process you will not be directly connected to a computer system. This process is used together. All investigations in Multigo are based on and begin with transforms and entities. So this is the dashboard of Multigo. Transforms are bits of code which when run generate information based on information we already have. We call this information entities. Look, here is entities. Transforms search for information related to an entity on the graph and allow you to query an API or database to show related information on the graph. So this is my Multigo Kali Linux edition. Take a new graph here. Entities are represented as nodes on a graph. Investigations start with one or more entities upon which we run transforms to explore the relationships between these entities and other, yet unknown pieces of information. So here is banner, DNS name, system server, domain, IP addresses, netblack, URL, tracking code, website, whatever you can attack. So you can attack by email, image, person phone number, social network. The Multigo standard transforms include 39 entity types, and many hub items will also include new entity types when installed. You can also create your own custom entities to use with your own custom transforms. Any properties and values can be set for this entity, and you can even inherit from another entity. The transforms from the parent entity will work with the child entity by default, and its properties and values can also be easily inherited. The most basic entity in Multigo has a type, for example, a website or email address, and a value. The value of a website could be www.multigo.com, and the value of the mail address could be support@multigo.com. They can also include things like calculated, static, and dynamic properties, bookmarks, notes. This is my target website. The multi standard transforms are the default OSINT transforms that ship with every Multigo desktop client. These include transforms for gathering OSINT from common sources on the internet, such as queries on DNS servers, search engines, social networks, various APIs, and other sources. With over 150 transforms, the multi-standard transforms enable investigations to perform a vast range of standard use cases on Multigo including. Now I run transforms in my targeted website. Many options is here, like phone numbers, website mentioning, domain, all the transforms. So you can choose any of them. The Multigo built with transforms provide the current and historic technologies which websites are built upon. These transforms are particularly useful for discovering relationship between websites and for retrieving the details on how these are related, as well as the duration of the relation. A transform developer's task is to write the logic that translates between a transform request sent from Multigo and the data being accessed. The data can be in the form of databases like MySQL. So this is the relationship between google.com. Here is the overview. In the top right corner, the multi-core desktop application removes much of the complexity of working with linked graphs, such as merging duplicate nodes, updating layouts, and visualizing the entities. The transform developer therefore need only be connected with extracting the request object and querying the data. There is a significant requirement to liaise with the transform designer and investigations, requiring the information to build transforms that will be useful. So it's IP version 4 addresses, multi-go IP address. Multi-go uses an XML based protocol between the desktop clients and the TDS, as well as between the TDS and the transform server. A transform developer can choose to directly read and interpret the XML based transform request and respond with the required XML response message using a basic web server. Host a basic HTTP server with the transform logic. Translate the XML transform request message to Python objects that are easier to work with. Look all the entities relationship with each other: website address, email address, and domain. And here is your output. This is not much complex for beginner, but a little bit. A very useful software, multi-go.
So let's ask you a question. Have you ever lost something that usually happens like with my classes? Because I will be looking everywhere for them, and then I'll be running around my house saying like, and has everybody seen my classes? And then it turns out that glasses were top on my head. So this reminds me an old saying that my father used to tell me, that if it was a snake, it would have beat me because it was right in front of me. That's the same concept here with a different reconnaissance technique. So when it comes to reconnaissance, some of the data that you can actually gather, it will be surprisingly easy how it is to find, and in fact there's a lot of information that can be found through these online services that we are probably using. So what we are going to be talking about in this lecture is that how can you find and where? Well, we can find a quite bit of social sources that will also be able to pull up the additional information about our targeted from financial sources as well as competitive analysis. Many of you may be thinking how the credit you gonna do that and how would the competitive analysis helping out. Trust me, I'm gonna show you. Well, also get into it, just a little bit of social engineering. We got a whole separated lecture about this, and so give you a 1,000-foot view of it, and then we'll look another source, and we'll probably don't think about that expose quite a bit of about us, and that is email. So another source that you can find a pull information on a target that could be both financial and competitive analysis data. Now when it comes to financial service, you can utilize out there. So with that one, and we often talk about following the money. So there are several sites out there Well, I'm gonna focus on some of the most popular ones, but obviously we've got both like Yahoo and Google Finances, and there is a other one that I think is got on there as well, which is like MSNBC. But there are several of out there which provide service that gives you information such as the market value and company share information about their competitors and the company profile. So as an individual that may have been hired to as something like that, one of this you would want to look is what information is being exposed on these sites about the company. Does it expose too much? Does it show any types of project what the company is working on? Also, what are the some of the trends that are happening within the company or within the industry, as well as what are the competitors up to. In fact, there is a significant little thing that we can go through and do, that is pretend like we are going to be a competitor to pull information about a particular target as far as another opportunity we have, like we can use email alerts to send any of the updates when they use any of the information of these financial sites that go through and get updated. For example, Microsoft, if they post something about new like HoloLens or Google Lens or something like that, that will show up in your mail. And stopping Gmail, you obviously want to be notified of those types of things, or I should say you could use notification or even use phone alerts. So we will have to register in the air for those services, but it's a good way of keeping in touch of what's going on with the company. Now, I mentioned before that we can go through and use competitive analysis, where I can go through and say, yeah, I would like to find out more information about my competitor, and there is several companies out there that provides those services, and again attackers will utilize those resources. So they find out when did WANCOP actually begin and how did it begin, what was the route when it started off, it was in charge back then on, or who is in charge. So currently we would also able to find out things like where they currently located, and of course what is their plan. A lot of these companies not just only provide analysis of their competitors, but they might also show you their product and their product of their analyzed data, who is their customers and who are their suppliers. But what's kind of interesting is that this company typically use the same technique that we are talking about right now to go together that information. And just like in charge, when you have some money for it, there is a couple of companies that are probably the more popular one out there, and there is a flood, and there is a Wall Street transcript as well as market. So I think market watches probably are one of the more branded service that's out there, and again that they are using the same thing that, or should say the same technique that we are utilizing. So we are not doing anything wrong at this point. This is very very passive, but we are gonna stop to go through and give you a nice little report. And in this show that the press releases or all their press releases is an annual report, and they will look at their patient trademarks catalog of their product customer and vendor interviews. So they will also go through and look the companies and website and employments ads. I mean, they basically go out and do all of these for you, and then again is there nothing too illegal about that. So let's talk about using communication to do some reconnaissance. I told you earlier that we will take a look at about this, just a kind of a high level view in here, but the concept here is the human hacking. So remember our definition of hacking is to get a device, or in this case a human, to do something outside of what it was designed to do. Or by default we are not designed to give up personal information. We know that that's wrong, and we get hacked all the time into exposing information about ourselves, or another way that they can hack. A human is what they are referred to as gaining confidence as a target. So there is a great documentary that talked about and McCafe back in a day. It's called Edge Commerce, and it's about like 45 minutes. In fact, it's gonna assign that to you as homework. So you go and watch, and this was done several years ago. But one of the biggest social engineering or hacking schemes or scams that took place is the lady, I think she lived in Washington state, and based of the fact that she is gone to a genealogy website, the group of people portrayed themselves used as emotion, and that's typically what we do is we use emotion in human hacking or in social engineering. So they use the emotion, or then they related to her. She was actually from Europe, and they were trying to escape, and they needed money to get out from the predicament, and that said she lived in the United States, so she has a lot of money. Who live in the United States, I think, has a lot of money. So they built her over for $500,000. So you go through and watch the documentary. It's actually involved what we refer to as a great head that goes out and try to help her to see what dangerous or what damages were caused again by just hacking a person. So how's this typically has been done? Well, we typically do it. So first of all, we can do like dumpster diving. And how they find out about this lady. So they didn't actually do dumpster diving for her. But dumpster diving is the technique where we go and where we go and find out the information based of the what's in believe it or on trash cans. A great example in a backup day where Microsoft was under investigation by the Department of Justice about how they were implementing Internet Explorer microsystem. Actually that time hired some people to go dumpster dive at Microsoft location because trash is considered no longer property of the company. They actually pulled out some of the reports that showed that Microsoft was doing something that wasn't very nice. So that is definitely one way that we can hack human or do the social engineering set of things. We can also do it based of the eavesdropping. Now eavesdropping could be obviously just by listening, or not just physically listening. You just know against the person, the keyboards next to us, he is dropping it via the email or digitally. Eavesdropping on individuals. We also by what they referred as shoulder surfing. This is where we watch people do things from behind. So I'm sure you have already seen great YouTube videos where somebody pranking someone, that they are just behind them running around like they are all goofy, and then what then turn out they are acting all normal. I believe in United States there is several talk show hosts that have been contest to see who can do it the best. But as far as hacking to be concerned, I think I have mentioned this before. My friend think I am busy because I go to grocery store. I go to grocery somewhere that I swipe my debit card or credit card, and before I type in my PIN, I physically turn around and look to see if someone is around my here looking at me. So if somebody trying to shoulder surf, then shoulder surf can also involve digital, as we have seen before. When people use their cell phone to capture images, I am that very suspicious of a people that are on their cell phone that are right behind of me of a checkout line. because I don't know if they're really talking to somebody or they can just actually have a phone up on my ear, then camera facing me and recording my PIN number. And we also have the impersonation that I told you guys before. Trust me, you do not just win the Australian lottery or you are not. So it is now. So let me finish my thought about goes another editing moment which which is, Citibank will never call me. As an example, Citibank will never call me and ask me to verify my password over the phone. The big thing that happened right now in scammers is calling people up saying that they are from Microsoft and they notified their machine is running poorly or slowly. Then they can actually go through and try to prove it by having them typing command that shows error, like I previously shows as event viewer on Windows, and they say we need to fix your machine, so we can help you to fix it in impersonation. So another great tool for gathering intelligence is via the email. So with email we are actually be able to go through do several things that we can track where an email is read, if it's been forwarded, like time that is spent reading it, like links visited, the type of several that use the OS receiver is using. So they are all kind of information. Now there is several third-party companies, both application and websites, that can help you pull out the information. So let me show you something in here. So this is the email header that I got from Thrifty Car Rental. This was just an email from Thrifty Car Rental talking. So it just give me an ad about some car rental stuffs and coming up when you see here. So if you look at the header information, this is on every email. A lot of people don't see these back a few days that we didn't have Outlook to hide a lot of this technical information. This was listed in the beginning of your all emails. Now if you just hit and you just have to export it, typically under the advanced setting, but look at what I can be from this email. So first of all, I can see who the email was sent to. As you can see, that's my email address. Then I can also go through and see the date. This is the date. I can also see where did it came from. As you can see, you can find where it came from, and you can see from the particular server there. I can also see the client's IP address. As you can see, client's IP address. So look at that. There's that you want to know about Thrifty's email server or one of them. There it right there. You can also look at the sender email. That meaning that it passed through before, then got to me, and it came from, as you can see, it came from Google. So I can also go through and take a look at the original sender email service name. So it originally came through email.thrifty.com. So we can also I can find these times which is interesting, and we can also take a look at the authentication system that being used by the sender. So again, a lot of information there, and several tools out there that could help you to tracking email, including a polite email. So first one is polite email. We also have another product that's called email lookup, that goes to do and scans the header for you. So if you want to track what's going on a particular piece of email, you can just use Email Tracker Pro. And I guess I should maybe just back it up a little bit here. polite image is actually go through. So it's a tool that we use to Outlook but it gives you a visual representation like a global map and shows you all the different mail service that hop through. So it's really kind of interesting. So another application or tool you can use is Did They Read It? Again, you can see these are the tools that are used for good or for marketing purposes. If you send an email to and you probably want to know if people read it, so this particular product will actually go through and obviously tell you if they read it. If they just deleted it right away, read notify, another great little tool that you can use to notifies you when your email is open up. So if it was redo or reopened, so if they re-forwarded it onto someone else, and if so, who did they forward it to? This one is also got a nice little graphical interface who also have like who read me. So it's the same types of tool of like did they read it, just to read me the email so well and then get notified. This one goes through and actually sends notification back to the sender, and when the recipient opens it, and when they read it again, it does it without the knowledge of the recipient or is completely invisible to them. There is also called Glog Analytic, which is another email tracking service that allows you to see what's happening to your email. After you send them, it goes through and gives you a little nice report, how many times the email or the email was printed, how many times it was forwarded. We also have like message tag, which is MSG message tag. It has nothing to do with Chinese for or missing anybody else, so jokes apart. This is again another tracking tool that will go through and tell you about the emails that have been opened and when they opened, if they actually read, and it add a little tracker of the traces tag to it, then they report it back to the service, that obviously then that send you back some nice little report, as well as even you can set it up so you can get a text message tracer email in another tool that we can utilize, which is trace email, and that actually goes through and tries to locate the source of a IP of an email. So this is actually pretty good of a reconnaissance, so that you can or even go for your pen testing if you want to see which email or where the email came from. Now a lot of these service and tools cannot be tracked or forge email headers, but most of our email servers today actually will drop a email based off the reverse lookup. So typically what happens with email is that when it comes in, it says that the name of the email server this came from and what's the IP address of the header on it, and when it does look up the reverse lookup and to see those are still true statement, because most of the time they forge or spoofing the network or the email address, they won't match up. So and if it doesn't match up, then email server should drop it, and that's all about these email services.